The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 3, continued. Cassette 11, Side 1. In that convoy of Don Cossacks, when the men arrested at the meeting were carried separately from their women, one woman gave birth to a child on the journey. Their rations were 1 glass of water a day, and 300 grams of bread, not every day. Was there a medical attendant? Need you ask? The mother had no milk, and the child died on the way. Where were they to bury it? 2 soldiers climbed in for a short trip between 2 stations, opened the door while the train was moving, and threw the tiny body out. This transport was driven to the great Magnitogorsk building operation. Their husbands were brought to join them. Dig away, house yourselves. From Magnitogorsk on, our bards have done their duty and reflected reality. The Tvardovsky family were carted only as far as Yelnya, and luckily it was April. There they were loaded into boxcars. The boxcars were locked, and there were no pails or holes in the floor for them to relieve themselves. Risking punishment, perhaps even imprisonment for attempted escape, Konstantin Tribonovich cut a hole in the floor with a kitchen knife while the train was moving and there was a lot of noise. The feeding arrangements were simple. Once every 3 days, pails of soup were brought along at main stations. True, they were only travelling for 10 days to a station called Lyalya in the northern Urals. It was still winter there, and the transport was met by hundreds of sledges, which carried them up the frozen river into the forest. There they found a hut for 20 loggers, but more than 500 people had been brought, and it was evening. The Komsomol in charge of the place, a Permian called Sorokin, showed them where to knock pegs into the ground. There'll be a street here, there'll be houses there. This was how the settlement of Parcha was founded. It is hard to believe in such cruelty. On a winter evening, out in the taiga, they were told, "You've arrived." Can human beings really behave like this? Well, they're moved by day, so they arrive at nightfall. That's all there is to it. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands were carried into the wilds and dumped down like this. Old men, women, children, and all. On the Kola Peninsula, Apatiti, people lived through the dark polar winter in thin tents under the snow. But was it so very much more merciful to take trainloads of vulgar Germans in summer 1931, not 1941, don't confuse the dates, to waterless places in the Karaganda steppe, ration their water, and order them to make themselves earth houses? There, too, winter would come soon enough. By the spring of 1932, the children and the old had all died of dysentery and malnutrition. In Karaganda itself, and in Magnitogorsk, they built long, low, communal buildings of earth like vegetable storehouses. On the White Sea Canal, the new arrivals were housed in huts vacated by prisoners. Those who were sent to work on the Volga Canal, even just beyond Khimki, were unloaded before there was a camp, tipped out on the ground as soon as the hydrographic survey was completed, and told to start swinging picks and wheeling barrows. The papers reported the delivery of machinery for the canal. There was no bread. They had to build their earth houses in their spare time. Nowadays, pleasure boats carry Moscow sightseers over this spot. There are bones on the bottom, bones in the ground, bones in the concrete. As the plague approached in 1929, all the churches in Archangel were closed. They were due to be closed anyway, but the very real need for somewhere to put the dekulakized, hurried things along. Great streams of deported peasants poured through Archangel, and for a time the whole town became one big transit prison. Many tiered sleeping platforms were put up in the churches, but there was no heat. Consignment after consignment of human cattle was unloaded at the station, and with dogs barking around them, the bast shod went sullenly to church under a bed of planks. S., then a boy, would never forget one peasant walking along with a shaft bow around his neck. He had been hurried away before he could decide what would be most useful. Another man carried a gramophone with a horn. "Cameramen, there's work for you in this." In the church of the Presentation, an 8-tiered bed platform which was not fastened to the wall collapsed in the night, and several families were crushed. Their cries brought troops rushing to the church. This was how they lived in that plague-stricken winter. They could not wash, their bodies were covered with festering sores, spotted fever developed. People were dying. Strict orders were given to the people of Archangel not to help these special resettlers, as the deported peasants were now called. Dying peasants roamed the town, but no one could take a single one of them into his home, feed him, or carry tea out to him. The militia seized local inhabitants who tried to do so, and took away their passports. A starving man would stagger along the street, stumble, fall, and die. But even the dead could not be picked up. Besides the militia, plainclothesmen went around on the lookout for acts of kindness. At the same time, market gardeners and livestock breeders from areas near big towns were also being expelled, whole villages at a time. Once again, what about the theory that they were supposed to arrest exploiters only? And the residents of Archangel themselves dreaded deportation. They were afraid even to stop and look down at a dead body. There was one lying near GPU headquarters, which no one would remove. They were buried in an organized fashion by the sanitation department, without coffins, of course, in common graves next to the old city cemetery on Vologda Street, out in open country. No memorials were erected. And this was while the tillers were still only in transit. There was also a great camp for them beyond the village of Talagi, where some of them were given jobs loading timber. But one man contrived to write a letter abroad on a log. See what happens if you teach peasants to read and write. And they were all taken off the job. Their path was still a long one, to Oniga, Piniga, and up the river Dvina. We had a joke in the camp. They can't send you farther than the sun. But these peasants were sent farther, to a place where there would long be no shelter for a tallow dip. The plight of these peasants differed from that of all previous and subsequent Soviet exiles, in that they were banished not to a center of population, a place made habitable, but to the haunt of wild beasts, into the wilderness, to man's primitive condition. No, worse, even in their primeval state, our forebears at least chose places near water for their settlements. For as long as mankind has existed, no one has ever made his home elsewhere. But for the special settlements, the Cheka, not the peasants themselves, they had no right of choice, chose places on stony hillsides, 100 meters up above the river Pinega, where it was impossible to dig down to water, and nothing would grow in the soil. 3 or 4 kilometers off there might be convenient water meadows, but no, according to instructions, no one was supposed to settle there. So the hay fields were dozens of kilometers away from the settlements, and the hay had to be brought in by boat. Sometimes settlers were bluntly forbidden to sow grain crops. What they should grow was also determined by the Cheka. Yet another thing we town folk do not understand, what it means to have lived from time immemorial with animals. A peasant's life is nothing without animals, and here he was condemned for many years never to hear neighing or lowing or bleating, never to saddle, never to milk, never to fill a trough. On the river Chulim, in Siberia, the special settlement of Kuban Cossacks was encircled with barbed wire, and towers were put up, as though it were a prison camp. Everything necessary seems to have been done to ensure that these odious work fiends should die off quickly and rid our country of themselves and of bread. Indeed, many such special settlements died off to a man. Where they once stood, chance wayfarers are gradually burning what is left of the huts and kicking the skulls out of sight. No Genghis Khan ever destroyed so many peasants as our glorious organs under the leadership of the party. Take, for instance, the Vasyugan tragedy. In 1930, 10,000 families, 60,000 to 70,000 people as families then went, passed through Tomsk, and from there were driven further, at first on foot, down the Tom, although it was winter, then along the Ob, then upstream along the Vasyugan, still over the ice. The inhabitants of villages on the route were ordered out afterward to pick up the bodies of adults and children. In the upper reaches of the Vasyugan and the Tara, they were marooned on patches of firm ground in the marshes. No food or tools were left for them. The roads were impassable, and there was no way through to the world outside, except for 2 brushwood paths, one toward Tobolsk and one toward the Ob. Machine gunners manned barriers on both paths and let no one through from the death camp. They started dying like flies. Desperate people came out to the barriers begging to be let through, and were shot on the spot. Rather late in the day, when the rivers unfroze, barges carrying flour and salt were sent from the Tomsk Integral Soyuz, Producers and Consumers Cooperative, but they could not get up the Vasyugan. Stanislavov was the Integral Soyuz agent in charge of the shipment, and it is from him that we know this. They died off, every one of them. We are told that there was at least an inquiry into this business, and even that one man was shot. I am not much inclined to believe it, but even if it is so, the ratio is an acceptable one, the ratio with which we are familiar from the Civil War. For 1 of ours, 1,000 of yours. For 60,000 of yours, 1 of ours. There's no other way to build the new society. And yet, exiles survived. Under their conditions, it seems incredible, but live they did. In the settlement at Parcha, the day was started by 4 men, Komizirians, with sticks. All their lives these peasants had begun their day themselves, but now they were driven out with sticks to fell and raft timber, by giving them no chance to get dry for months on end, by cutting down the flour ration. The masters exacted their stint from them, and in the evenings they could get on with home-making. Their clothes fell to pieces on their bodies, and they wore sacks like skirts, or else stitched trousers from them. If they had all died off, a number of towns we know today would not exist. Igarka, for instance. The building of Igarka from 1929 on was carried out and completed by whom? The Northern and Polar Timber Trust? I wonder. Or was it perhaps dekulakized peasants? They lived in tents at 50 degrees below, but they made possible the first timber exports from the area as early as 1930. The former kulaks lived in their special settlement like zeks in maximum punishment camps. Although there was no boundary fence, there was usually a man with a rifle living in the settlement, and he alone said yea and nay. He had the right, on his own authority, and with no beating about the bush, to shoot anyone deemed unruly. The civic category to which the special settlements belonged, their blood ties with the archipelago, will quickly become clearer if you remember the law governing a fluid in interconnected receptacles. If a shortage of labour was felt at Vorkuta, special settlers were transferred, without retrial, without relabelling, from their settlements to the camps. And they lived behind the wire as meekly as you could wish, went to work behind more wire, ate dishwater soup, only they paid for it, and for their guards and for their huts, out of their wages. And no one saw anything surprising in this. The special settlers were also torn from their families and shifted from settlement to settlement, just as zeks were shifted from camp to camp. In one of those strange vagaries to which our legislation is subject, the USSR Central Executive Committee promulgated a decision on July the 3rd, 1931, permitting the restoration of civil rights to former kulaks after 5 years, if, in a settlement under police control, mind you, if they have engaged in socially useful work and shown their loyalty to the Soviet regime, by, let us say, helping the rifleman, the settlement manager, or the security officer at his tasks. But this was mere foolishness, the whim of a moment, and anyway, as the 5 years were ending, so the archipelago was hardening. There seemed to be never a year in which it was possible to make conditions easier. First there was the time after Kirov's assassination, then 1937 to 1938. Then, from 1939, there was war in Europe, and in 1941 our own war began. So that a safer way was found. From 1937 on, many of these same hapless alleged kulaks and their sons were plucked out of the special settlements, labelled with a clause from Article 58, and shoved into the camps. True, when during war there was a shortage of reckless Russian fighting power at the front, they turned, among others, to the kulaks. They must surely be Russians first and kulaks second. They were invited to leave the special settlements and the camps for the front to defend their sacred fatherland. And they went. Not all of them, however. N.K.H.V., a kulak's son, whose early years I used for Turin, but whose subsequent biography I could not bring myself to recount, was given the chance, denied to Trotskyite and communist prisoners, however much they yearned to go, of defending his fatherland. Without a moment's hesitation, K.H.V. snapped back at the head of the prisoner registration and distribution section, "It's your fatherland. You defend it, you dung-eaters. The proletariat has no fatherland." Marx's exact words, I believe, and certainly any camp dweller was still poorer, still lower, still less privileged than any proletarian. But the camp disciplinary board had not mastered this fact, and it sentenced K.H.V. to be shot. He sat in jail 2 weeks with a topper hanging over him, hating them too much to appeal for clemency. It was they who made a move and commuted his sentence to a further tenor. It sometimes happened that they transported ex-kulaks out into the tundra or the taiga, let them loose and forgot about them. Why keep count when you'd taken them there to die? They didn't even leave a rifleman. The place was too remote, too inaccessible. Now that the mysteriously wise leaders had dismissed them, without horses, without ploughs, without fishing tackle, without guns, this hard-working and stubborn race of men, armed perhaps with a few axes and shovels, began the hopeless fight for life in conditions scarcely easier than in the Stone Age. And in defiance of the economic laws of socialism, some of these settlements not only survived, but became rich and vigorous. In one such settlement, somewhere on the Ob, but on a backwater nowhere near the navigation channel, Burov had landed as a boy, and there he grew up. He tells the story that one day before the war, a passing launch noticed them and stopped. The people in the launch turned out to be the district bosses. They interrogated the Burovs. Where had they come from and how long ago? The bosses were amazed at their wealth and well-being, the like of which they'd never seen in their collectivized region. They went away. A few days later, plenipotentiaries arrived with NKVD troops, and once again, as in the year of the plague, they were ordered to abandon within an hour all that they had earned for themselves, all the warmth and comfort of their settlement, and dispatched with nothing but a few bundles deeper into the tundra. Perhaps this story is enough in itself to explain the true meaning of kulak and of dekulakization. The things that could have been done with such people if they had been allowed to live and develop freely. The old believers, eternally persecuted, eternal exiles, they are the ones who 3 centuries earlier divined the ruthlessness of the heart of authority. In 1950, a plane was flying over the vast basin of the Podkamenaya Tunguska. The training of airmen had improved greatly since the war, and the zealous aviator spotted something that no one before him had seen in 20 years. An unknown dwelling place in the taiga. He worked out its position. He reported it. It was far out in the wilds, but to the MVD all things are possible, and half a year later they had struggled through to it. What they had found were the Yaroyevo Old Believers. When the great and longed-for plague began, I mean collectivization, they had fled from this blessing into the depths of the taiga, a whole village of them. And they lived there without ever poking their noses out, allowing only their headman to go to Yaroyevo for salt, metal fishing and hunting gear, and bits of iron for tools. Everything else they made themselves, and in lieu of money the headman no doubt came provided with pelts. When he had completed his business, he would slink away from the marketplace like a hunted criminal. In this way, the Yaroyevo Old Believers had won themselves 20 years of life. 20 years of life as free human beings among the wild beasts, instead of 20 years of Kolkot's misery. They were all wearing homespun garments and homemade knee boots, and they were all exceptionally sturdy. Well, these despicable deserters from the Kolkot's front were now all arrested, and the charge pinned on them was, guess what? Links with the international bourgeoisie? Sabotage? No. Articles 58.10 on anti-Soviet agitation, and 58.11 on hostile organizations. Many of them landed later on in the Jezkazgan group of steppe lag, which is how I know about them. In 1946, some other old believers were stormed in a forgotten monastery somewhere in the backwoods by our valiant troops, dislodged with the help of mortars and the skills acquired in the Fatherland War, and floated on rafts down the Yenisei, prisoners still and still indomitable, the same under Stalin as they had been under Peter. They jumped from the rafts into the waters of the Yenisei, where our Tommy gunners finished them off. Warriors of the Soviet Army, tirelessly consolidate your combat training. No, the doomed race did not all die out. In exile, more children were born to them, and they too were attached by inheritance to the same special settlements. The son does not answer for the father, remember? If a girl from outside married a special settler, she passed into the serf class and lost her rights as a citizen. If a man married one of those, he became an exile himself. If a daughter came to visit her father, they corrected their error in missing her before and added her to the list of special settlers. These additions made good the deficit as settlers were transferred to the camps. Special settlers were very conspicuous in Karaganda and round about. There were a lot of them there. They were attached in perpetuity to the mines of Karaganda, as their ancestors had been to the factories of the Urals and the Altai. The mine owner was free to work them as hard and pay them as little as he liked. We are told that they greatly envied prisoners in agricultural camp divisions. Until the 50s, and in some places until the death of Stalin, special settlers had no passports. Only with the war did the Igarka exiles begin receiving the polar wage rate. But now that they have survived 20 years of plague and exile, now that they are free at last from police supervision, now that they hold their proud Soviet passports, who and what are they in their hearts and in their behavior? Why, what else but Soviet citizens, guaranteed in good condition, exactly the same as those reared simultaneously by the workers' settlements, trade union meetings, and service in the Soviet Army. They too can muster the courage to slam down their dominoes almost boldly. They too nod agreement to every shadowy presence on the television screen. When required, they too will angrily stigmatize the Republic of South Africa or collect their kopecks for the benefit of Cuba. So let us lower our eyes in awe before the great butcher, bend our heads and bow our shoulders in the face of the intellectual puzzle he sets us. Was he right, after all, that reader of men's hearts, to stir up that frightening mixture of blood and mud, and to go on churning year in and year out? He was right, morally. No one bears him a grudge. In his day, so ordinary folk say, it was better than under Khrushchev. Why, on April Fool's Day, year in and year out, cigarettes went down a kopeck and fancy goods 10. Eulogies and hymns rang in his ears till the day of his death, and even today we are not allowed to denounce him. Not only will any censor stay your pen, but anyone standing in a shop or sitting in a train will hasten to check the blasphemy on your lips. We honor great evildoers. We venerate great murderers. And he was even more right politically. This bloody mix was the cement for obedient kolkotsis. No matter that within a quarter of a century the village would be a desert and the people spiritually extinct. No matter, our rockets would be flying into space and the enlightened West fawning on us, cringing before our achievements and our might. Chapter 3. The ranks of exile thicken. Only the peasants were deported so ferociously to such desolate places with such frankly murderous intent. No one had been exiled in this way before, and no one would be in the future. Yet in another sense, and in its own steady way, the world of exiles grew denser and darker from year to year. More were banished, they were settled more thickly, the rules became more severe. We could offer the following rough time scheme. In the 20s, exile was a sort of preparatory stage, a way station before imprisonment in a camp. For very few did it all end with exile. Nearly all were later raked into the camps. From the mid-30s, and especially from Beria's time, perhaps because the world of exile became so populous, think how many Leningrad alone contributed, it acquired a completely independent significance as a totally satisfactory form of restriction and isolation. In the war and post-war years, the exile system steadily grew in capacity and importance together with the camps. It required no expenditure on the construction of huts and boundary fences, on guards and warders, and there was room in its capacious embrace for big batches, especially those including women and children. At all major transit prisons, cells were kept permanently available for women and children, and they were never empty. Husbands who were also being deported did not travel with their wives. There was a standing order that members of condemned families should be sent to different places. Thus, when the Kishinev lawyer I.K. Gornik was exiled as a Zionist to the Krasnoyarsk region, his family was sent to Salekhard. Exile made possible a speedy, reliable, and irreversible cleansing of any important region in the mainland. The exile system established itself so firmly that from 1948 it acquired yet another function of importance to the state, that of rubbish dump or drainage pool, where the waste products of the archipelago were tipped so that they would never make their way back to the mainland. In spring 1948, this instruction was passed down to the camps. At the end of their sentences, 58s, with minor exceptions, were to be released into exile. In other words, they were not to be thoughtlessly unleashed on a country which did not belong to them, but each individual was to be delivered under escort from the camp guardhouse to the commandant's office in an exile colony, from fish trap to fish trap. Since the exile system embraced only certain strictly defined areas, these together constituted yet another separate, though interlocking, country between the USSR and the archipelago, a sort of purgatory in reverse, from which a man could cross to the archipelago but not to the mainland. The years 1944 to 1945 brought to the exile colonies unusually heavy reinforcements from the liberated, occupied territories, and 1947 to 1949 yet others from the Western republics. All these streams together, even without the exiled peasants, exceeded many times over the figure of 500,000 exiles, which was all that Tsarist Russia, the prison house of nations, could muster in the whole course of the 19th century. For what crimes was a citizen of our country in the 30s and 40s punishable by exile or banishment? Bureaucrats must have derived some strange pleasure from this distinction, since, though not observed, it was continually mentioned throughout those years. When M.I. Bordovsky, who was persecuted for his religion, expressed surprise that he had been exiled without trial, Lieutenant Colonel Ivanov graciously explained, "The reason there was no trial is because this is not exile but banishment. We do not regard you as a convicted person and are not even depriving you of your electoral rights." These, of course, being the most important constituent part of civil freedom. The commonest crimes can easily be indicated. 1. Belonging to a criminal nationality. For this, see the next chapter. 2. A previous term of imprisonment in the camps. 3. Residence in a criminal environment, seditious Leningrad, or areas in which there was a partisan movement, such as the Western Ukraine or the Baltic states. And then many of the tributaries enumerated at the very beginning of this book branched out to feed the exile system as well as the camps, continually casting up some of their burden on the shores of exile. Who were these people? Above all, the families of men condemned to the camps. But families were by no means always drawn in, and it was by no means only the families of prisoners who poured into exile. Just as it requires extensive knowledge of hydrodynamics to explain the currents in a fluid, without which you can only observe in despair the chaotically swirling and howling element, so here. We lack the information to study all the differential impulses which in various years, for no apparent reason, sent various people not to camps, but into exile. We can only observe the bewildering mixture of resettlers from Manchuria, individual foreign subjects. Even in exile they were not allowed by Soviet law to intermarry with fellow exiles who were nonetheless Soviet subjects. Certain Caucasians, no one remembers a single Georgian among them, and Central Asians, who, for having been prisoners of war, were sentenced not to the usual 10 years in a camp, but a mere 6 years of exile, and even some former prisoners of war, Siberians, who were sent back to their native districts and lived there as free men, without having to report to the police, but also without the right to leave the district. We cannot go into the different types and cases of exile, because all our knowledge of it derives from casual stories or letters. If A.M.A.R.V. had not written his letter, the reader would not have the following story. In 1943, news came to a village around Vyatka that one of its Kolkhoz peasants, Kodzurin, a private in the infantry, had either been sent to a punitive unit or shot outright. His wife, who had 6 children, the oldest was 10 years, the youngest 6 months old, and 2 sisters of hers, spinsters nearing 50, also lived with her, was immediately visited by the executants. You already know the word, reader. It is a euphemism for executioners. They gave the family no time to sell anything. Their house, cow, sheep, hay, wood were all abandoned to the pilferers, threw all 9 of them with their smaller possessions onto a sledge, and took them 60 kilometers in a hard frost to the town of Vyatka, Kirov. Why they did not freeze on the way, God only knows. They were kept for 6 weeks at the Kirov transit prison, then sent to a small pottery near Ukhta. The spinster sisters ate from rubbish heaps, both went mad, and both died. The mother and children stayed alive only thanks to the help, the politically ignorant, unpatriotic, in fact, anti-Soviet help, of the local population. The sons all served in the army when they grew up and are said to have completed their military and political training with distinction. Their mother returned to her native village in 1960 and found not a single log, not a single brick from the stove where her house had been. A little cameo like this can surely be threaded on the necklace of our great fatherland victory, but nobody will touch it. It isn't typical. To what necklace will you add? To what category of exiles will you assign soldiers disabled in the Fatherland War and exiled because of it? We know almost nothing about them. In fact, hardly anyone else seems to. But refresh your memory. How many such cripples, some of them still not old, were there, crawling around market tea-rooms and suburban trains at the end of the war? Then their ranks were swiftly and discreetly thinned. This was also a current, a campaign. They were exiled to a certain northern island, exiled because they had consented to be mutilated in war for the glory of the fatherland, and in order to improve the health of a nation which had by now won such victories in all forms of athletics and ball games. These luckless war heroes are held there on their unknown island, naturally without the right to correspond with the mainland. A very few letters break through, and this is how we know about it, and naturally on meagre rations, because they cannot work hard enough to warrant generosity. I believe they are still living out their days there. The great purgatory in reverse, the land of exile that lay between the USSR and the Archipelago, included big towns, small towns, settlements, and completely uninhabited areas. Exiles tried to get permission to go to the towns, rightly considering that it's easier there for the likes of us, particularly in the matter of work, and that their lives would be more like those of ordinary people. Perhaps the main capital of the exile world, and certainly one of its pearls, was Karaganda. I saw something of it before the end of general exile in 1955. The police had allowed me, an exile, to go there for a short time. I was going to get married to another exile. At the entrance to what was then a hungry town near the ramshackle station building which trams could not approach too closely, for fear of falling through into mine workings near the surface, and next to the tram turntable stood a truly symbolic brick house, its wall buttressed by wooden beams to prevent it from collapsing. In the center of the new section of town, the words, "Coal is bread," for industry, were set in stone in a stone wall. And indeed black bread was on sale in the shops there every day. This was what made exile in town so much easier. There was heavy work to be had, too, and some less heavy. For the rest, the food shops were pretty empty, while dizzy prices made the market stalls unapproachable. 2/3, if not 3/4, of the town's inhabitants at that time had no passports and were required to report to the police. From time to time I was recognized and hailed in the streets by former Zeks, particularly Zeks from Ekibastuts. What sort of life did an exile have there? At work, an inferior position and depressed wage, for not everybody after the catastrophe of arrest, prison and camp had the means of proving his qualifications, and any allowance for length of service was still less likely. Or perhaps they were simply in the position of Negroes who do not get paid on the same level as whites. If you don't want the job, you can please yourself. Then there was a great shortage of apartments. Exiles lived in unscreened corners of corridors, in dark box rooms, in little sheds, and always paid through the nose because it was all rented privately. Women no longer young, worn to a frazzle by the camps, with metal teeth, dreamed of having one crepe de chine going-out blouse and one pair of going-out shoes. Then again, distances in Karaganda are great, and many people had a long way to travel to work. It took the tram a whole hour to grind its way from the centre to the industrial outskirts. In the tram opposite me sat a worn-out young woman in a dirty skirt and broken sandals. She was holding a child with a very dirty diaper, and she kept falling asleep. As her arms relaxed, the child would slide to the edge of her lap and almost fall. People shouted, "You'll drop him!" She managed to grab him in time, but a few minutes later she would be falling asleep again. She was on the night shift at the water tower, and had spent the day riding around town looking for shoes, and never finding them. That was what exile in Karaganda was like. As far as I can judge, it was much easier in Jambul. In the fertile southern belt of Kazakhstan, food was very cheap. But the smaller the town, the harder it was to find work. Take the little town of Yeniseisk. When G.S. Mitrovich was being taken there from the Krasnoyarsk transit prison in 1948, he asked the lieutenant escorting his party whether there would be work. "Of course there will," the lieutenant cheerfully replied. "And somewhere to live?" "Of course." But having handed them over to the command post, the escort went off, travelling light, while the new arrivals had to sleep beneath overturned boats on the riverbank or under open-sided sheds in the marketplace. They could not buy bread. Bread was sold to those with a fixed address, and the new arrivals could not register. To find lodgings, you had to put down money. Mitrovich, who was entitled to a disablement pension, asked for work in his own profession. He was a livestock specialist. The post commander did a bit of quick thinking and telephoned the agricultural department of the district soviet. "Listen, if you give me a bottle, I'll give you a livestock specialist." This was a place of exile where the threat, "For sabotage you'll get 5814, we'll put you back in the camp," frightened nobody. Another piece of information about Yeniseisk dates from 1952. One day when they went in to report, the desperate exiles started asking the post commander to arrest them and send them back to the camp. Grown men, they could not earn their bread in that place. The post commander chased them away. "The MVD isn't an employment office, you know." He had no obligation to know, and the prisoners were not allowed to know the laws of the land of the Soviets. Article 35 of its criminal code, for instance. Exiles must be endowed with land or provided with paid work. Here is an even more god-forsaken place, Tassievo in Krasnoyarsk territory, 250 kilometers from Kansk. This was used as a place of exile for Germans, for Chechens and Ingush, and for former Zeks. It is not a new place, not recently invented. The village of Kandali, where in the old days they used to forge chains, Kandali, for convicts, is nearby. But what is new there is a whole town of earth houses with earth floors. In 1949, a group of repeaters was brought there toward evening and unloaded at the school. A commission met late at night to take over the new workforce. The commander of the district MVD post, someone from the timber cooperative, the Kolkot's chairman. Before the commission had passed in slow procession, people old and sick, exhausted by tenors in the camps, and most of them women. It was they whom the state in its wisdom had excluded from the dangerous towns and thrown into this harsh region to tame the taiga. The employers were reluctant to take such workers, but the MVD left them no choice. The most hopeless rejects among the goners were foisted on the salt works, whose representative was late for the meeting. The salt works were on the river Usolka, the village of Troitsk, also an ancient place of exile. Old believers were driven there in the reign of Alexei Mikhailovich. In the middle of the 20th century, the technique in use was this. They drove horses around in circles to pump brine onto filters, and then obtained salt by evaporation. The firewood was brought from the logging sections. This was where they hurled the old women into action. A successful and well-known naval architect had landed in this party. He was given a job as close as possible to his old profession, packing salt in boxes. Kniazev, a 60-year-old worker from Kolomna, fetched up in Tasayevo. He was past working and had to beg. Sometimes people would take him home for the night. Sometimes he slept in the street. There was no room for him in the old people's home, and the hospital wouldn't keep him for long at a time. One winter's day he crawled up the steps of the Raikom, the local committee of the Workers' Party, and froze to death. Zeks transported from a camp to exile in the taiga, in 20 degrees of frost in the backs of open lorries, ill-clad with only the clothes they were released in superannuated tarpaulin shoes, while the escort troops were wearing sheepskin coats and felt boots, could not believe their senses. Was their release to mean no more than this? In the camp there were heated huts, and here they had an earth house left by loggers and unheated since last winter. The power saws had roared in the camps, and they roared here. These saws were the only means in either place of earning a ration of half-baked bread. So that new exiles were apt to make mistakes, and when in 1953 the deputy director of the timber enterprise, Leibovich, arrived all clean and handsome at Kudzayevo, in the Sukhobuzim district, Yenisei, they took one look at his leather overcoat and his sleek, pale face, and greeted him incorrectly. "Good day, citizen chief." Leibovich wagged his head reproachfully. No, what's all this citizen stuff? You must call me comrade now. You aren't prisoners any more." The exiles were assembled in the one and only earth house, and the deputy director harangued them by the sombre light of a spluttering oil lamp, like a man hammering nails into a coffin. "Don't imagine that you are here temporarily. You really will have to live here forever, so get to work as quickly as you can. If you have a family, send for them. If you haven't, marry among yourselves without delay. Build yourselves homes. Have children. You will be given a grant for a house and a cow. To work, comrades, to work. Our country needs our timber." With this, their comrade rode off in his motor car. It was as a special privilege that they were allowed to marry. In the wretchedly poor settlements on the Kolyma, near Yogodnoye, for instance, Retz recalls that there were women who were not allowed to go to the mainland, yet the MVD forbade exiles to marry them. Families would have to be given accommodations. But not allowing exiles to marry could also be a concession. In northern Kazakhstan in 1950 to 1952, some MVD posts tried to tie the exiles down by confronting new arrivals with this stipulation: "Marry within 2 weeks, or we'll send you into the interior, into the desert." It is a curious fact that in many places of exile a camp term "general duties" was used quite straightforwardly, not as a joke, because that was what they were, exactly the same as in the camp, the necessary heart-breaking jobs which ruin a man's health and do not pay a living wage. And though the exiles, as free men, were now supposed to work shorter hours, 2 hours there, to the pit or the logging section, and 2 back, brought their working day up to the camp norm. The old worker, Berezovsky, a trade union leader in the 20s, who had endured 10 weary years of exile from 1938, only to be sentenced to 10 years in the camps in 1949, tearfully kissed his camp ration in my presence and said happily that he would not perish in the camp, where he had a right to bread. As an exile, even if you go into a shop with money in your pocket and see a loaf on the shelf, they may look you brazenly in the eye, say, "No bread," and sell some to a local while you watch. It is the same with fuel. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 3, continued. Cassette 11, Side 2. As an exile, even if you go into a shop with money in your pocket and see a loaf on the shelf, they may look you brazenly in the eye, say, "No bread," and sell some to a local while you watch. It is the same with fuel. The old Petersburg worker, Civilko, and there is nothing namby-pamby about any of these people, expressed very similar sentiments. He said, in 1951, that after exile he felt like a human being again in a special hard-labor camp. He worked his 12 hours and went back to the huts, whereas in exile, the merest nonentity among the free population could order him, he was a bookkeeper, to work unpaid overtime in the evening or on his day off, or could call on him if he needed any sort of job done privately, and no exile would dare refuse for fear of dismissal next day. Nor was life sweet for the ex-prisoner who became a trustee in exile. Mitrovich was transferred to Kokterek in Jambul Oblast. This is how his new life there began. He and a companion were quartered in a donkey stable, which had no windows and was full of dung. They raked the dung away from one wall, made themselves a bed of wormwood, and lay down to sleep. He was given a job as livestock specialist in the district agricultural department. He tried to serve honestly, and at once fell foul of the free men in the district party leadership. The local petty officials were in the habit of taking cows newly unmilked from the Kolkot's herd and replacing them with heifers. They expected Mitrovich to register 2-year-old animals as 4-year-olds. When he began taking stock carefully, he discovered whole herds which did not belong to the Kolkotses, but were fed and tended by them. It turned out that they were the personal property of the first secretary of the district party committee, the chairman of the executive committee of the district soviet, the head of the local tax office, and the militia chief. Kazakhstan had taken the comfortable road to socialism. "Just don't put them on the list," they ordered him. But he did. With a zeal for Soviet legality quite bizarre in an exile and ex-prisoner, he even ventured to protest against the appropriation of a grey Astrakhan by the chairman of the executive committee. He was dismissed, and that was only the beginning of hostilities. Still, even a district centre is not such a bad place of exile. The real hardships of exile began where there was no semblance of a free settlement, beyond the fringe of civilization. A. Civilko, again, tells us of the Zhana Turmis, New Life, Kolkots, in the western Kazakhstan Oblast, where he was from 1937. Before the exiles arrived, the political section of the machine and tractor station had warned and indoctrinated the locals. Trotskyites and counter-revolutionaries are on the way. The frightened natives would not lend the newcomers so much as a bit of salt, in case they were accused of associating with enemies of the people. During the war, exiles had no bread cards. Our informant worked in a Kolkot smithy for 8 months, and earned a pood of millet. The exiles themselves milled the grain they received between grindstones made up from a sawn-up Kazakh monument. Someone went to the NKVD and asked either to be jailed or to be allowed to move to the district centre. Someone may ask, what about the natives? Well, they're used to it. And if you have a sheep or two, a goat, a cow, a yurt, some crockery, it all helps. In the Kolkots, exiles are always badly off. No regulation clothing, no camp ration. There is no more dreadful place of exile than the Kolkots. It is a kind of field test. Where is life harder, in the camp or in the Kolkots? Here we are at a sale of newer exiles, S.A. Lifshitz among them, at the Krasnoyarsk transit prison. The buyers ask for carpenters, and the prison authorities answer, "Take a lawyer and a chemist, Lifshitz, as well, and we'll give you your carpenter." Some sick old women are added as make-weight. Then they're all taken on open lorries in a mild 25-degree frost to a village deep in the wilds, a village of 36 households in all. What can a lawyer do there, or a chemist? Here's an advance to be getting on with, a sack of potatoes, some onions, some flour. A generous advance at that. Money you'll get next year if you earn it. Your work for the time being is getting the hemp from under the snowdrifts. At first there isn't even a sack to stuff with straw and use for a mattress. Your first impulse is to ask to be released from the Kolkots. No, it can't be done. The Kolkots has paid the administration of prisons 120 rubles a head. This was in 1952. If only you could go back to the camp again. But the reader will err if he concludes that exiles were much better off in state farms than in collective farms. Take the state farm at the village of Minderlai in the Sukhobutsim district. There are rows of huts without a boundary fence, it's true, so that it looks like an open prison camp. Although it is a state farm, money is unknown, and there is none in circulation. Instead, they put down meaningless figures, 9 rubles, Stalin rubles, per man per day. They also put down how much gruel the man has eaten, and how much should be deducted for his padded jacket and the roof over his head. Deduction after deduction is made until, surprise, when the final account is drawn up, the exile has no wage to come, but on the contrary is in debt to the state farm. A. Stotic recalls that 2 people at this farm hanged themselves in desperation. Stotic himself, the visionary, had learned nothing from his ill-fated attempt to study English in Steplag. When he had taken a good look at his place of exile, he thought he would exercise the constitutional right of a citizen of the USSR to education. So he applied for a leave of absence to go to Krasnoyarsk and study. On this impudent application, the like of which the land of exile had probably never seen, the state farm manager, a former Raikom secretary, penned something more than a negative decision, a solemn prohibition for the future. At no time is Stotic to be allowed to study. However, a chance came his way. The Krasnoyarsk transit point was recruiting carpenters from the exiles in various districts. Stotic, although he was no carpenter, volunteered, went to Krasnoyarsk, where he lived in a hostel with thieves and drunks, and set about preparing for the competitive entrance examination to the medical institute. He passed with high marks. He got as far as the Credentials Commission, and still no one had examined his documents thoroughly. "I served at the front," he told them, "then came back and—" He dried up. "And what?" Stotic came out with it. "And then I was put in jail." The commissioner looked black. "But I've served my sentence. I'm a free man now. I got high marks," Stotic insisted. In vain. Yet this was the year of Beria's fall. The more remote the farm, the worse things were. The wilder the place, the fewer the exile's rights. A.F. Makeyev, in his previously mentioned notes on Kengir, cites the story told by Aleksandr Vladimirovich Polyakov, the slave of Turgai, about his exile to a remote pasture in the Turgai wilderness in the interval between 2 spells in the camps. The only authority there was the Kolkot's chairman, a Kazakh. Even the MVD paid no parental visits. Polyakov's living quarters were in the same shed as the sheep, on a litter of straw. His duties, to be the slave of the chairman's 4 wives, help each of them with her chores, and even empty their chamber pots after them. What was Polyakov to do? Leave the grazing ground and complain? Apart from the fact that he had no mount, it would have meant attempted escape and 20 years of katorga. There was not a single Russian out there. Months went by before a Russian, a tax official, turned up. Polyakov's story astonished him, and he offered to pass on a written complaint to the district center. This complaint, treated as a foul libel against the Soviet state, earned Polyakov another stretch in the camps, and he was happily serving his time in Kangir in the 50s. To him it was almost as though he had been released. And we cannot be sure that the slave of Turgai was the most miserable of all exiles. Nor can we say without qualification that exile, as compared with imprisonment in a camp, has the advantage of providing a settled existence. This is where you live and where you will live, with no fear of transportation. Transports or no transports, an inexplicable and inexorable police order transferring you elsewhere, or the unexpected closure of a particular center or of a whole district to exiles, is an ever-present threat. Our informants recall such cases in various localities over the years, especially during the war, when vigilance was the watchword. All exiles in Tai Pak district must be ready within 12 hours, and off you go to Zhembetinsk. Your wretched home, your goods and chattels, so pathetic and to you so precious, the leaky roof you've just mended. Leave it all. Forget it. Quick march, you sturdy beggars. You'll scrape it all together again if you live long enough. Although life looked so free and easy, they didn't march about in columns, but went each his own way. They did not line up for work assignments. They did not doff their caps. They were not locked in for the night. Exile had its own disciplinary code. It was more severe in some places than in others, but it made itself felt everywhere until 1953, when the general relaxation began. In many places, for instance, exiles had no right to address complaints on civil matters to local government bodies, except through the MVD command post, which alone decided whether to let them go forward or snuff them on the spot. Whenever an MVD officer summoned him, the exile had to leave his work undone, drop whatever he was doing, and report. If you know the ways of the world, you will not need telling that no exile would refuse to carry out a blackmailing personal request from a post officer. The officers in MVD command posts enjoyed a position and rights scarcely inferior to those of officers in camps. Indeed, they had much less to worry about. No restricted area, no guard roster, no hunting runaways, no escorting prisoners to work, none of the business of feeding and clothing a crowd of people. It was enough for them to tick off each name twice a month, and occasionally initiate a case against those who had broken some rule, as required by the law. They were despotic, they were lazy, they were self-indulgent. A second lieutenant's pay was 2,000 rubles a month. And so for the most part, malevolent creatures. Escape, properly so called, from Soviet places of exile was almost unknown. The successful escaper would not gain very much in terms of civil freedom. The local free population living all around him had, after all, much the same rights as himself. These were not Tsarist times, when flight from exile easily passed into emigration. Besides, the punishment for running away was no light matter. Escapers were dealt with by a special board. Before 1937 it handed out its maximum sentence of 5 years in prison camp, and from 1937, 10 years. After the war, however, a new law, unpublished but universally known, was invariably applied. The inordinately cruel penalty for running away from a place of exile was now 20 years of katorga. Local MVD posts introduced their own interpretations of what should or should not be considered attempted escape, drew for themselves the forbidden line which the exile must not cross, decided whether or not he could go off to gather firewood or pick mushrooms. In Khakazia, for instance, in the Ordzhonikidzevsky mining settlement, the ruling was that uphill absenteeism into mountain country counted as a mere breach of discipline punishable with 5 years in a camp, while downhill absenteeism in the direction of the railway was attempted escape, punishable with 20 years of katorga. This unpardonable leniency took such a hold on the settlement that when a group of Armenian exiles, driven to despair by the high-handedness of the mine management, went to the district centre to complain, naturally without permission from the MVD post to absent themselves for this purpose, they got a mere 6 years for their attempted escape. What were classified as attempts to escape were more often than not misinterpreted absences of this sort. These, and the ingenuous mistakes of older people who could not get the hang of our savage system and adapt themselves to it. One Greek woman, more than 80 years old, was banished from Simferopol to the Urals toward the end of the war. When the war ended, her son returned to Simferopol, and she naturally went to live secretly with him. In 1949, now 87 years old, she was arrested, sentenced to 20 years hard labor, 87 plus 20 equals what? And transported to Gulag. Another old woman, also Greek, was well known in the Jambul Oblast. When the Greeks were deported from the Kuban, she was taken, together with 2 grown-up daughters, while her third daughter, who was married to a Russian, remained behind. The old woman lived a while, and a while longer, in exile, and decided to go home to this daughter to die. This was an escape, punishable with hard labor for 20 years. In Kokterek we had a physiologist called Alexei Ivanovich Bogoslovsky. He had benefited from the Adenauer amnesty of 1955, but not in full. The period of exile was left in force, although it should not have been. He started sending in appeals and petitions, but this was a lengthy business, and in the meantime his mother, in Perm, who had not seen him in 14 years, since he had gone off to the war and a prisoner of war camp, was going blind and longed to see him before her eyesight failed altogether. Risking hard labor, Bogoslovsky decided to visit her and be back within a week. He invented an official trip for himself to grazing lands out in the wilds, and boarded a train for Novosibirsk. No one in the district had noticed his absence, but in Novosibirsk a vigilant taxi-man reported him to the secret police, who asked to see his papers, and since he had none, he had to make a clean breast. He was sent back to our clay-walled prison in Kokterek, and interrogation was underway when suddenly a ruling arrived that he was not to be treated as an exile. As soon as he was released, he went to his mother. But he was too late. We should paint a very inadequate picture of the Soviet exile system if we did not recall that in every district to which exiles were sent, an operations department kept unsleeping watch, pulled in exiles for little talks, recruited informers, collected denunciations, and used them to pin fresh sentences on people. For the time was never far off when the isolated individual exile would exchange his monotonous and static existence for the animated congestion of the camps. A second extension, re-investigation and a new sentence, was for many the natural end of exile. If Pyotr Vixny had not deserted from the reactionary bourgeois Latvian army in 1922 and run away to the Free Soviet Union, had he not been exiled in 1934 to Kazakhstan for corresponding with relatives still in Latvia, who came to no harm at all, yet refused to be downhearted, had he not worked indefatigably in exile as an engine driver at the Iogutsa depot and earned Stakhanovite status on December the 3rd, 1937, posters would not have been put up at the depot saying, "Model yourselves on Comrade Vixny." And on December the 4th, Comrade Vixny would not have been put inside for an extension of sentence, from which he was never to return. In exile, as in the camps, resentencing went on continually to show them up there that the operations departments never slept. There, as elsewhere, intensive methods were used to help the prisoner understand his fate more quickly and submit more unreservedly. Civilka was put in the hole at Uralsk in 1937 for 32 days and had 6 teeth knocked out. But there were also special periods, as for instance in 1948, when a close-meshed net was cast in all places of exile, and either all exiles without exception were fished out for transportation to the camps, as at Vorkuta. Vorkuta is becoming an industrial center, and Comrade Stalin has given instructions to clean it up. Or else, in some other places, all males. But even for those who did not land in jail for an extended sentence, the end of exile was a nebulous idea. Thus, on the Kolyma, where release from a camp meant no more than transfer from the care of the camp guardhouse to that of the special MVD post, there was, strictly speaking, no end of exile either, because there was no exit from the area. Those who did manage to break away and go to the mainland in the brief periods when it was permitted probably never stopped cursing their fate. On the mainland they were all sentenced to fresh spells in the camps. The sky of exile, troubled enough without it, was continually darkened by the shadow of the operations department, under the eye of the secret police, at the mercy of informers, continually working himself to the verge of collapse in the struggle to earn bread for his children. The exile lived a very isolated life, the life of a timorous recluse. There were none of those long, intimate conversations, those confessions of things past, usual in prisons and camps. That is why it is difficult to collect stories about life in exile. The Soviet exile system has also left almost nothing in the way of photographs, The only photographs taken were meant for documents, for personnel departments and special sections. If a group of exiles had their photographs taken together, what could it mean? What it would certainly mean was immediate denunciation to the security authorities. There you are, our local underground anti-Soviet organization. They would use the snapshot to arrest the lot. Exile in our day has left behind none of those rather jolly group photographs, you know the sort, third from the left, Ulyanov, second on the right, Kryzhnovsky, all well-fed, all neatly dressed, knowing neither toil nor want, every last beard tidily trimmed, every single cap of good fur. Those, my children, were very dark times. Chapter 4. Nations in Exile. Historians may correct us, but no instance from the 19th century or the 18th or the 17th of forcible resettlement of whole peoples has lodged in the average man's memory. There were colonial conquests on the South Sea Islands, in Africa, in Asia, in the Caucasus. The conquerors obtained power over the indigenous population, but somehow it did not enter the immature minds of the colonizers to sever the natives from the land which had been theirs of old, from their ancestral homes. Only the export of Negroes to the American plantations gives us perhaps some semblance, some anticipation of it, but there was no developed state system at work here, only individual Christian slave traders, in whose breasts the sudden revelation of huge gains lit a roaring fire of greed, so that they rushed to hunt down, to inveigle, to buy Negroes, singly or by the dozen, each on his own account. Only when the 20th century, on which all civilized mankind had put its hopes, arrived, only when the national question had reached the summit of its development, thanks to the one and only true doctrine, could the supreme authority on that question patent the wholesale extirpation of peoples by banishment within 48 hours, within 24 hours, or even within an hour and a half. Even to him, of course, the answer did not become clear quite so suddenly. He once even committed himself to the incautious view that there never has been and never can be an instance of anyone in the USSR becoming an object of persecution because of his national origin. In the 20s, all those minority languages were encouraged. It was endlessly dinned into the Crimea that it was Tatar, Tatar, and nothing but Tatar. It even had the Arabic alphabet, and all the signs were in Tatar. Then it turned out that this was all a mistake. Even when he had finished compressing the exiled peasant mass, the great helmsman did not immediately realize how conveniently this method could be applied to nations. His sovereign brother Hitler's experiment in the extirpation of Jews and gypsies came late, when the Second World War had already begun, but Father Stalin had given thought to the problem earlier. After the peasant plague and until the banishment of peoples, the land of exile could not begin to compare with the camps. Although it handled hundreds of thousands, it was not so glorious and populous that the high road of history lay through it. There were exile settlers, sentenced by the courts, and there were administrative exiles, untried, but both these groups consisted of persons individually registered, each with his own name, year of birth, articles of indictment, photographs full face and in profile, and only the organs with their miraculous patience and their readiness for anything could weave a rope from these particles of sand, build a monolithic colony in each of their districts from the wreckage of so many families. The business of banishment was immeasurably improved and speeded up when they drove the first special settlers into exile. The two earlier terms, exile settler and administrative exile, were from the Tsar's times, but Spetspereselnets, special settler, was Soviet, our very own. Spets. So many of our favorite, our most precious words begin with this little prefix. Special section, special assignment, special communication system, special rations, special sanatorium. In the year of the Great Break, they designated the dekulakized as special settlers, and this made for much greater flexibility and efficiency. It left no grounds for appeal, since it was not only kulaks who were de-kulakized. Call them special settlers, and no one can wriggle free. Then the Great Father gave orders that this word be applied to banished nations. Even he was slow to realize the value of his discovery. His first experiment was very cautious. In 1937, some tens of thousands of those suspicious Koreans, with Khalkhin Gol in mind, face-to-face with Japanese imperialism, who could trust those slant-eyed heathens? From palsied old men to puling infants, with some portions of their beggarly belongings, were swiftly and quietly transferred from the Far East to Kazakhstan. So swiftly that they spent the first winter in mud brick houses without windows. Where would all that glass have come from? And so quietly that nobody except the neighbouring Kazakhs learned of this resettlement. No one who counted let slip a word about it. No foreign correspondent uttered a squeak. Now you see why the whole press must be in the hands of the proletariat. He liked it. He remembered it. And in 1940 the same method was applied on the outskirts of Leningrad, cradle of the revolution. But this time the banished were not taken at night and at bayonet point. Instead, it was called a triumphal send-off to the newly conquered Karelo-Finnish Republic. At high noon, with red flags flapping and brass bands braying, the Leningrad Finns and Estonians were dispatched to settle their new native soil. When they had been taken a bit farther from civilization, VAM tells us what befell a party of some 600 people, they were all relieved of their passports, put under guard, and carried forward, first in red prison boxcars, then by barge. At the harbour of their destination, deep in Karelia, they were broken up into small groups and sent to reinforce the collective farms. And these completely free citizens, fresh from their triumphal send-off, submitted. Only 26 rebels, our narrator among them, refused to go, and what is more, would not surrender their passports. A representative of Soviet power, in this case the Council of People's Commissars of the Karelo-Finnish Republic, had also arrived, and he warned them, "There will be casualties." "Will you turn machine guns on us?" they shouted back. Silly fellows, why machine guns? There they were, surrounded by guards, all in a bunch. A single barrel would have been enough for them, and nobody would have written poems about those 26 Finns. But a strange spinelessness, sluggishness, or reluctance to take responsibility prevented the carrying out of this sensible measure. In an attempt to separate them, they were told to report to the security officer singly, but all 26 answered the summons together. And their senseless obstinacy and courage prevailed. They were allowed to keep their passports, and the cordon was removed. In this way they resisted falling to the level of collective farmers or exiles. But theirs was an exceptional case, and the great majority handed over their passports. These were mere trial runs. Only in July 1941 did the time come to test the method at full power. The autonomous and, of course, traitorous Republic of the Volga Germans, with its twin capitals, Engels and Markstadt, had to be expunged, and its population hurled somewhere well to the east in a matter of days. Here, for the first time, the dynamic method of exiling whole peoples was applied in all its purity. And how much easier, how much more rewarding it proved to use a single criterion, that of nationality, rather than all those individual interrogations and decrees, each naming a single person. As for the Germans seized in other parts of Russia, and every last one was gathered in, local NKVD officers had no need of higher education to determine whether a man was an enemy or not. If the name's German, grab him. The system had been proved and perfected, and henceforward would fasten its pitiless talons on any nation pointed out to it, designated and doomed as treacherous, and more adroitly every time. The Chechens, the Ingush, the Karachai, the Balkars, the Kalmyks, the Kurds, the Crimean Tatars, and finally the Caucasian Greeks. What made the system particularly effective was that the decision taken by the father of the peoples was made known to a particular people, not in the form of verbose legal proceedings, but by means of a military operation carried out by modern motorized infantry. Armed divisions entered the doomed people's locality by night, and occupy key positions. The criminal nation wakes up and sees every settlement ringed with machine guns and automatic rifles. And they are given 12 hours, but that is a long time for the wheels of motorized infantry units to stop turning. And in the Crimea it was sometimes only 2 or even 1.5 hours to get ready whatever each of them can carry in his hands. Then each of them is made to sit cross-legged in the back of a lorry, like a prisoner. Old women, mothers with babies at the breast, sit down, all of you, you heard the order. And the lorries travel under escort to the railway station. From there, prison trains take them to a new place, from which they may still have to make their way like vulgar boatmen, as the Crimean Tatars did up the river Unsha. What more suitable place for them than those northern marshes? Towing rafts on which grey-bearded old men lie motionless, 150 to 200 kilometers against the current, into the wild forest above Kologrivo. From the air, or from high up in the mountains, it was probably a magnificent sight. The whole Crimean peninsula, newly liberated in April 1944, echoed with the hum of engines, and hundreds of motorized columns crawled snake-like on and on along roads straight and crooked. The trees were just in full bloom. Tatar women were lugging boxes of spring onions from hothouses to bed them out in the gardens. The tobacco planting was just beginning. And that was where it ended. Tobacco vanished from the Crimea for many years to come. The motorized columns did not go right up to the settlements, but stayed at the road junctions while detachments of special troops encircled villages. Their orders were to allow the inhabitants an hour and a half to get ready, but political officers cut this down, sometimes to as little as 40 minutes, to get it over with more quickly and be on time at the assembly point, and so that richer pickings would be lying around for the detachment of the task force to be left behind in the village. Hardened villages like Ozenbash, near Lake Biuk, had to be burned to the ground. The motorized columns took the Tatars to the stations, and there they went on waiting in their trains for days on end, wailing and singing mournful songs of farewell. In the 1860s, the landowners and the administration of Tavrida province petitioned the government to expel all the Crimean Tatars to Turkey. Aleksandr II refused. In 1943, the Gauleiter of the Crimea made the same request. Hitler refused. Neatness and uniformity. That is the advantage of exiling whole nations at once. No special cases, no exceptions, no individual protests. They all go quietly because they're all in it together. All ages and both sexes go, and that still leaves something to be said. Those still in the womb go too, and are exiled unborn by the same decree. Yes, children not yet conceived go into exile, for it is their lot to be conceived under the high hand of the same decree, and from the very day of their birth, whatever that obsolete and tiresome Article 35 of the Criminal Code may say, sentence of exile cannot be passed on persons under 16 years of age. From the moment they thrust their heads out into the light, they will be special settlers, exiles in perpetuity. Their coming of age, their 16th birthdays, will be marked only by the first of their regular outings to report at the MVD post. All that the exiles have left behind them, their houses wide open and still warm, their belongings lying in disorder, the home put together and improved by 10 or even 20 generations, passes without differentiation to the agents of the punitive organs, then some of it to the state, some to neighbours belonging to more fortunate nations, and nobody will write to complain about the loss of a cow, a piece of furniture, or some crockery. One final thing made the principle of uniformity absolute, raised it to the height of perfection. The secret decree did not spare even members of the Communist Party in the ranks of these worthless nations. No need, then, to check party cards. Another relief. Besides, the Communists could be made to work twice as hard as the rest in their new place of exile, and everybody would be satisfied. Of course, not even the great helmsman could foresee all the strange twists of history. In 1929, the Tatar princes and other high personages were expelled from the Crimea. This was done less harshly than in Russia. They were not arrested, but allowed to make their own way to Central Asia. There, among the local inhabitants, Muslims themselves and kinsmen, they gradually settled down and made themselves comfortable. Then, 15 years later, all the Tatar toilers came under the knit comb and were sent to the same place. Old acquaintances met again. Only the toilers were traitors and exiles, whereas their former princes had safe jobs in the local government apparatus, and many were in the party. The only crack in the principle of uniformity was made by mixed marriages. Not for nothing has our socialist state always been against them. When the Germans, and later the Greeks, were exiled, spouses belonging to other nationalities were not sent with them. But this caused a great deal of confusion and left foci of infection in places supposedly sterilized, like those old Greek women who came home to their children to die. Where were the exiled nations sent? Kazakhstan was much favored, and there, together with the ordinary exiles, they formed more than half the republic's population, so that it could aptly be called Kazakhstan. But Central Asia, Siberia, where very many Kalmyks perished along the Yenisei, the northern Urals and the northern European areas of the USSR all received their fair share. Should we, or should we not, regard the expulsions from the Baltic states as deportation of nations? They do not satisfy the formal requirements. The Balts were not deported wholesale. As nations, they appeared to remain in their old homes. It would have been so nice to move them all, but they were a little too close to Europe. They appeared to be where they had been, but they were thinned out. Their best people were removed. The purge started early, back in 1940, as soon as our troops marched in, and even before those overjoyed peoples had voted unanimously in favor of joining the Soviet Union. Culling began with the officers. We must try to imagine what this first and last generation of native officers meant to these young states. They were not Baltic barons, not arrogant drones, but all that was most serious, most responsible, most energetic in these nations. While they were still schoolboys, they had learned in the snows of Narva to shield a still infant country with their still childish frames. Now all this rich experience was mowed down with one sweep of the scythe. This was a very important part of the preparations for the plebiscite. The recipe was, of course, well tried, had not the very same thing been done in the Soviet Union proper. Quietly and speedily destroy those who might take the lead in resistance, and also those who might awaken resistance with their thoughts, their speeches, their books. And it will seem that the people is whole and in place, yet the people will be no more. Externally, a dead tooth looks for a while exactly like a live one. But for the Baltic states in 1940 it was not exile, but the camps, or for some people death by shooting in stone-walled prison yards. In 1941 again, as the Soviet armies retreated, they seized as many well-to-do, influential and prominent people as they could, and carried or drove them off like precious trophies, and then tipped them like dung onto the frost-bound soil of the archipelago. The arrests were invariably made at night. Only 100 kilograms of baggage was allowed for a whole family, and heads of families were segregated as they boarded the train for imprisonment and destruction. Thereafter the Baltic states were threatened, over Leningrad radio, with ruthless punishment and vengeance throughout the war. When they returned in 1944, the victors carried out their threats and imprisoned people in droves. But even this was not deportation of whole nations. The main epidemics of banishment hit the Baltic states in 1948, the recalcitrant Lithuanians, in 1949, all three nations, and in 1951, the Lithuanians again. In these same years, the western Ukraine, too, was being scraped clean, and there, too, the last deportations took place in 1951. Was the Generalissimo preparing to exile some national group in 1953? The Jews, perhaps, and who else besides? Perhaps the whole of the right bank Ukraine. We shall never know what his great scheme was. I suspect, for instance, that Stalin suffered from an unquenchable longing to exile all Finland to the wilderness on the Chinese border. But he had no luck, either in 1940 or in 1947. Leno's attempted coup. He could have found just the spot for the Serbs, say beyond the Urals, or for the Greeks of the Peloponnese. If this fourth pillar of the vanguard doctrine had stood another 10 years, we should not recognize the ethnic maps of Eurasia. There would have been a great counter-migration of the peoples. For every nation exiled, an epic will someday be written on its separation from its native land and its destruction in Siberia. Only the nations themselves can voice their feelings about all they have lived through. We have no words to speak for them, and we must not get under their feet. But to help the reader recognize that this is still the land of exile which he has visited before, the same place of pollution adjoining the same archipelago, let us look a little further into the deportation of the Baltic peoples. The deportation of the Balts, far from being a violation of the sovereign will of the people, was carried out purely and simply in execution of it. In each of the three republics, its very own council of ministers freely reached the decision. In Estonia, it was dated November the 25th, 1948, to deport certain specified categories of its fellow countrymen to distant and alien Siberia, and what is more, in perpetuity, never to return to their native land. In this we see distinctly both the independence of the Baltic governments and the exasperation to which their worthless and deplorable fellow countrymen had brought them. These categories were A, the families of persons previously condemned. It was not enough that the fathers were perishing in prison camps. Their whole stock had to be extirpated. B, prosperous peasants. This greatly speeded up the now essential process of collectivization in the Baltic states. And all members of their families, students in Riga and the parents on the farm, were picked up on the same night. C, people who were in any way conspicuous, important in their own right, yet had somehow jumped over the knit comb in 1940, 1941, and 1944. D, families who were simply hostile to the regime, but had not been quick enough to escape to Scandinavia, or were personally disliked by local activists. So as not to injure the dignity of our great common motherland and gratify our Western enemies, this decree was not published in the newspapers, was not promulgated in the republics, was revealed even to the exiles themselves, not at the moment of deportation, but only on arrival at MVD posts in Siberia. In the years which had passed since the deportation of the Koreans, or even that of the Crimean Tatars, the organization of such operations had improved to such a degree, the precious experience gained had been so widely spread and thoroughly assimilated, that they no longer counted in days or even hours, but in minutes. Practice proved that 20 or 30 minutes was time enough between the first bang on the door at night and the last scrape of the householder's heel on his threshold as he walked into the darkness and toward the lorry. Those few minutes gave the awakened family time to dress, take in the news that they were being exiled for life, sign a document waiving all property claims, collect their old women and children, get their bundles together, and leave their homes when the order was given. Property left behind was dealt with in an orderly fashion. After the escort troops had left, representatives of the tax office arrived to draw up a list of confiscated items, which were then sold through commission shops for the benefit of the state. We have no right to reproach them if they stuffed some things under their coats and offloaded others while they were about it. They had no real need to do so. It was only necessary to get an extra receipt from the commission shop, and any representative of the people's power could quite legally carry home the article he had bought for a song. How could anyone think clearly in those 20 or 30 minutes? How could they decide what it would be most useful to take with them? The lieutenant who was evicting one family, a 75-year-old grandmother, a 50-year-old mother, a daughter of 18, and a son of 20, advised them to take your sewing machine, whatever you do. Who would ever have thought of it? But later on that sewing machine fed the family, and without it they would have starved. These MVD troops, how much did they understand of what they were doing, and what did they think of it? Maria Sumberg was deported by a Siberian soldier from the river Chulim. This book is continued on Cassette 12, Side 1.
The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 3, continued. Cassette 12, Side 1. These MVD troops, how much did they understand of what they were doing, and what did they think of it? Maria Sumberg was deported by a Siberian soldier from the river Chulim. He was demobilized shortly after, went home, saw her there, grinned delightedly, and hailed her effusively. "Hello there, remember me?" Sometimes, however, the speed of the operation worked to the advantage of the victims. A whirlwind blew up and was gone. Even the best broom leaves specks behind. If some woman managed to hang on for 3 days, spent the nights away from home, then went to the tax office and asked them to unseal her apartment, well, sometimes they would. All right, damn you, live there till next time. In small cattle cars, intended for the transport of 8 horses, or 32 soldiers, or 40 prisoners, they carried 50 or more exiled Tallinas. They were in too much of a hurry to equip the cattle cars and did not give immediate permission to hack holes in the floors. The old bucket in which the exiles relieved themselves was soon brimful, running over and splashing their belongings. From the first minute, these 2-legged mammals were made to forget that men and women are different. They were shut up for a day and a half without food and without water. A child died. But of course we read all this not so very long ago, didn't we? 2 chapters ago, 20 years back. But nothing has changed. They stood for a long time in the station at Ulemista, with people running up and down outside, banging on the sides of the cars, asking for friends and relatives by name, unsuccessfully trying to pass provisions and comforts to one or another of them. These people were chased away, while those locked in the boxcars went hungry, and Siberia awaited its lightly clad guests. The authorities began issuing bread on the journey, and at certain stations, soup. All the trains had a long haul before them, to the provinces of Novosibirsk, Irkutsk, Krasnoyarsk. Barabinsk alone was the destination of 52 carloads of Estonians. Exiles to Achinsk were 14 days on the way. What can sustain people on such a desperate journey? The hope which is brought not by faith, but by hatred. Their end is near. There will be war this year, and we shall go home in the autumn. No one who has not experienced such misfortune, either in the Western or in the Eastern world, can be expected to understand or sympathize with, or perhaps even forgive, the mood of those behind bars at that time. I have said already that we, too, had the same beliefs, the same yearnings in those years, 1949 to 1950. These were the years in which the iniquity of the system, with its 25-year sentences and its return trips to the archipelago, reached a new explosive level, became so glaringly intolerable that its guardians could no longer defend it. Let us put it generally, if a regime is immoral, its subjects are free from all obligations to it. Only by savagely mutilating their lives could you make thousands of thousands in cells, in prison vans and prison trains, pray for a devastating atomic war as their only way out. But no one wept. No one. Hatred is dry-eyed. Another thing the Estonians thought about on the journey was the reception they could expect from the people of Siberia. In 1940, the Siberians had stripped exiled Balts bare, bullied them into handing over their belongings, paid half a bucket of potatoes for a fur coat. We were, of course, all so ill-clad in those days that the Balts really did look like bourgeois. Now, in 1949, the word was put around in Siberia that those who were being brought were incorrigible kulaks. But these kulaks were dumped out of their cattle cars in rags and near the end of their endurance. At medical examinations, Russian nurses were amazed that the women were so thin and so shabby that they hadn't a clean rag for their babes. The new arrivals were sent to Kolkhots short of people, and there the peasant women of collectivized Siberia keeping it a secret from their bosses, brought them whatever they could spare, half a litre of milk from one, a griddle cake made of sugar beet pulp or very bad flour from another. Now, at last, the Estonian women wept. But there were also, of course, the Komsomol activists. They took the arrival of this fascist rabble very much to heart. "They should drown the lot of you," such people shouted, and greatly resented their reluctance to work. Ingrates, for the country which had liberated them from bourgeois slavery. These Komsomols were given the task of supervising the exiles and their work, and they were warned, at the first shot, they should organize a roundup. At Achinsk station there was an amusing mix-up. The Birilyosi district bosses bought from the convoy 10 wagon loads of exiles, 500 people or so, for their collective farms on the river Chulim, and briskly shifted them 150 kilometers to the north. They had, in fact, been assigned to the Saralinsk mining administration in Khakassia, but of course they did not know it. The mine managers were awaiting their contingent, but the contingent had been sprinkled about collective farms in which the year before peasants had received 200 grams of grain for a workday. By that spring there was neither grain nor potatoes. The villages were loud with the bellowing of hungry cattle, and the cows flung themselves like mad things on half-rotted straw. So it was not out of malice or to keep the exiles on a tight rein that the collective farms gave these newcomers 1 kilogram of flour per person per week. That was a very respectable advance, almost equivalent to their total future earnings. For the Estonians it was an appalling change from their homeland. There were, in fact, big barns full of grain in a nearby settlement called Polivoy. Stocks had mounted up from year to year because nobody had made arrangements to remove them. But this was now state grain, and the Kolkhots had no claim to it. The people all around were dying, but no grain from those barns was given to them. It belonged to the state. On one occasion, Kolkhot's chairman, Pashkov, took matters into his own hands and issued 5 kilograms to each kolkhoznik still living, and was sentenced to the camps as a result. The grain belonged to the state. The Kolkhots' troubles were its own affair, and this is not the book in which to discuss them. There, on the Chulim, the Estonians lived a life of desperation, trying to master an astounding new law, steal or die. They had begun to think that they were there forever, when suddenly they were all plucked out and driven off to the Saralinsk district of Khakassia. The owners had found their missing contingent. There were no actual Khakassians to be seen there. Every settlement was a place of exile, and in every settlement there was an MVD post. There were gold mines, new shafts being sunk, silicosis everywhere. Indeed, these broad expanses were not so much part of Khakassia or the Krasnoyarsk region as the territory of Khakazoloto, the Caucasian Gold Mining Trust, or Yenisei-Stroy, the Yenisei Development Authority. They belonged not to the district soviets and district party committees, but to the generals of MVD troops, and the secretaries of district party committees truckled to the local MVD commanders. But those who were simply sent to the mines did not have the worst of it. Much worse off were those who were enrolled in prospecting artels. Prospectors. It has a romantic ring. The word glistens as though lightly dusted with gold. But any idea you like to think of can be given an ugly twist in our country. Special settlers were forced into these artels because they dared not object. They were sent to work mines which the state had abandoned as unprofitable. There were no longer any safety measures in these mines, and water ran in continually as though it were raining heavily. The yield was low, however hard you worked, and it was impossible to earn a decent wage. These dying people were simply sent in to lick out the residual traces of gold which the state was too miserly to abandon. The teams came under the prospecting sector of the mining administration, which thought of nothing, recognized no obligation, except to hand down the plan and exact fulfillment. The artels were free, not from the state, but only from the benefits of its legislation. They were not entitled to paid leave, nor, as a matter of course, to Sundays off, as even zeks in the camps were. since any month might be declared a Stakhanov month, with never a Sunday in it. The state's rights were preserved. A man who did not turn up for work was put on trial. Once every 2 months a people's judge arrived and condemned several exiles to 25% compulsory labor. There were always plenty of excuses. These prospectors earned 3 to 4 gold rubles, 150 to 200 Stalin rubles, per month. At certain mines near Kopyov, the exiles were paid not in money, but in vouchers. What need had they, in fact, of ordinary Soviet currency, when they could not move around anyway, and the shop at the mine would accept payment in coupons as well? Elsewhere in this book we have developed in detail the comparison between prisoners in the camps and peasants in the days of serfdom. But if we remember our Russian history, we know that the hardest conditions were those not of the peasants, but of workers tied to factories. These vouchers, expendable only in the mine shops, bring memories of the gold mines and factories of the Altai flooding into our minds. The miners assigned to these enterprises in the 18th and 19th centuries deliberately committed crimes in order to get into Katorga and have an easier life of it. Even at the end of the last century, workers in the Altai goldfields had no right to refuse work even on Sunday. They paid fines, compare the compulsory labor system, and there were shops with poor quality provisions, cheap drink, and short measure. These shops, and not the incompetently conducted mining operations, were the main source of income for the gold mine owners, or in modern terms, the trust. Strange that everything on the archipelago should be so unoriginal. In 1952, KHS, a frail little woman, did not go to work in a hard frost because she had no felt boots. For this, the head of the woodworking artel sent her logging for 3 months, still without felt boots. 3 months before childbirth, she asked to be given some lighter work than heaving logs, and the answer was, "If you don't want the job, give it up." Then a benighted woman doctor got the date of her confinement wrong by a month, and did not send her on leave until 2 or 3 days before she had her child. Argument will get you nowhere out in the MVD's taiga. But even there, life was not wrecked beyond repair. Total ruin was an experience reserved for those special settlers who were sent to collective farms. There are people nowadays who debate, and it is not a foolish argument, whether life was really any easier in the kolkhots than in the camps. But what, we may answer, if kolkhots and camps are combined? Well, that was the position of the special settler in the kolkhots. It was a kolkhots to the extent that there were no regular rations. Only at sowing time did they issue 700 grams of grain a day, and then it was half rotten, mixed with sand, earth-coloured, no doubt swept up from the floor of the barns. It was like a prison camp in that the settlers could be put into detention cells. If a foreman complained about one of the exiles in his gang, the kolkhots management would telephone the MVD post, and the MVD would take the man inside. There was no way of picking up extra earnings. You couldn't possibly make ends meet. For her first year of work in the kolkhots, Maria Sumberg got 20 grams of grain per work day. A little bird can find more hopping along the roadside. And 15 Stalin kopecks, 1.5 Khrushchev kopecks. With her earnings for a whole year, she bought herself an aluminum bowl. What, you may ask, did they live on? Why, on parcels from the Baltic states. Their people had been banished, but not the whole people. But who was there to send the Kalmyks' parcels, or the Crimean Tatars? Walk among their graves and ask them. Whether this, too, was part of the decision made by their own Baltic governments, or an example of Siberian correctness, special instructions concerning the Baltic exiles were observed until 1953, until the father of the peoples was no more. No work for them except the heaviest, only the pick, the shovel, and the saw. You are here to become real human beings. If a management promoted someone, the MVD post would intervene and remove him for general duties. They would not even allow special settlers to dig the gardens at the mining administration's rest home, for fear of offending the Stakhanovites who were recuperating there. The MVD post commander even had M. Sumberg dismissed from the post of calf herd. "You haven't been sent here for your summer holidays. Go and stack hay." The chairman had the greatest difficulty in keeping her. She had saved his calves from brucellosis. She had become very fond of Siberian cattle, which she found better natured than Estonian beasts, and cows who were unused to kindness licked her hands. Grain suddenly had to be loaded onto barges in a hurry, and special settlers worked without pay or reward for 36 hours on end. Chulim. In that whole period there were 2 breaks of 20 minutes each for food, and 1 rest period of 3 hours. "Either you do it, or we'll send you farther north." If an old man fell down under the weight of a sack, the Komsomol overseers kicked him up again. Settlers had to report weekly. The MVD post is several kilometers away, you say, and the old woman is 80. Get a horse and carry her in. Every time they reported, they were reminded that attempted escape meant 20 years hard labor. The security officer's room is next door. Exiles are called in there, too. The bait of a better job is dangled, and they threaten to deport an only daughter beyond the Arctic Circle, separating her from her family. Is there anything they cannot do? At what forbidden limit was their hand ever stayed by conscience? They gave the exiles tasks to perform. Keep an eye on such and such. Gather the evidence which will imprison so-and-so. If the merest sergeant from the command post entered a hut, all the exiles, even aged women, had to rise and remain standing unless permission to sit was given. I hope that the reader has not misunderstood me to mean that exiles were deprived of their civil rights. Oh, no, no. Their civil rights were preserved intact. Their passports were not taken from them. They were not deprived of the right to participate in elections on a universal, equal, secret, and direct ballot. That supreme, that glorious moment when you strike out all the candidates on a list except the one of your choice was jealously preserved for them. Nor were they forbidden to subscribe to the state loan. Remember what torments the communist Dyakov suffered in the camp. When free Kolkojniki, cursing and grumbling, grudgingly gave 50 rubles, 400 each were wrung out of the Estonians. "You're all rich. If anybody doesn't sign, we won't let him have his parcels, and we'll move him farther north." They would do it, too. What was to stop them? The tedium of it all. Nothing but the same thing over and over again. At the beginning of this Part 6 we appeared to be discussing something new, not the camps, but the exile system, and this chapter made a fresh start. Our theme was no longer the administrative exiles, but the special settlers. Yet we are back where we started. Must we, and if so, how often must we, repeat ourselves again and again and again? Tell the story of other and different exile colonies, in other places, at other periods, peopled by other exiled nations? And if so, which? Groups of exiles belonging to different nationalities, interspersed and clearly visible to each other, displayed their own national characteristics, their own ways of life, their own special tastes and inclinations. Far and away the most industrious were the Germans. They had hacked themselves free of their past lives more resolutely than any of the others. And what sort of homeland had they had on the Volga or the Manich? As once they had rooted themselves in Catherine's fecund allotments, so now they put down roots in the harsh and barren soil Stalin had given, abandoned themselves to this new land of exile as their final home. They began settling in, not temporarily until the next amnesty, the first act of clemency by the Tsar, but forever. They had been exiled in 1941 with not a stick or a stitch, but they were good husbandmen and indefatigable. They did not fall into despondency, and even in this place set to work as methodically and sensibly as ever. Is there any wilderness on earth which Germans could not turn into a land of plenty? Not for nothing did Russians say in the old days that a German is like a willow tree, stick it in anywhere and it will take. in the mines, in machine and tractor stations, in state farms, wherever it might be, the bosses could not find words enough to praise the Germans. They had never had better workers. By the 50s, the Germans, in comparison with other exiles and even with the locals, had the stoutest, roomiest, and neatest houses, the biggest pigs, the best milch cows. Their daughters grew up to be much sought-after brides, not only because their parents were well off, but, in the depraved world around the camps, because of their purity and strict morals. The Greeks, too, ardently embraced their work. Although they never stopped dreaming about the Kuban, they grudged no effort in this new place either. Compared with the Germans, they lived in rather cramped quarters, but they soon caught up with them in the number of their cows and the richness of their gardens. In the little marketplaces of Kazakhstan, it was the Greeks who had the best cream cheese, the best butter, the best vegetables. The Koreans prospered even more in Kazakhstan, but of course they had been exiled earlier, and by the 50s were already in large measure emancipated from serfdom. They were no longer required to report, and they travelled freely from oblast to oblast, provided they did not cross the borders of the Republic. They did not excel as good home builders or husbandmen. Their homes and steadings were uncomfortable and primitive until the younger people became Europeanized, but they responded very well to education, quickly filled the educational institutions of Kazakhstan, no one put obstacles in their way during the war, and became the main component of the educated stratum in the Republic. Other nations, secretly cherishing dreams of return, were incapable of such single-mindedness, of living wholly in the present, but as a rule they submitted to discipline and gave the MVD little trouble. The Kalmyks could not stand up to it, and grieved themselves to death. Here, however, I cannot speak from observation. But there was one nation which would not give in, would not acquire the mental habits of submission, and not just individual rebels among them, but the whole nation to a man. These were the Chechens. We have already seen how they behaved toward runaways from the camps, and how they alone among the exiles at Zhezkazgan tried to support the Kangia rising. I would say that of all the special settlers, the Chechens alone showed themselves Zeks in spirit. They had been treacherously snatched from their home, and from that day they believed in nothing. They built themselves sakli, low, dark, miserable huts, that looked as if you could kick them over. Their husbandry in exile was all of this sort, all just for a day, a month, a year, with nothing put by, no reserves, no thought for the future. They ate and drank, and the young people even dressed up. The years went by, and they owned just as little as they had to begin with. The Chechens never sought to please, to ingratiate themselves with the bosses. Their attitude was always haughty and indeed openly hostile. They treated the laws on universal education and the state curriculum with contempt, and to save them from corruption would not send their little girls to school, nor indeed all of their boys. They would not allow their women to work in the kolkhots, nor did they believe in enslaving the kolkhots fields themselves. They tried whenever possible to find themselves jobs as drivers. Looking after an engine was not degrading. Their passion for rough riding found an outlet in the constant movement of a motor vehicle, and their passion for thieving in the opportunities drivers enjoy. This last passion, however, they also gratified directly. "We've been robbed, we've been cleaned out," were concepts which they introduced to peaceful, honest, sleepy Kazakhstan. They were capable of rustling cattle, robbing a house, or sometimes simply taking what they wanted by force. As far as they were concerned, the local inhabitants, and those exiles who submitted so readily, belonged more or less to the same breed as the bosses. They respected only rebels. And here is an extraordinary thing. Everyone was afraid of them. No one could stop them from living as they did. The regime which had ruled the land for 30 years could not force them to respect its laws. How did this come about? Here is an episode in which the explanation is perhaps epitomized. One of the pupils in the Kokterek school when I was teaching there was the young Chechen Abdul Kudayev. He inspired no warm feelings, and did not try to do so. He seemed to be afraid of demeaning himself by making himself pleasant. He was always ostentatiously cold. He was very arrogant, and he could be cruel. But you could not help admiring his clear, precise mind. In mathematics and physics he never remained on the surface with his schoolmates, but always went deeper, asked questions, tirelessly searched for the heart of the matter. Like all the children of settlers, he was inevitably drawn into the so-called social activities of the school. First the Young Pioneers Organization, then the Komsomol, the school committees, wall newspapers, character training courses, political discussion groups, the spiritual price for education which the Chechens paid so unwillingly. Abdul lived with his old mother. None of their close relations had survived, except for Abdul's older brother, who had long ago taken to crime, had served more than one spell in the camps for theft and murder, but had always emerged before his time either under an amnesty or because he got remission for good conduct. One day he appeared in Kokterek, drank for 2 days without pausing for breath, quarrelled with a local Chechen, seized a knife, and rushed at him. An old Chechen woman who had nothing to do with either of them barred his way, flinging her arms wide to stop him. If he had obeyed Chechen law, he should have thrown down his knife and given up the chase. But he was by now a thief first and a Chechen second. He brought down his knife and fatally stabbed the innocent old woman. The thought of what awaited him according to the law of the Chechens now entered his drunken head. He rushed to the MVD to make a clean breast of the murder, and they gladly put him in jail. He had found a hiding place, but that left his younger brother Abdul, his mother, and also an old Chechen of their clan, Abdul's uncle. News of the murder went around the Chechen community of Kokterek in a flash, and all 3 surviving members of the Kudayev clan gathered in their house, laid in stocks of food and water, blocked the window, nailed up the door, and lay low in this fortress. The Chechens of the murdered woman's clan now had to take vengeance on some member of the Kudayev clan. Until Kudayev blood was spilled in payment for their blood, they would be unworthy to be called human beings. So the siege of the Kudayev house began. Abdul did not go to school. All Kokterek and the whole school knew why. A member of one of the top classes in our school, a Komsomol, an outstanding pupil, was threatened with murder by the knife at any moment. Perhaps this very minute, as the bell rings and the others take their places at their desks, perhaps now, while the literature teacher is talking about socialist humanism. Everybody knew. No one forgot it for a moment. Between classes they talked about nothing else, and could not bring themselves to look at each other. Neither the party organization in the school, nor the Komsomol, nor the directors of studies, nor the headmaster, nor the district education department. Nobody went to try and save Kudayev. No one even approached his besieged home in Chechen territory, which was buzzing like a hornet's nest. And it wasn't only there. At the first breath of bloody vengeance, the district party committee, the executive committee of the district soviet, the MVD post, and the militia behind their adobe walls, all of them so awesome to us until now, also froze in craven inactivity. A savage and ancient law had breathed on them, and all at once there was no Soviet power in Kokterek. Nor was its heavy hand quick to reach out from the provincial capital, Jambul. For 3 days went by, and no plane flew in with troops. No firm instructions arrived, except an order to defend the jail with all forces to hand. This helped the Chechens, and us too, to see clearly the difference between real power on this earth and the mirage of power. The Chechen elders were the only ones to show sense. They went first to the MVD and asked them to hand over the elder Kudayev for summary punishment. The MVD nervously refused. They came back to the MVD a second time, asking them to have Kudayev tried in public and to shoot him while they watched. If this was done, they promised that the vendetta against the Kudayevs would be at an end. No more reasonable compromise could have been devised. But think of the difficulties: a trial in open court, an execution promised in advance and carried out in public. Kudayev, after all, was not a political. He was a thief, a class ally. The rights of 58s could be trampled underfoot, but not those of a multi-murderer. The MVD referred it to the oblast, and the request was turned down. In that case, the old men informed them, the younger Kudayev will be killed within the hour. The bureaucrats of the MVD shrugged their shoulders. It was none of their business. They were not there to think about crimes as yet uncommitted. But some faint awareness of the 20th century touched, not the MVD, oh no, but those hardened old Chechen hearts. In spite of everything, they forbade the avengers to exact vengeance. They sent a telegram to Alma-Ata. Some other old men, those most respected by the whole people, hurried down. They convened a council of elders which anathematized the older Khudayev and sentenced him to death where and whenever he came within reach of a Chechen knife. The other Khudayevs they summoned and told, "Go in peace, no one will touch you." So Abdul took his books and went to school. There he was met with hypocritical smiles by the party organizer and the Komsomol organizer. From the moment of his return he heard communist social conscience extolled in lessons and political instruction periods, with never a mention of the vexatious incident. Not a muscle twitched in Abdul's somber face. He had learned all over again that the greatest force on earth is the law of vendetta. We Europeans, at home and at school, read and pronounce only words of lofty disdain for this savage law, this cruel and senseless butchery. But the butchery is perhaps not so senseless after all. It does not sap the mountain peoples, but strengthens them. Not so very many fall victim to the law of vendetta, but what power the dread of it has over all around. With this law in mind, no Highlander will casually insult another, as we insult each other in drink, from lack of self-control or just for the hell of it. Still less will any non-Chechen look for trouble with a Chechen, call him a thief or a ruffian, or accuse him of jumping the queue. For the answer may be given not in words, not in abuse, but with a knife in the ribs. And even if you grab a knife yourself, but you won't have one on you, you're civilized, you cannot give blow for blow, or your whole family will fall under the knife. The Chechens walk the Kazakh land with insolence in their eyes, shouldering people aside, and the masters of the land, and non-masters alike, respectfully make way for them. The law of vendetta creates a force field of fear, and so gives strength to its small mountain people. Strike your neighbors, that strangers may fear you. The ancestors of the Highlanders in remote antiquity could have found no stronger hoop to gird their people. Has the socialist state offered them anything better? Chapter 5. End of Sentence. In 8 years of prison and prison camp, I had never heard anyone who had experienced exile say a good word about it. But from his first days in jail under investigation and in transit, simply because the 6 flat stone surfaces of a cell press in on him too closely, the dream of exile burns like a secret light in the prisoner's mind, a flickering, iridescent mirage, and the wasted breasts of prisoners on their dark bunks heave in sighs of longing. If only they would sentence me to exile. I did not escape the common lot, far from it. The dream of exile had me more powerfully than most in its grip. At the Jerusalem clay pit, I listened to the cocks crowing in the village nearby and dreamed of exile. From the roof of the checkpoint on the Kaluga road, I looked at the unbroken mass of the alien capital and silently begged, let me get as far from it as possible to some out-of-the-way place of exile. I even sent a naive appeal to the Supreme Soviet for commutation of my 8 years in the camps to exile for life in however remote and wild a place. The elephant did not even sneeze in reply. I had not yet realized that lifelong exile would always be waiting for me, but that it would come after, not instead of, the camp. In 1952, a dozen prisoners were released from the 3,000-strong Russian camp division at Ekibastuts. It looked very strange at the time. 58s let out through the gates. Ekibastuts had been in existence for 3 years by then, and not a single man had been released, nor had anyone reached the end of his sentence. Evidently, for the few who had lived to see the day, the first wartime tenors had just ended. We impatiently awaited letters from them. A few came, directly or indirectly, and we learned that nearly all of them had been taken from the camp to places of exile, although their sentences had not included exile. But this surprised no one. It was clear to our jailers and to us that justice, length of sentence, formal documentation, had nothing to do with it. The point was that once we had been declared enemies, the state would ever after assert the right of the stronger and trample us, crush us, squash us, until the day we died. And so we were used to it. It had become so much part of us that no other state of affairs would have seemed normal either to the regime or to us. In Stalin's last years, it was not the fate of the exiles that caused alarm, but that of the nominally liberated, those who, to all appearances, were now safely beyond the gates and unguarded, those from whom the tutelary grey wing of the MVD had apparently been withdrawn. Exile, which the powers that be obtusely regarded as an additional punishment, was a prolongation of the prisoner's irresponsible existence, the fatalistic routine in which he feels so secure. Exile relieved us of the need to choose a place of residence for ourselves, and so from troublesome uncertainties and errors. No place would have been right except that to which they had sent us. This was the one and only place in the whole Soviet Union where no one could reproach us as intruders. Only there had we an assured and undeniable right to 3 square arshins of land. And if, like me, you were alone in the world when you left the camp, with no one anywhere waiting for you, exile was perhaps the only place where you could hope to meet a kindred spirit. Our masters are quick enough to arrest people, but less quick to release them. If some democratic Greek or socialist Turk had been kept in jail a single day longer than he should have been, the world press would have choked with indignation. I was happy enough to be held only a few days too long, and then released? No, after that I was in transit under guard, and they kept me on the road another month in what was now my own time. Nonetheless, as we left the camp under guard, we were still careful to respect the final prison superstitions. On no account must you look back at your last prison, or else you will return. And you must do the right thing with your spoon. What was the right thing, though? Some said take it with you, or you would return for it. Others said fling it at the prison, or else the prison would pursue you. I had moulded my spoon myself in the foundry, and I took it with me. The transit prisons flashed by again, Pavlodar, Omsk, Novosibirsk. Although our sentences had expired, they had searched us, took prohibited articles from us, herded us into cramped, overcrowded cells, prison vans, Stolypin wagons, mixed us up with the criminals. The guard dogs growled at us as of old. The lads with the automatic rifles yelled, "Eyes front!" all just as before. Then, at the Omsk transit prison, a good-natured warder called out our names from our dossiers and asked the 5 of us from Ekibastutz, "Which god have you got working for you?" "Why? Where are we going?" We were all ears. Obviously it was somewhere nice. "Why, to the south," said the warder, marvelling at it. From Novosibirsk we were, in fact, diverted southward. We were going where it was warm, where there was rice, where there were grapes and apples. What could it mean? Surely somewhere in the Soviet Union Comrade Beria could find us a worse place? Could exile really be like this? I already had plans, which I kept to myself, to write a cycle of poems and call it Lines on the Beauties of Exile. At Jambul station we were transferred from the Stolypin car with the usual harsh treatment, taken through a living corridor of escort troops to a lorry, and made to sit on the bare floor of the vehicle, as though now that we had served our time we might be tempted to run away. It was the dead of night, and only the waning moon dimly illuminated the dark avenue along which we were being carried. But there was light enough for us to see that it really was an avenue of Lombardy poplars. So this was exile. We might almost be in the Crimea. It was the end of February, and on the Irtish, where we had come from, it was cruelly cold. But here a spring breeze caressed us. They took us to the jail, and the jail admitted us without the usual body search and bath. The accursed walls were losing some of their harshness. In the morning, the block superintendent unlocked the door and said almost in a whisper, "Come out and bring all your belongings." The devil was unclenching his claws. We stepped out into the arms of a red spring morning. The dawn light was warming the brick walls of the jail. A lorry was waiting for us in the middle of the yard, with 2 Zeks who were joining our party already sitting in the back. This was the time to breathe deeply, to look around, to steep ourselves in the uniqueness of that moment. But we simply could not waste the chance to strike up an acquaintance. One of our new companions, a skinny, grey-haired man with pale, watery eyes, was sitting on his crumpled belongings, as upright, as majestic as a Tsar about to give audience to ambassadors. You might have thought that he was deaf or a foreigner, with no hope that we should find a common language. As soon as I was up on the lorry, I decided to get into conversation with him, and he introduced himself in pure Russian, in a voice with no hint of a quaver in it. "I'm Vladimir Alexandrovich Vasilyev." And a spark of sympathy jumped between us. The heart senses who is a friend and who is no friend. This was a friend. In prison you must find out about people quickly. For all you know, you will be separated in a minute's time. No, of course we were no longer in prison, but still. Shouting above the noise of the engine, I interviewed him, and did not notice that the lorry had moved from the asphalted prison yard onto the cobbled street. Forgot that I must not look back at my last jail. How many last jails would there yet be? Did not even spare a glance for the bit of the outside world through which we were travelling. And soon we were back in the broad inner yard of a provincial MVD post, and once again we were forbidden to leave it for the town. For the first minute you might have taken Vladimir Alexandrovich for a man of 90, his eyes that looked beyond time, his gaunt features, his lock of white hair, all told the same story. He was in fact 73. He turned out to be one of the oldest surviving Russian engineers, one of our outstanding hydro-technicians and hydrographers, in the Union of Russian Engineers. What was that? I had never heard of it before. It was a high-powered public body created by the technical intelligentsia, one of those 100-year leaps into the future, perhaps, of which Russia made several in the first 2 decades of the century, but all of which miscarried. Vasilyev had been a prominent member, and he still recalled with solid satisfaction how "we refuse to pretend that dates can be grown on dry sticks," which, of course, was why they were disbanded. Half a century back, he had covered on foot or on horseback every inch of the Semirechye region in which we had now arrived. Long ago, before the First World War, he had drawn up plans for flooding the Chuisk Valley, for the Narin Cascade, and for boring a tunnel through the Chuili Mountains, and still before the First World War had begun carrying them out himself. He had sent abroad for 6 electric excavators and put them to work in this part of the world as early as 1912. All 6 survived the revolution and were passed off as a new Soviet invention at Cherkistroy in the 30s. After serving a sentence of 15 years for sabotage, the last 3 in the Verkhne-Uralsk isolator, he had obtained a special act of indulgence, permission to spend his exile and die right there in Semirechye, where he had begun his career. Even this favour would never have been granted if Beria had not remembered him from the 20s, when engineer Vasilyev had divided the waters of the Caucasus between its 3 republics. And that was why he was now sitting sphinx-like, absorbed in his thoughts, on a sack in the back of a lorry. For him it was not just his first day of freedom, but his homecoming to the land of his youth, the land of his inspiration. No, human life is not so short as all that, if you leave memorials along the way. Not so long ago, V.A.'s daughter had stopped at a newspaper window on the Arbat in Moscow to look at Trud. A devil-may-care correspondent was lavishing well-paid words on a rousing account of his journey through the Chuisk Valley, which had been irrigated and brought to life by creative Bolsheviks, with descriptions of the Narin Cascade, the ingenious hydrotechnical installations, the happy collective farmers. And suddenly, who can have whispered in his ear, he ended with this: "But very few people know that all these transformations are the realization of the dream of the talented Russian engineer Vasilyev, who found no support in old bureaucratic Russia." At the end of 1917, Vasiliev was for all practical purposes the head of the Department of Land Improvement. How sad that the young enthusiast did not live to see the triumph of his noble ideas!
This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette.
The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 3, continued. Cassette 12, Side 2. How sad that the young enthusiast did not live to see the triumph of his noble ideas! The precious lines in the newspaper blurred, swam. Vasiliev's daughter tore the newspaper out of its case, pressed it to her breast, and carried it off, with a militiaman blowing his whistle after her. While this was going on, the young enthusiast was sitting in a damp cell in the Verkhny Uralsk isolator. Rheumatism, or some sort of bone disease, had bent the old man double, and he could no longer straighten his spine. Luckily, he was not alone in the cell, but shared it with some Swede or other who had cured his spinal trouble by massage. Swedes are not very often found in Soviet jails. I remembered that I, too, had been in with one of them. His name was Erik. Erik Arvid Andersen? V.A. eagerly interrupted. He was very quick in his speech and movements. Of course, it had to be. It was Arvid who had massaged him back to health. A reminder from the archipelago by way of farewell that it's a small world after all. So that was where they had taken Arvid 3 years ago, to the Uralsk isolation prison. And somehow or other neither NATO nor his multimillionaire papa had made much of an effort to save the dear lad. Pavel Veselov, Stockholm, who is now studying other cases of Swedish citizens seized by the Soviet authorities, puts forward the following hypothesis after analyzing E.A. Andersen's stories about himself. Both his appearance and the form of the name which he gave make it more probable that E.A. Andersen was a Norwegian, but for reasons of his own preferred to pass himself off as a Swede. It was much commoner for Norwegians to escape from their country after 1940 and serve in the British Army, though a very few Swedes may have done so. E.A. might have been related to some Robertsons in Britain, but invented a relationship with General Robertson to make himself more valuable in the eyes of the MGB. It is not impossible that he had served in West Berlin after the war in Allied military intelligence, which was what made him interesting to the MGB. He had probably visited Moscow as a member of a British or Norwegian, not a Swedish, delegation. There was, I believe, no such Swedish visit at the time, but was probably a person of minor importance in it. Perhaps the MGB invited him to become a double agent, and perhaps it was for refusing this offer that he got his 20 years. Erik's father may have been a businessman, but not on such a large scale as he claimed. However, Erik often exaggerated, among other things his father's acquaintance with Gromyko, which is why the MGB showed him to Gromyko, to interest the MGB in the idea of demanding ransom, and so letting the West know of his plight. Meanwhile, they had started calling us into the Oblast command post, which was right there on the MVD yard, and consisted of a colonel, a major, and several lieutenants who were in charge of all exiles in Jambul Oblast. We, however, had no access to the colonel, while the major only scanned our faces as though they were newspaper headlines, and it was the lieutenants who exercised their beautiful penmanship on the task of processing us. My camp experience gave me a sharp nudge in the ribs. Look out. In these few short minutes your whole future is being decided. Don't waste any time. Demand, insist, protest. Rack your brains, turn yourself inside out, invent some reason, any reason, why you must at all costs remain in the Oblast capital, or be sent to the nearest and most convenient district. There was, in fact, a good reason, although I did not know it. Secondary growths had been developing in me for 2 years now since my incomplete operation in the camp. No, I was not the man I had been, no longer the man I had been when I started serving my sentence. A sort of inspired immobility came over me, and I pleasurably abandoned myself to it. I enjoyed not making use of my importunate camp experience. I loathed the thought of improvising some wretched, poverty-stricken excuse. No human being can know the future. The greatest of disasters may overtake a man in the best of places, and the greatest happiness may seek him out in the worst. Anyway, I had not even had time to ask questions and find out which were the good and which the bad districts in the oblast, because I had been preoccupied with the fate of the old engineer. There was some sort of saving clause in his papers, because they allowed him to go into the town on his own 2 feet, walk to the Oblast Irrigation Construction Office, and ask for work. For the rest of us, there was only one destination, the Kokterek district. This is a patch of desert in the north of the oblast, the beginning of the lifeless Betpak-Dala, which occupies the whole center of Kazakhstan. So much for the grapes we had dreamed of. A form printed on coarse brown paper was put before each of us for signature, after his name had been entered in a flowing hand and the date stamp applied. Where had I met something similar? Of course, when they informed me of the special board's decision. Then, too, nothing had been asked of me but to take the pen and sign. Only then it was smooth Moscow paper. The pen and ink, though, were just as cheap and nasty. Of what, then, had I been this day informed? That I, the person herein mentioned, was exiled in perpetuity to such and such a district under the open surveillance, that old Tsarist terminology, of the district MGB, and that in case of unauthorized departure beyond the borders of the district, I should be charged under a decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, providing for a penalty of 20 years of imprisonment with hard labor. What was there to say? It was all perfectly legal. There were no surprises for us here. We signed with alacrity. Years later, I would get hold of the criminal code of the RSFSR and read with great satisfaction under Article 35 that sentence of exile was passed for terms from 3 to 10 years, or by way of supplementary punishment after imprisonment for up to 5 years. This is a source of pride to Soviet jurists, that with the 1922 Criminal Code, loss of civil rights and all other penalties for an indefinite term ceased to exist in Soviet law, except for the most terrifying penalty of all, expulsion forever from the territory of the USSR. There is here an important difference of principle between Soviet and bourgeois law. See the collection of articles from the prisons. This is as may be, but to save the MVD labor, the simplest thing is to write out a perpetual sentence. There is then no need to watch out for sentences near expiry and worry your head looking for a way to renew them. It also says in Article 35 that no one is exiled except by special order of the court, or of a special board at least, but it was not even a special board. It was merely the lieutenant on duty who prescribed perpetual exile for us. An epigram gradually took shape in my mind, rather a lengthy one, I must admit. Mere paper, with a hammer's speed, it shatters frail hopes of a kinder fate. Exiled eternally, I read, with the MGB to keep watch on the gate. Yet I sign with a flourish, my heart is light, like the Alps, the basalts, or the firmament, like the stars, no, not those on your shoulder so bright. O enviable lot, I am permanent. But can it, I wonder, be every word true? Can the MGB really be permanent, too? When Vladimir Alexandrovich got back from town, I read him my epigram, and we laughed like children, like prisoners, like innocents. V.A. had a very happy laugh, like that of K.I. Strachovich. There was, in fact, a profound similarity between them. They were people who had withdrawn so deeply into the life of the mind that no bodily suffering could upset their spiritual equilibrium. Not that he had much to laugh about even now. They had made one of the mistakes expected of them, and exiled him, of course, to the wrong place. Only Frunze could assign him to the Chuisk Valley, to the sites of his earlier work. Here the hydraulic engineering authority was concerned only with irrigation channels. Its head, a smug, semi-literate Kazakh, graciously permitted the creator of the Chuisk irrigation system to stand in the doorway of his office, telephoned regional party headquarters, and consented to take V.A. on as a junior hydraulic engineer, as though he were a little girl fresh from technical school. But to Frunze he could not go. It was in a different republic. Shall we sum up the whole history of Russia in a single phrase, it is the land of smothered opportunities. Still, the grey old man rubs his hands. His name is known to scientists. Perhaps they will get him transferred. He, too, signs the document stating that he is exiled in perpetuity, and that if he absconds, he will be sentenced to hard labour until he is 93. I carry his things as far as the gate, the boundary line which I am forbidden to cross. Now he will look for someone kind enough to rent him one corner of a room, and he threatens to send for his old woman from Moscow. His children? His children wouldn't come. They say that they cannot give up their Moscow apartments. Any other relatives? He has a brother, but his brother's lot has been a profoundly unhappy one. He is a historian who misunderstood the October Revolution, abandoned his homeland, and now, poor wretch, has the chair of Byzantine studies at Columbia University. We laugh again, feel sorry for his brother, and embrace as we say goodbye. Yet another remarkable man has flashed by me and vanished forever. The rest of us were for some reason kept for days in a tiny room, sleeping close-packed on a rough, cracked floor with scarcely room to stretch our legs out. It reminded me of the lock-up in which I had begun my sentence 8 years before. Discharged prisoners now, we were locked in for the night and told to take the latrine pail inside if we wanted it. It differed from jail only in that for the first few days we were no longer fed free of charge, but had to pay for food to be bought from the market. On the third day, a regular escort party with carbines arrived, made us sign for our travel money and rations, promptly took the travel money from us again, allegedly to buy tickets, but in reality they bullied the train conductors into letting us travel for nothing and kept the money, considering that they had earned it, lined us up 2 by 2 with our belongings, and led us once more between the rows of poplars to the station. Birds were singing, the hum of spring was in the air, and it was only March the 2nd. We felt hot in our padded clothes, but we were glad to be in the south. Others may have different views, but for prisoners and exiles the greatest of hardships is severe cold. For a whole day we were carried slowly back in the direction from which we had come. Then, from the station at Chu, we were hurried along on foot for 10 kilometers. Our sacks and cases made us sweat profusely, weighed us down, caused us to stumble. But still we dragged them along. Our miserable carcasses might yet be grateful for every last rag carried out through the camp guardhouse. I was wearing 2 padded vests, one I had pinched during stock-taking, plus my long-suffering army greatcoat, worn threadbare by the earth of the trenches and that of the camp. How could I throw the faded, grimy old thing away now? Day was ending, and we had not reached our destination. This meant spending yet another night in jail at Novotroitsk. We had been free for such a long time, and still we went from jail to jail. The cell, the bare floor, the peephole, use the bucket, hands behind your backs, here's your hot water. The only thing they leave out is our rations, because we are free men now. In the morning they sent up a lorry, and the same escort, after a night out of barracks, came to fetch us. 60 kilometers farther into the steppe. We got stuck in muddy hollows and jumped down from the lorry, something we could not have done as Zeks, to heave and push it out of the mire, to get the eventful journey over and arrive in perpetual exile more quickly. The escort troops stood in a half-circle and kept guard over us. The steppe sped by, kilometre after kilometre. To right and left, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but harsh grey, inedible grass, and only very occasionally a wretched Kazakh village framed with trees. At length the tops of a few poplars, Kokterek means green poplar, appeared ahead of us over the curve of the steppe. We had arrived. The lorry sped between Chechen and Kazakh adobe huts, raising a cloud of dust and drawing a pack of indignant dogs in pursuit. Amiable donkeys with little carts made way for us, and from one yard a camel turned slowly and contemptuously to look at us. There were people, too, but we had eyes only for the women, those unfamiliar, forgotten creatures. Look at that pretty dark girl in the doorway shading her eyes with her hand to watch our lorry pass. Look at those 3 walking together in flowery red dresses. Not one of them Russian. This is all right. We shall find wives for ourselves yet. This cheerful shout in my ear came from V.I. Vasilenko, a 40-year-old sea captain who had lived an untroubled life in Ekibastuz in charge of the laundry, and was now on his way to freedom to spread his cramped wings and look for a ship. Past the district stores, the tea-room, the clinic, the Soviet offices, the district party headquarters with its slated roof, the House of Culture under its reed thatch. Our lorry stopped near the MVD-MGB building. Covered with dust, we jumped down, went into its front yard, and, unembarrassed by passers-by in the main street, washed ourselves down to the waist. Directly across the street from the MGB stood an amazing building, one story yet quite high. 4 Doric columns solemnly upheld a false portico. At the foot of the columns were 2 steps faced with smooth stone, and over all this there was a blackened straw roof. My heart could not help beating faster. It was a school, a 10-year school. Stop pounding. Be quiet, you nuisance. That building is nothing to you. Crossing the main street to the Magic Gate goes a girl with waved hair, neatly dressed in a little wasp-waisted jacket. Surely she is walking on air. She is a teacher. She is too young to have graduated from an institute. She must have attended a 7-year school and then a teacher's training college. How I envy her. What a gulf there is between her and a common labourer like me. We belong to different estates, and I would never dare to walk arm in arm with her. Meanwhile, someone was yanking the new arrivals into his quiet office one by one, and busying himself with them. Who, would you think? Why, Godfather, of course, the secret police officer. You find him in the land of exile, too. There, too, he plays the leading role. The first encounter is very important. We shall be playing cat and mouse with him not just for a month, but in perpetuity. Now I shall cross his threshold, and we will discreetly look each other over. He is a very young Kazakh. He wears the mask of polite reserve, and I wear that of artlessness. We both know that our insignificant phrases such as, "Have a sheet of paper," and "Is there a pen I can use?" are the beginning of a duel. But it is important for me to pretend that I haven't the slightest idea of this. It must be self-evident that I am always the same, unbuttoned and guileless. Come on, you brown devil, get it firmly into your head. This one needs no special surveillance. He's come here for a quiet life. Imprisonment has taught him something. What's this I must fill in? A questionnaire, of course, and a curriculum vitae. This will open the new file lying ready on the table. Afterward, all tales told against me, all character reports from official persons will be filed there. And as soon as the outlines of a new case can be roughed out, and the mainland gives the signal to put a few more inside they will put me, there's an adobe jailhouse right here in the backyard, and slap another tenner on me. I hand over the initial documents. The secret police officer peruses them and files them in his loose-leaf folder. "Could you please tell me where the district education department is?" I suddenly ask him, politely and casually. And he politely tells me. His eyebrows do not shoot up in surprise. From this I deduce that I can go and ask for work with no objection from the MGB. As an old prisoner, of course, I did not cheapen myself by asking him outright whether I was allowed to work in the school network. "Can you tell me when I shall be allowed to go there without escort?" He shrugs his shoulders. "Just for today, while you're being... It would be as well if you didn't go beyond the gates. But you can pop out on business." And off I walk. I wonder whether everybody knows the meaning of this great free world. I am walking along by myself, with no automatic rifles threatening me from either flank or from the rear. I look behind me. No one there. If I like, I can take the right-hand side past the school fence where a big pig is rooting in a puddle. And if I like, I can walk on the left, where hens are strutting and scratching immediately in front of the district education department. I walked the 200 meters to the department, and my spine, which seemed bent for eternity, is already just a little straighter, my manner already a little more relaxed. In the course of those 200 meters,
I have graduated to the next higher civil estate. I go in, wearing an old woolen tunic from my days at the front, and my terribly old, twill trousers. My shoes are camp issue, pigskin, and the obtrusive ends of my underpants are not entirely hidden in them. 2 fat Kazakhs sit there, inspectors of the district education department, according to their nameplates. I should like a job in a school, I say, with growing confidence and even a sort of offhandedness, as though I were asking where the water jug was. They prick up their ears. After all, in a Kazakh village out in the desert, new teachers looking for jobs do not arrive every half hour. And although the Kokterek district covers a bigger area than Belgium, they know by sight everyone in it with 7 years of schooling. "What did you study?" they ask in fairly good Russian. "Physics and mathematics at the university." They are quite startled. They exchange glances. They start gabbling in rapid Kazakh. "And where have you come from?" As though there could be any mystery about it, I have to spell it out for them. What sort of idiot would come to this place looking for a job, and in March at that? "I got here an hour ago. I'm an exile." They assumed a knowing look and vanished one after the other into the director's office. When they had left, I noticed that the typist, a Russian woman of 50 or so, was looking at me. An instantaneous spark of sympathy. We were compatriots. She, too, was from the Archipelago. Where was her home? Why had she been put away? In which year? Nadezhda Nikolaevna Grekova, daughter of a Cossack family in Novocherkassk, arrested in 37, was a simple typist, but the organs had used their whole arsenal to persuade her that she was a member of some fantastic terrorist organization. She had done 10 years, and now she was a repeater, exiled in perpetuity. Lowering her voice and keeping one eye on the director's door, which was ajar, she briefed me succinctly. 2 10-year schools, several 7-year schools. The district was gasping for math teachers, had not a single one with higher education, had never seen a physicist close enough to know what sort of animal he was. A ring from the inner office. In spite of her plumpness, the typist sprang up and hurried in, all eagerness to serve, and on her return summoned me in a loud official voice. There was a red cloth on the table. Both inspectors were sitting very comfortably on a sofa. On a big armchair under a portrait of Stalin sat the director, a Kazakh woman, small, lithe, attractive, with something feline and something serpentine in her manner. Stalin grinned at me malevolently from his frame. They made me sit over by the door, keeping me at a distance as though they were interrogating a prisoner, and began an excruciatingly pointless conversation, which might have been much shorter had they not followed every few sentences to me with a 10-minute conference in Kazakh, while I sat by like a half-wit. They questioned me in detail about where I had taught and when, and expressed their misgivings that I might have forgotten my subject or my teaching technique. Then, after endlessly stalling, endlessly sighing that there were no vacancies, that the schools in the district were chock full of mathematicians and physicists, that it was difficult to squeeze out even half an extra stipend, that rearing the young in our epoch was a responsible task, they got around to the really important point. What had I done to land in jail? What crime exactly had I committed? The cat-snake screwed up her sly eyes in anticipation, as though the blood-red glare of my crime was already painfully beating on her Bolshevik face. I looked over her head at the sinister features of the Satan who had wrecked my whole life. With his portrait watching me, what could I tell them about our relationship? I used a prison trick to frighten these educators off. What they wanted me to tell them was a state secret, and I had no right to do so. What I wanted to know, without further waste of time, was whether they would take me on. The discussions in Kazakh went on and on. Who would be so bold as to employ a state criminal at his own risk? But they found a way out, making me write a curriculum vitae and complete a questionnaire in 2 copies. Here we go again. Paper can take anything. Surely it was no more than an hour ago that I had filled in these forms. I filled them in yet again and returned to the MGB. I inspected their yard and the homemade prison inside with interest, saw how even they had imitated the grown-ups by quite unnecessarily knocking a little window for parcels in the adobe wall, although it was so low that baskets could be passed over it. Ah, but how can you have an MGB post without a parcels window? I wandered around their yard and found myself breathing much more freely than in the musty district education department. From there, the MGB was an enigma, and the inspector's blood ran cold at the thought of it. But over here I was at home, with my own ministry. The 3 dolts of commandants, 2 of them officers, were quite frankly there to keep watch on us. We were their bread and butter. There was no mystery about it. They were easy-going and allowed us to spend the night not in a locked room, but out in the yard on hay. A night under the open sky. We had forgotten what it was like. There had always been locks and bars, always walls and ceilings. I had no thought of sleep. I walked and walked and walked about the prison service yard, which was bathed in soft, warm light. A cart left where it had been unhitched, a well, a drinking trough, a small hayrick, the black shadows of horses under an open-sided shed. It was all so peaceful, so ancient, so free from the cruel imprint of the MVD. It was only the 3rd of March, but there was not the slightest chill in the night air. It was still almost summery, as it had been in the daytime. Again and again the braying of donkeys rose over the sprawling town of Kokterek, long drawn out and passionate, telling the she-asses of their love, of the ungovernable strength flooding their bodies. Some of the braying was probably the she-asses answering. I found it difficult to distinguish one voice from another, but that powerful bass bellowing was perhaps the noise of camels. I felt that if I only had a voice, I too would start baying at the moon. I shall be able to breathe here. I shall be able to move around. Surely I should break through that paper curtain of forms. With that trumpeting night around me, I felt superior to all those timorous bureaucrats. To teach, to feel myself a man again, to sweep into the classroom and run my burning eyes over childish faces. My finger points to a drawing. They all hold their breath. Given to prove, construction, proof. They all breathe freely again. I cannot sleep. I walk and walk and walk in the moonlight. The donkeys sing their song. The camels sing. Every fibre in me sings. I am free! I am free! In the end I lie down beside my comrades on some hay under the open-sided shelter. 2 steps away from us horses stand at their mangers peacefully champing hay all night long. Surely there could be no sweeter, no more friendly sound on this our first night of freedom. Champ away, you mild, inoffensive creatures. Next day we were allowed to move into private lodgings. I found myself a hen-house to suit my pocket, with a single bleary window and such a low roof that even where it was highest in the middle, I could not stand upright. "Give me a low-roofed cottage," I once wrote in prison, dreaming of exile. It was not very pleasant, all the same, not being able to raise my head. Still, it was a little house of my own. The floor was earthen. I put my padded camp vest on it, and there was my bed. But Aleksandr Klementyevich Zdanyukovich, an exiled engineer who had formerly taught at the Bauman Institute, quickly lent me a couple of wooden boxes on which I managed to make myself comfortable. I had no oil lamp as yet. I had nothing. An exile must select and buy every single thing he needs, as though he has just landed on this earth. But I did not feel the want of it. All those years in our cells and our huts, the state's electricity had seared our souls, and now darkness was bliss. Even darkness can be an element of freedom. In the darkness and the silence, the noise of the loudspeaker on the town square might have reached me, but this was Kokterek, and it had been out of action for 3 days. I simply lay on my boxes and enjoyed it. What more could I desire? But the morning of March the 6th surpassed anything that I could have wished for. Chadova, my elderly landlady, an exile from Novgorod, whispered, because she dared not say it out loud, "Go and listen to the radio. I'm afraid to repeat what I've just heard." Something told me to do as she said. I went over to the central square. A crowd of perhaps 200 people, a lot for Kokterek.
huddled around the post under the loudspeaker and the sullen sky. There were many Kazakhs, most of them old men, among the crowd. Their bald heads were bare, and they held their red-brown muskrat fur hats in their hands. They were grief-stricken. The younger people seemed less concerned. 2 or 3 tractor drivers had not removed their caps. Nor, of course, would I. Before I could make out what the announcer was saying, he spoke with a histrionic catch in his voice. Understanding dawned on me. This was the moment my friends and I had looked forward to even in our student days, the moment for which every Zek in Gulag, except the Orthodox communists, had prayed. He's dead. The Asiatic dictator is dead. The villain has curled up and died. What unconcealed rejoicing there would be back home in the special camp. But where I was, Russian girls, schoolteachers, stood sobbing their hearts out. What is to become of us now? They had lost a beloved parent. I wanted to yell at them across the square. Nothing will become of you now. Your fathers will not be shot. Your husbands-to-be will not be jailed, and you will never be stigmatized as relatives of prisoners. I could have howled with joy there by the loudspeaker. I could even have danced a wild jig. But alas, the rivers of history flow slowly. My face, trained to meet all occasions, assumed a frown of mournful attention. For the present, I must pretend. Go on pretending, as before. All the same, my exile had begun with magnificent auguries. Once again, a whole day was devoted to writing a poem, the 5th of March. 10 days passed, and the rival barons, wrangling over portfolios and eyeing each other nervously, abolished the MGB altogether, so that I had been right to doubt whether the MGB was there forever. 6 months later, of course, it was back in the form of the KGB, staffed as before. Injustice, inequality, and slavery apart, is anything forever in this world of ours? Chapter 6. The Good Life in Exile. 1. Bicycle nails, ½ kilo. 2. Shoe, 5. 3. Ashpan, 2. 4. Glashes, 10. 5. Pencil case, child's, 1. 6. Glope, 1. 7. Match, 50 boxes. 8. Bat lamp, 2. 9. Tooth past, 8. 10. Gingerbread, 34 kilos. 11. Vodka, 156 half-liters. This was a list of all goods in stock and due for repricing in the general store at the village of Aydarli. Inspectors and stock-takers of the Kokterek District Consumer Cooperative, RIPO, had drawn up the list, and I was now turning the handle of a calculating machine and reducing the prices of some items by 7.5 and of others by 1.5%. Prices were plunging alarmingly, and it was to be expected that both pencil case and gloop would be sold before the new school year began, that the nails would find a home in bicycles, and that only the great gingerbread pile, probably pre-war, was on its way down into the category of unsaleable stocks. As for the vodka, even if the price went up, it wouldn't outlast May Day. The price reductions, which according to Stalinist custom took place in time for April the 1st, and by which the toilers gained so many million rubles, the full benefit was calculated and published in advance, hit me hard. By then I had spent a whole month in exile, going through all I had earned in the self-financing foundry at Zhezkazgan, a free man supporting myself on Gulag money, and calling regularly at the district education department to try and find out whether they would take me on. But the snake-like director had stopped receiving me. The 2 fat inspectors could scarcely find time to growl at me, and toward the end of the month I was shown a ruling from the Oblast Education Department that all schools in Kokterek district were fully staffed with math teachers, and that there was no possibility of finding me work. Meanwhile, I had been writing a play, Decembrists Without December. Without having to go through the morning and evening body searches, and with no need to destroy what I had written at short intervals, as I used to. I had no other occupation, and after the camp I liked it that way. Once a day I went to the tea-room, and ate some hot broth for 2 rubles, the same thin soup they sent out in a bucket for the prisoners in the local jail. Coarse black bread was sold freely in the local shop. I had bought potatoes and even a lump of pork fat. I myself had brought a donkey load of underbrush from the thickets, so that I could light my cooking stove if I liked. My happiness was not far from complete, and I thought to myself, if they won't give me a job, they needn't. While my money lasts, I'll go on writing my play. I may never have so much freedom again. When I was least expecting it, one of the 3 commandants crooked a finger at me in the street. He took me to the Raipo, into the office of the director, a Kazakh as round as a cannonball, and said with solemn emphasis, "The mathematician." What miracle was this? No one asked me why I had been inside, or gave me forms and curricula vitae to fill in. There and then, his secretary, an exiled Greek girl of cinematic beauty, tapped out with one finger an order appointing me a planning officer, with a salary of 450 rubles a month. That same day, 2 other unplaced exiles were assigned to the Raipo with just as little formality, with no forms to fill in for leisurely study. Vasilenko, the ocean-going ship's captain, and someone I did not yet know, the very reserved Grigory Samoilovitch M.Z. Vasilenko was already nursing a plan to deepen the River Chu, cows could ford it in the summer months, and introduce a motorboat service. He had asked the command post to let him go and survey the channel. Captain Mann, his classmate at navigation school and on the training brig Tovarisht, was just at that time fitting out the Ob for a voyage to the Antarctic, but Vasilenko was packed off to the Raipo as a storeman. But we were not wanted as planners or storemen or ledger clerks. All 3 of us were thrown in to deal with an emergency, the repricing of goods. On the night of March the 31st to April the 1st, year in and year out, the Raipo was in the throes of despair, and there never were and never could be enough people. They had to make an inventory of all the goods, and expose all the thieving salespeople, though not with a view to prosecution, reprice them, and begin trading the very next day at the new prices, which were so very advantageous to the toilers. But the total length of all railways and high roads in our desert district was 0 kilometers, and shops out in the wilds just never could bring these new prices, so advantageous to the toiler, into operation before May the 1st. For a solid month all shops stopped trading altogether, while the lists were being reckoned up and confirmed by the Raipo and delivered by camel. But in the district centre itself, trade could simply not be disrupted just before May Day. By the time we arrived in the Raipo, 15 people, permanent staff and temporaries, were already working on it. Every desk was sheeted with inventories on rough paper, and nothing could be heard but the clicking of abacuses, on which the expert bookkeepers were both multiplying and dividing, and business-like exchanges of abuse. They sat us down to work at once. I was soon fed up with multiplying and dividing on paper, and I asked for a calculating machine. There wasn't a single one in the Raipo, and anyway none of them knew how to use such a thing, but someone remembered seeing some sort of gadget with figures in a cupboard at the District Statistics Administration, only nobody there used it either. They telephoned, went over, and came back with it. I started whirring and quickly jotting down rows of figures, while the senior bookkeepers glowered at me, wondering whether I was a rival. I just turned my handle and thought to myself, how quickly a Zek gets cheeky, or, putting it in literary language, how quickly a man's requirements grow. I was dissatisfied because they had torn me away from the play I was writing in my dark hovel, dissatisfied because they had not given me a job in a school, dissatisfied because they had forced me to what? To dig in frozen soil? To mix mud for bricks with my bare feet in icy water? No,
They had forcibly put me at a clean desk to turn the handle of a calculating machine and enter figures in columns. At the beginning of my time in the camps, if they had ordered me to do this blissful work 12 hours a day without pay for as long as I was inside, I should have been beside myself with joy. As it was, they were paying me 450 rubles for it. I should be able to drink a liter of milk every day, and I was turning my nose up and wanting more. The Ripo had been bogged down in the repricing exercise for a week. Each item had to be put in the right category for the overall price reduction, then reclassified for the rural price differential. And still not a single shop could begin trading. Then the obese chairman, who beat all the rest for idleness, assembled us all in his purely ceremonial office and said, "Right, listen, according to the latest findings of medical science, nobody needs 8 hours sleep. 4 hours are absolutely adequate. So these are my orders. You'll start work at 7 a.m., finish at 2 a.m., 1 hour's break for dinner, and 1 for supper." As far as I could tell, not one of us was amused rather than awed by this stupefying outburst. We all shrank into ourselves, said nothing, plucked up our courage only to discuss the best time for the supper break. This was it, the exiles' lot of which I had been warned. It was made up of orders like this. All those sitting there were exiles trembling for their jobs. If they were dismissed, it would be a long time before they found anything else in Kokterek. And anyway, it was not for the director personally, it was for the country. It had to be done. They even thought the latest findings of medical science quite reasonable. Oh, how I longed to get up and jeer at that self-satisfied hog, to relieve my feelings just for once. But that would have been anti-Soviet agitation, pure and simple, inciting people to sabotage an operation of major importance. You go through life from stage to stage, schoolboy, student, citizen, soldier, prisoner, exile. And it is always the same. The bosses are always too heavy, too strong for you, and you must bow down and keep silent. If he had said until 10 in the evening, I would have stayed. But he was ordering us to face bloodless execution, ordering me in this place where I was free to stop writing. Oh, no, to hell with you and with the price reductions. My camp experience suggested a way out, not to answer back, but quietly to do the opposite. I tamely listened to the order with the rest of them, but at 5 o'clock I rose from my desk and left. And I did not return until 9 in the morning. All my colleagues were already sitting there, counting or pretending to count. They looked at me as though I were crazy. M.Z., who secretly approved of my behavior, but dared not imitate me, informed me privately that the boss had stood over my empty desk screaming that he would drive me 100 kilometers into the desert. I admit that my heart was in my boots. The MVD could, of course, do anything. They could easily chase me out there. 100 kilometers, why not? And I would have seen the last of the district center. But I was born lucky. I had landed on the Archipelago after the war, missing the most lethal period. And now I had arrived in exile after Stalin's death. In the past month, something new had crept through even to our local MVD command. Almost imperceptibly, a new time was beginning, the mildest 3 years in the history of the archipelago. The chairman did not summon me or come to see me. I finished the day's work, still fresh, with dozing and delirious people all around me, and decided to leave at 5 in the evening again. I didn't care how it ended, as long as it was quick. How often in my life have I observed that a man can safely sacrifice a great deal as long as he clings to the essential? The play, which I had been carrying within me even in the special camp, at hard labor, I refused to sacrifice, and I triumphed. For a whole week they all worked nights, and they got used to my empty desk. Even the chairman just looked the other way when he passed me in the corridor. But it was not my destiny to bring order into the rural cooperatives of Kazakhstan. A young Kazakh, head of a teaching department, suddenly appeared in the Ripo. Until I appeared, he had been the only university graduate in Kokterek, and very proud of it. My arrival, however, did not arouse his envy. Whether he wanted to reinforce his school before the first batch of pupils took their final exam, or to vex the snake-like director of the education department, I don't know. But he ordered me to bring your diploma along quickly. I ran home like a schoolboy to fetch it. He put it in his pocket and went off to a trade union conference in Jambul. 3 days later, he looked in again and laid before me an extract from an order made by the Oblast Education Department.
This book is continued on Cassette 13, Side 1.
The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 3, continued. Cassette 13, Side 1.
Three days later, he looked in again and laid before me an extract from an order made by the Oblast Education Department. Over the same shameless signature which had certified in March that the schools in the district were fully staffed, I was now, in April, appointed to teach both math and physics to both graduating classes, and just 3 weeks before their final examination. He was taking a chance, this director of studies, not so much politically. What he had to fear was that I might have forgotten all my mathematics during my years in the camps. When the day of the written examination in geometry and trigonometry arrived, he did not allow me to open the envelope in the presence of my pupils, but took all the teachers into the headmaster's office and stood over me while I solved the problems. The fact that my answers coincided with those in the envelope put him and the other math teachers in a festive mood. It was easy enough to pass for a second Descartes in that place. I had still to learn that every year, during the final examinations, there were periodic calls from the villages to the district centre. We can't work it out. It wasn't formulated properly. The teachers themselves had only 7 years of schooling behind them. Shall I describe the happiness it gave me to go into the classroom and pick up the chalk? This was really the day of my release, the restoration of my citizenship. I stopped noticing all the other things which made up the life of an exile. When I was in Ekibastuz, our column was often marched past the local school. I would look upon it as at some inaccessible paradise, at the children running about the yard, at the teachers in bright dresses, and the tinkle of the bell from the front steps cut me to the heart. I had been reduced to such desperate longings by my hopeless prison years, my years of general labour in the camps. It seemed to me the supreme, heart-breaking happiness to enter a classroom carrying a register as that bell rang, and start a lesson with the mysterious air of one about to unfold wonders. This was, of course, my teacher's gift craving satisfaction, but partly, perhaps, my hunger for self-esteem. I needed the contrast after years of humiliation, years of knowing that my talents were unwanted. But while my gaze was fixed on the life of the archipelago and the state at large, I had lost sight of something very elementary, that sometime during or since the war, the Soviet school had died. It no longer existed. There remained only a bloated corpse, a bag of wind. In the capital and in the hamlet, the schools were dead. When spiritual death creeps through the land like poison gas, the school and its pupils are, of course, among the first to suffocate. Yet I only discovered this some years later, when I returned from the land of exile to metropolitan Russia. In Kokterek I had no inkling of it. In the deadly fog of obscuration all around us, the exiled children had not yet choked. They still lived. Those were very special children. They were growing up in the consciousness of their depressed status. In school council meetings and other waffling sessions, they were described, and sometimes heard themselves described, as Soviet children, growing up to live under communism, whose freedom of movement was only temporarily restricted. No more than that. But they felt, every one of them felt the collar around his neck, had felt it from early childhood, as long as he could remember. The whole world, which they knew from magazines and films, so varied, so rich, bubbling with life, was inaccessible to them, and there was no hope of entering it even for the boys through the army. There was a very faint chance that a very few would obtain permission from the MVD post to go to a city, to be allowed when they got there to take an entrance examination, to be admitted to an institute, if they passed, and once in, to complete their studies successfully. So that all the discoveries they would ever make about the vast, inexhaustible world must be made there, in the school, which for many years was the beginning and end of their education. Moreover, life in the wilderness was so starkly simple that they were free from the distractions and dissipations which spoil 20th-century urban youth from London to Alma-Ata. In the urban centres, children had lost the habit and the taste for study, studied as though discharging an irksome obligation, just to stay on the books till they were old enough to leave. But for the children in our exile colonies, if they were well taught, there was nothing more important in life. Nothing else mattered. Studying avidly, they felt that they were rising above their second-class status, competing on equal terms with first-class children. Only in earnest study could they slake their ambitions. No, there were other ways, by holding elective office in school, in the Komsomol, and from the age of 16 at the polls in general elections. How they longed, poor things, for the illusion of equal rights, if nothing more. Many proudly joined the Komsomol and made sincere political declarations in their 5-minute speeches. I tried to instill into one German girl, Victoria Nuss, who had won a place in a 2-year teacher's training college, the idea that an exile should be proud of his position, not distressed by it. It was hopeless. She looked at me as though I had gone mad. Of course, there were others who did not hurry into the Komsomol. They were hauled in forcibly. You still haven't joined, although you're allowed to. Now, why is that? In Kokterek, some young girls, Germans, members of a clandestine religious sect, were compelled to join to save their parents from being driven farther out into the desert. Whoso shall offend one of these little ones, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck. I have been speaking all this time about the Russian classes in the Kokterek school. There were scarcely any Russians proper among them. There were Germans, Greeks, Koreans, a few Kurds and Chechens, some Ukrainians from families which had settled in the region at the beginning of the century, and Kazakhs whose parents had responsible posts and wanted their children educated in Russian. But most of the Kazakh children were in Kazakh classes. They were in very truth still savages, and most of them, those who were not corrupted by the high standing of their families, were very straightforward, sincere, with a sound sense of good and evil until false or conceited teachers perverted it. In fact, nearly all teaching in Kazakh was merely the propagation of ignorance. The first generation dragged with difficulty through their diploma course, half-educated and hugely self-important, dispersed to instruct the rising generation, while Kazakh girls left schools and teachers' training college with satisfactory marks, in spite of their utter and impenetrable ignorance. So that when these barely civilized children caught a glimpse of real teaching, they drank it in not just with their eyes and ears, but with open mouths. With such receptive children, I revelled in my teaching duties at Kokterek, and for 3 years this sufficed to keep me happy, and perhaps it would have done so for many years longer. There were not hours enough in the timetable for me to correct or make up for the mistakes and omissions of the past, so I prescribed additional evening classes, group discussions, field work, astronomical observations, and they turned up in greater numbers and higher spirits than if they had been going to the cinema. I was also put in charge of a class, a purely Kazakh class at that, but even this was almost enjoyable. However, the bright side was bounded by the classroom door on the lesson bell. In the staff common room, the director's office, and the district education department, the atmosphere was smirched not just with the petty tyranny universal in our state, but with a more pernicious variety peculiar to the land of exile. When I arrived, there were already some Germans and some administrative exiles among the teachers. We were all in the same oppressed situation. Every opportunity was taken to remind us that we were allowed to teach on sufferance, and that this favour could always be withdrawn. The exiles on the staff, even more than other teachers, though they too were just as dependent, dreaded angering high officials in the district by failing to give their children good marks. They dreaded, too, angering the authorities with poor examination results, and deliberately marked too high, making their own contribution to the propagation of ignorance in Kazakhstan at large. Apart from this, special dues and duties fell upon exile teachers, and also their young Kazakh colleagues. 25 rubles were deducted every payday, for whose benefit nobody knew. The headmaster, Berdenov, might suddenly announce that it was his little daughter's birthday, and the teachers would have to contribute 50 rubles each for a present. Apart from this, one or another of the teachers would be called to the headmaster's office or the education department and asked for a loan of 300 to 500 rubles. These things, however, were typical of the local style or system. Kazakh pupils were forced to give a sheep or half a sheep each for the graduation ceremony. Those who did were assured of their certificates even if they were completely ignorant. The graduation party would turn into a great booze-up for the district party activists. In addition, all the district bosses were taking correspondence courses, and teachers in our school were forced to complete all their written tests for them. The orders were transmitted as though from feudal lords through the directors of studies, and the teacher serfs were not even vouchsafed to look at their external students. I don't know whether it was firmness on my part, made possible by my irreplaceability, which became immediately obvious, or whether it was the milder climate of the times, or perhaps both, that helped me to keep my neck out of this harness. My pupils would be eager to learn only as long as I marked honestly, and I did so with no thought for district secretaries. Nor did I pay any levies, or make loans to the bosses. The snaky head of the education department had the impudence to ask. I thought it quite enough that the needy state fleeced us of a month's salary every May. Exile had restored to us the free man's privilege, denied us in the camps, of subscribing to the state loan. But my concern for principle stopped there. I worked side by side with the biology and chemistry teacher, Georgy Stepanovich Mitrovich, a Serb who had done a tenor on the Kolyma for counter-revolutionary Trotskyite activity, and who, though now old and sick, fought doggedly for justice in the local affairs of Kokterek. Dismissed from the district health department, he had nonetheless been taken on by the school, and had transferred his efforts there. Indeed, wherever you looked in Kokterek, there was lawlessness aggravated by ignorance, barbaric conceit, and smug clannishness. This lawlessness was a dark and tangled thicket, but Mitrovich fought selflessly and disinterestedly against it, with Lenin's name on his lips, it is true, exposed the corrupt at teachers' meetings and district teachers' conferences, failed ignorant high-ranking external students, and won sheep graduating students, wrote complaints to the Oblast Center, to Alma-Ata, sent telegrams to Khrushchev in person. 70 parents' signatures were collected for appeals on his behalf, and such telegrams were dispatched in another district, because they would not have got through from ours. He demanded check-ups, inspections. Then, when inspectors arrived and turned against him, he would start writing again. He was analyzed at special teachers' meetings, accused of filling children with anti-Soviet propaganda, and came within a hairbreadth of arrest, accused no less seriously of ill-treating the goats that browsed on the young pioneers' garden plots. He was dismissed and reinstated. He tried to get compensation for enforced absence from work. He was transferred to another school, refused to go, was dismissed again. He put up a splendid fight. If only I had joined him, what a drubbing we would have given them. Yet I gave him no help at all. I held my peace. I always avoided taking part in the final vote, so as not to be against him, by slipping away to a club meeting or a tutorial. In this way I did nothing to prevent the external students with party cards from obtaining pass marks. They were the regime. Let them cheat the regime of which they were part. I had my own concerns to keep secret. I was writing and writing. I was saving myself for a different struggle later on. But there is a larger question to be answered. Was Mitrovich's struggle right? Was it necessary? His battle was utterly hopeless, and he knew it. No one could unravel that tangled skein, and if he had won hands down, it would have done nothing to improve the social order, the system. It would have been no more than a brief, vague gleam of hope in one narrow little spot, quickly swallowed by the clouds. Nothing that victory might bring could balance the risk of rearrest, which was the price he might pay. Only the Khrushchev era saved Mitrović. Yes, his battle was hopeless, but it is human to be outraged by injustice, even to the point of courting destruction. His struggle could end only in defeat, but no one could possibly call it useless. If we had not all been so sensible, not all been forever whining to each other, "It won't help, it can't do any good," our land would have been quite different. Mitrović was not even a citizen, he was only an exile, but the district authorities feared the flash of his spectacles. They feared him, yes, but when election time came around, the bright day on which we elected our beloved democratic rulers, the difference disappeared between the intrepid warrior Mitrović. Where was his fighting spirit now? My non-committal self, and M.Z., who was even more reserved, and on the face of it the most pliant of the three. We all alike concealed our suffering and our disgust, and took part in that festival of fools. Nearly all exiles had permission to take part in elections. They cost so little, and even those deprived of rights suddenly discovered themselves on the list and were hurried off to vote at the double. We did not even have voting booths in Kokterek. There was one box with undrawn curtains somewhere up a corner, so out of the way that it would have been embarrassing to make for it. Voting consisted in carrying the ballot forms to an urn as quickly as you could, and tossing them in. Even stopping to scrutinize the candidates' names was enough to rouse suspicion. Why read them? Maybe you think the party organs don't know whom to nominate? When he had cast his vote, everyone was entitled to go boozing, drink his wages, or an advance, which would always be given at election time. Dressed in their best suits, they all, exiles included, exchanged solemn greetings, wishing each other a happy holiday. There's one good thing you can say for the camps. There were none of these elections. Once, Kokterek elected a people's judge, a Kazakh. Unanimously, of course. As usual, they congratulated each other on the great day. But a few months later, this judge was accused of a criminal offense by the district in which he had previously dealt justice, unanimously elected there, too. It turned out that in Kokterek, also, he had already had time to line his pockets comfortably with bribes from private persons. Alas, they had to remove him and hold a by-election. Once more the candidate came from outside, a Kazakh whom nobody knew. On Sunday the whole town dressed in its best, voted early in the morning and unanimously. The same happy faces exchanged felicitations in the streets without a twinkle in the eye. In a hard labour camp we had openly mocked at the whole farce, but in exile you must not be too ready to share your thoughts. The exile's life is like that of the free, and the first habit of free men he adopts is the worst, their reticence. M.Z. was one of the few with whom I could talk about such things. They had sent him there from Jezkazgan, and without a kopeck. His money had been kept back somewhere along the line. This did not worry the MBD in the least. They simply took him off the prison dole and turned him onto the streets of Kokterek to steal or die just as he pleased. That was when I lent him 10 rubles and earned his gratitude forever. It was a long time before he stopped reminding me how I had saved him. One of his fixed characteristics was never forgetting a kindness, nor an injury either. He bore a grudge against Kudayev, for instance, the Chechen boy who had nearly fallen victim to a blood feud. But nothing stands still in this world. Kudayev, after his narrow escape, viciously and unjustly took out his spite on M.Z's son. As an exile with no professional qualifications, M.Z. could not find a decent job in Kokterek. The best that came his way was the post of assistant in the school labs, which he greatly prized, but his post required him to be at everyone's beck and call, never to answer back, never to have a mind of his own. He did keep his thoughts to himself. He was unreachable under his outward politeness, and no one knew the first thing about him, not even why, at nearly 50, he had no profession. He and I somehow became friendly, we never clashed, and quite often helped each other. Our reactions and our way of expressing them, acquired in the camps, were identical. So that, although he kept quiet about it for a long time, I finally learned the carefully concealed story of his public and his private past. It is instructive. Before the war, he had been secretary of the district party committee at ZH blank, and during the war was officer in charge of the cipher section of a division. He had always held high positions, always been a person of consequence, never experienced the petty troubles of lesser folk. Then, one day in 1942, one regiment in the division did not receive the order to retreat in time, and the cipher section was to blame. The mistake had to be corrected, but it also happened that all M.Z's subordinates had been killed or disappeared somewhere, and the general sent M.Z himself to the forward sector, into the jaws of the pincers which were already closing on the regiment. Order them to retreat. Save them. M.Z went on horseback, deeply distressed, and fearing for his life. On the way he found himself in such danger that he decided to go no farther, and doubted whether he would survive even where he was. He deliberately stopped, abandoned the regiment to its fate, betrayed it, dismounted, threw his arms around a tree, or hid behind it from bursting shells, and solemnly swore to Jehovah that if he lived he would be zealous in the faith and observe the holy law punctiliously. It all ended happily. Every man in the regiment was killed or taken prisoner, but M.Z came out alive, was sentenced to 10 years in a camp under Article 58, did his time, and here he was now in Coq Terek with me. How rigorously he fulfilled his vow. His communist past had left no trace in his heart or his mind. Only when his wife tricked him into it would he eat unclean fish without scales. He could not avoid coming to work on Saturdays, but endeavored to do nothing while there. At home, he rigorously observed all the rituals and prayed, secretly, as Soviet circumstances demand. Understandably, he revealed his story to very few people. To me, it doesn't seem so very simple. The only simple thing about it is something which people in our country are particularly reluctant to accept, that the innermost core of our being is religion and not party ideology. How are we to judge him? Under whatever code of law you like, criminal law, military law, the laws of honor, the laws of patriotism, and the laws of the party. This man deserved death or obloquy. He had destroyed a whole regiment to save his own life, not to mention his failure at that moment to hate as he should the most terrible enemy the Jews had ever had. But M.Z could have appealed to some higher code of law and retorted, "Are not all your wars caused by the imbecility of politicians? What made Hitler cut his way into Russia, if not imbecility, his own and Stalin's and Chamberlain's imbecility? And now you want to send me to my death? Was it you who brought me into the world?" Some will object that he should have said this, and so then should all those in the doomed regiment, on enlistment, when they were giving him a handsome uniform to wear, not out there with his arms around a tree. Logically, I have no intention of defending him. Logically, I ought to have hated him, despised him, felt sick when I shook hands with him. But I had no such feelings toward him, because I had not belonged to that regiment, not felt what it was like to be in their situation, because I suspected that 100 other factors had combined to decide their fate, because I had never seen M.Z in his pride, but only when he was vanquished. Whatever the reason, we shook hands warmly and sincerely every day, and never once did I feel that there was anything disgraceful in it. One man can be bent into so many shapes in a lifetime. How different he may become, for himself as well as for others. And one of these different selves we readily, eagerly stone to death, obeying an order, the law, an impulse, or our blind misconception. But what if the stone slips from your hand? What if you yourself are deep in trouble and begin to look at things with different eyes? At the crime, at the criminal, at him, and at yourself. In this thick volume, we have pronounced absolution so often. I hear cries of astonishment and indignation. Where do you draw the line? Must we forgive everyone? No, I have no intention of forgiving everyone, only those who have fallen. while the idol towers over us on his commanding eminence, his brow creased imperiously, smug and insensate, mutilating our lives, just let me have the heaviest stone, or let a dozen of us seize a battering-ram and knock him off his perch. But once he is overthrown, once the first furrow of self-awareness runs over his face as he crashes to the ground, lay down your stones. He is returning to humanity unaided. Do not deny him this God-given way. After the places of exile described earlier, I have to admit that we in Kokterek and exiles in southern Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan generally were privileged. They settled us in inhabited places, that is to say, where there was water and the soil was not altogether barren. In the Chu Valley and the Kurdai district it was indeed highly fertile. Very many of us landed in towns, Jambul, Chimkent, Talas, even Alma-Ata or Frunze, where lack of rights made no palpable difference between us and other townspeople who had rights. Food was cheap and work easy to find in these towns, and especially in industrial settlements, because the local population lacked all enthusiasm for industry, skilled trades, and intellectual occupations. But even those who ended in rural areas were not invariably driven into the kolkhots. There were 4,000 people in our Kokterek, most of them exiles, but only some Kazakh sections of the town came under a kolkhots. The rest all managed to find jobs at the machine and tractor station, or took a nominal job somewhere, even at a derisory salary, and lived on 1/4 of a hectare of irrigated garden, with a cow, some pigs, and some sheep. Significantly, a group of Western Ukrainians living among us, in administrative exile after 5 years in the camps, and working hard building adobe houses for the local construction agency, found life on the clay soil of Kokterek, which burned to dust unless it was heavily irrigated, but was at least not kolkhots land. So much more comfortable than life on the kolkhots in their beloved and flourishing Ukraine, that when the release order came, they all stayed in Kokterek for good. The security officers in Kokterek were lazy, too, one instance in which the universal Kazakh laziness was beneficial. There were a few informers among us, but we hardly noticed, and came to no harm from them. The main reason for their inactivity, however, and for the steady relaxation of discipline, was the onset of the Khrushchev era. Its impact, muffled by the jolts and wobbles along the way, at last reached even us. There was a disappointment to begin with. The Voroshilov amnesty, as the Archipelago called it, although it was promulgated by the 7 boyars. Stalin's cruel joke with the politicals on July the 7th, 1945, was a lesson which had not sunk in and was forgotten. Both in the camps and in exile, whispered rumors of an amnesty flourished. People have a remarkable capacity for pig-headed credulity. N.N. Grekova, for instance, a repeater with 15 years of hell behind her, kept a picture of clear-eyed Voroshilov on the wall of her little hut, and believed that a miracle would come from him. Well, the miracle came. It was in a decree signed by Voroshilov that the government enjoyed another laugh at our expense on March the 27th, 1953. Strictly speaking, it was impossible to invent any obvious and reasonable excuse for the grief-stricken rulers of a grief-stricken country to set criminals free just at that moment in March 1953, unless perhaps they were suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of the transience of all that is. Though in ancient Russia, too, so Kotoshikin tells us, it was the custom to release criminals on the day of a Tsar's interment, which incidentally was the signal for an orgy of looting. The Muscovites are not God-fearing by nature. They rob the male and the female sex alike of their garments in the street and beat them to death. I quote from Plekhanov, A History of Russian Social Thought, Moscow, 1919. It was just the same on this occasion. With Stalin in his grave, his successors were anxious for popularity, though their explanation connected the amnesty with the eradication of crime in our country. Who then were all those people inside? If it had been true, there would have been no one to release. Since, however, they were still wearing Stalinist blinkers, still slavishly thinking along the same old lines, they amnestied thieves and gangsters, but only those 58ths with up to 5 years inclusive. The uninitiated, with the ways of decent governments in mind, might suppose that up to 5 years would enable 3/4 of the politicals to go home. In fact, only 1 or 2% of our kind had such childish sentences. The thieves were set loose upon the local inhabitants like locusts, and it was only some time later, and with considerable strain, that the militia reinstalled the amnestied bandits in their old reserve. The amnesty had interesting repercussions in our place of exile. There were some among us who had served a kid's sentence up to 5 years in their time, but then instead of being allowed to go home had been exiled without trial. In Kokterek this was true of certain very lonely old men and women from the western Ukraine and western Byelorussia, the meekest and unhappiest people in the world. They cheered up greatly after the amnesty and waited to be sent home. But some 2 months later came the usual heartless clarification. Inasmuch as they had been exiled, after having served their time in the camps and without trial, not for 5 years but in perpetuity, the previous 5-year term of imprisonment which had led to their exile did not count, and they were not covered by the amnesty. Then there was Tonya Kadzachuk, a completely free woman who had come from the Ukraine to join her exiled husband, and had been registered as an exiled settler for the sake of tidiness. When the amnesty came, she rushed to the MVD post. "Ah," they very reasonably retorted, "you didn't get 5 years like your husband. You're here indefinitely, so the amnesty doesn't affect you." Draco, Solon, and Justinian, the lawgivers, would have burst with indignation. So no one got anything out of the amnesty, but as the months went by, and especially after the fall of Beria, by slow degrees, without fanfares, genuine relaxation began creeping into the land of exile. They allowed the 5-year people to go home. They began allowing the children of exiles to attend higher educational institutions in the vicinity. At work, they stopped addressing exiles with rude familiarity. Life was easier all the time. Exiles began to rise in their professions. Vacant desks were seen in the MVD post. "That other officer, where is he?" "He doesn't work here now." The staff was being drastically reduced, thinned out. They started handling us more gently. The sacred duty to report ceased to be quite so sacred. If a man had not turned up by dinner time, "Never mind, next time will do." One national group after another had certain rights restored. Travel within the district was now unrestricted, and trips to other oblasts much freer. Rumours flew thicker and faster. "They're going to let us go home." Sure enough, they let the Turkmen go, those who were exiled for having been prisoners of war. Then the Kurds. Houses were put up for sale, and house prices tottered. They also released some elderly administrative exiles. People had pleaded their cause in Moscow, and lo and behold, they were rehabilitated. Excitement rippled through the exiles, leaving them feverish and confused. "Shall we be on the move soon? Is it really possible?" Ridiculous. As though that regime could ever become any kinder. The camp had taught me to be consistent in my disbelief. And anyway, there was no special need for me to believe. Here, in the great Russian heartland, I had neither family nor friends, whereas here, in exile, I was experiencing something like happiness. I doubt whether I'd ever lived so comfortably. True, during my first year of exile, a deadly disease was tormenting me, as though it was in league with my jailers, and for a whole year no one in Kokterek could even determine what it was. I could hardly stand on my feet in front of my class. I slept badly and ate very little. All that I had previously written in the camp and stored in my memory, and all that I had composed in exile since, I had to write down hastily and bury in the ground. I remember clearly that night before I left for Tashkent, the last night of 1953. It seemed as though for me life and literature was ending right there. I felt cheated. But my illness abated, and my 2 years of truly beautiful exile began with only one hardship, one sacrifice to cast a shadow. I dared not marry, because there was no woman whom I could trust with the secrets of my lonely life, my writing, my hiding-places. But all my days were lived in a state of constant, blissfully heightened awareness, and I felt no constraint on my freedom. At school I could give as many lessons as I wanted, in both shifts, and every lesson brought a throbbing happiness, never weariness or boredom. And every day I had a little time left for writing, and there was never any need for me to attune my thoughts. As soon as I sat down, the lines raced from under my pen. On those Sundays, when we were not turned out to thin beat in the kolkhots, I wrote without pause, the whole Sunday through. While I was there, I also began on a novel, impounded 10 years later, and I had writing enough for a long time ahead. As for publication, that was not to be expected until after I was dead. By now I had some money, so I bought a little clay house for myself and ordered a firm table to write on. But I went on sleeping on the same old bare wooden boxes. I also bought a shortwave radio set, covered my windows at night, glued my ear to the silk over the speaker, and through the cascading crash of jamming tried to catch some of the forbidden news we longed for, and to reconstruct from the general sense the parts I could not hear. We were so worn out by decades of lying nonsense. We yearned for any scrap of truth, however tattered, and yet this work was not worth the time I wasted on it. The infantile West had no riches of wisdom or courage to bestow on those of us who were nurtured by the Archipelago. My little house stood on the extreme eastern edge of the settlement. Beyond my gate there was an irrigation channel, the steppe, and the sunrise each morning. Whenever there was a puff of wind from the steppe, my lungs drank it in greedily. In the dusk and at night, whether it was dark or moonlit, I strolled about alone out there, inhaling and exhaling like a lunatic. There was no other dwelling less than 100 meters off, to left, to right, or to the rear of me. I was fully resigned to living there, if not in perpetuity, then for 20 years at least. I did not believe that conditions of general freedom would come about sooner, and I was not far wrong. I seemed to have lost all desire to go elsewhere, although my heart stood still when I looked at a map of central Russia. I was aware of the whole world not as something beckoning to me from outside, but as something experienced and assimilated, entirely within myself, so that nothing remained for me to do but write about it. I was replete. When Radishchev was in exile, his friend Kutuzov wrote to him as follows: "It grieves me to tell you this, my friend, but your position has its advantages. Cut off from all men, remote from all the objects that dazzle us, you can all the more profitably voyage within yourself. You can gaze upon yourself dispassionately, and consequently form less biased judgments about things at which you previously looked through a veil of ambition and worldly cares. Many things will perhaps appear to you in a completely new aspect." Precisely so, and because I cherished the purer vision it gave me, I was fully conscious that exile was a blessing to me. Meanwhile, the shifts and stirrings in the exile world were more and more noticeable. The MVD officers became positively kindly, and their numbers were further reduced. The nominal punishment for running away was now only 5 years, and even this was not imposed. One after another, national groups ceased reporting to the MVD, and then were granted the right to leave. Tremors of joy and hope disturbed our quiet exile. Suddenly, without hint or warning, yet another amnesty crept up on us, the Adenauer amnesty of September 1955. This was after Adenauer had visited Moscow and stipulated that Khrushchev should free all the Germans. No sooner had Nikita ordered their release than the absurdity of the situation, releasing the Germans and holding on to their Russian collaborators with 20-year sentences, was realized. But since these were all polizei, headmen appointed by the Germans or Vlasovites, no one was anxious to draw much public attention to this amnesty. And anyway, there is a general law on the dissemination of information in our country. Trivialities are shouted from the rooftops, important news stealthily leaked. So that the biggest of all political amnesties since the October Revolution marked no special day, and was proclaimed on September the 9th in a single newspaper, Izvestia, and even there on an inside page with no comment whatsoever, not a single article to keep it company. How could I help being agitated? I read it. Amnesty for persons who collaborated with the Germans. Where did that leave me? Apparently it did not apply to me. I had served in the Red Army throughout. To hell with you, then. So much the less to worry about. Then my friend L.Z. Kopelev wrote from Moscow. He had flourished this amnesty in a Moscow militia station, and talked them into giving him a temporary residence permit. Shortly after, they had sent for him. "What's the idea? Trying to bamboozle us? You weren't a collaborator, were you?" "No." "And you did serve in the Soviet army?" "Yes." "Right. Get the hell out of Moscow within 24 hours. He stayed where he was, of course, but after 9 in the evening I'm on tenterhooks. Every ring of the bell I think they've come for me. I thought with pleasure how much better off I was. Once I'd hidden my manuscripts, I did this every evening, I slept like a babe. From my clean desert I imagined the teeming, fretful, vainglorious capital, and felt no urge at all to go there. My Moscow friends, however, insisted. "Why have you taken it into your head to stay there? Ask for a judicial review. They have started reconsidering cases." Why should I? Where I was, I could spend a whole hour watching the ants who had bored a hole in the mud brick foundations of my house, without foremen, warders, or commanders of camp divisions, carrying loads of husks for their winter store. One morning they suddenly failed to appear, although the ground outside the house was strewn with husks. As it turned out, they had anticipated long before. They knew that there would be rain that day, although the cheerful sunny sky gave no warning. After the rain, the clouds were still heavy and black, but they crept out to work. They knew for sure that it would not rain again. There, in the silence of exile, I could see with perfect certainty the true course of Pushkin's life. His first piece of good fortune was his banishment to the south. His second and greatest, his banishment to Mikhailovskoye. There he should have lived and gone on living instead of hankering for other places. What fatal compulsion drew him to Petersburg? What fatality prompted him to marry? Still, it is difficult for a human heart to follow where reason leads, difficult for a wood chip not to sail with the pouring stream. The 20th Congress arrived. For a long time we knew nothing about Khrushchev's speech. They started reading it to some people in Kokhterek, but kept it secret from the exiles, and we learned about it from the BBC. But Mikoyan's words in an ordinary open newspaper were enough for me. "This is the first Leninist Congress since such and such a year." I knew that my enemy Stalin had fallen, which meant that I was on the way up. And so I applied for a review of my case. Then, in spring, they lifted sentences of exile from all 58s. In my weakness I abandoned my crystalline exile and went into the turbid outside world. The feelings of a former Zek as he crosses the Volga from east to west to travel all day in a clanking train over the wooded Russian plain do not form part of this chapter. In Moscow that summer I phoned the public prosecutor's office to ask how my appeal was going. They asked me to call another number, and the cordial, unassuming voice of an interrogator invited me to look in at the Lubyanka for a chat. In the famous office on Kuznetsky Most, where passes were issued, they told me to wait. Suspecting that somebody's eyes were already on me, studying my face, in spite of my inattention, I put on a look of good-natured weariness, and pretended to be watching a child who was playing, with no enjoyment at all, in the middle of the waiting room. Just as I thought, my new investigating officer was standing there in civilian clothes, observing me. When he had satisfied himself that I was not a white-hot enemy, he came up and very amiably took me to the big Lubyanka. While we were still on the way, he was full of regrets that my life had been so horribly messed up. By whom? That I had been denied wife and children. But the stuffy, electric-lighted corridors of the Lubyanka had not changed since I had been taken through them with shaven skull, hungry, sleepless, buttonless, hands behind my back. "What a brute of an investigator you got, that Yedzapov. I remember his name. He's been demoted since." He was probably sitting in the next room and calling my man names. "I was in counter-espionage, the naval branch of Smersh. We didn't have people like that." "Ryumin was one of yours. You had Levshin and Libin." But I nodded innocently. "Of course you didn't." He even laughed at my 1944 witticisms about Stalin. "You put it very neatly." He praised the stories I had written at the front, which were on the file as incriminating evidence. There's nothing anti-Soviet in them. Take them if you like. Try and get them published. But I refused in a feeble, almost expiring voice. Heavens, no, I've given up literature long ago. If I live another few years, my dream is to study physics. Seasonal camouflage. This is the game we shall play from now on. Spare the rod and spoil the man. Prison was bound to teach us something, if only how to behave in front of the checker GB. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Chapter 7. Zex at Liberty. We have had a chapter in this book on arrest. Do we need one now called release? Of those on whom the thunderbolt of arrest at one time or another fell, I shall speak only of 58th, I doubt whether a fifth, I should like to think that an eighth, lived to experience this release. And anyway, release is surely something everybody understands. It has been described so often in world literature, shown in so many films. Unlock my dungeon, out into the sunshine, the crowd goes wild, open-armed relatives. But there is a curse on those released under the joyless sky of the archipelago, and as they move into freedom, the clouds will grow darker. Only in its long-windedness, its leisureliness, its otiose flourishes, what need has the law to hurry now? Does release differ from the lightning stroke of arrest? In all other respects, release is arrest all over again, the same sort of punishing transition from state to state, shattering your breast, the structure of your life and your ideas, and promising nothing in return. If arrest is like the swift touch of frost on a liquid surface, release is the uncertain half-thaw between two frosts, between two arrests, because in this country, whenever someone is released, somewhere an arrest must follow. The space between two arrests, that is what release meant throughout the 40 pre-Khrushchev years. A lifebelt thrown between two islands, splash your way from camp to camp. The wait between the very first day and the very last, that's what a stretch means. The walk from one camp boundary to the next, that is what is meant by release. Your muddy green passport, which the poet so insistently bade all men envy, is smirched with Article 39 of the law on passports in black indelible ink. This means that you will not be given a residence permit in a town, even a small one, nor will you ever get a decent job. In the camp, at least, you received your rations, but here you do not. Moreover, your freedom of movement is illusory. Not released, but deprived of exile, would be the best description of these unfortunates. Denied the blessings of an exile decreed by fate, they cannot force themselves to go into the Krasnoyarsk taiga or the Kazakh desert, where there are so many of their own kind, so many X's all around. No, they plunge deep into the tormented world of freedom, where everyone recoils from them, and where they are marked men, candidates for a new spell inside. Natalia Ivanovna Stolyarova was discharged from Gulag on April 27, 1945. She could not go away immediately. She had to obtain a passport. She had no bread card, nowhere to live. The only work offered was splitting logs for firewood. When she had gone through the few roubles collected by friends inside, Stolyarova returned to the camp gates, told the guards some tale about coming to fetch her things — the local customs were patriarchal — and went home to her hut. There never was such happiness. Her friends flocked around, brought her gruel from the kitchen — oh, how nice it tasted — laughed and listened to her stories about how lost and homeless she had been outside. No thanks, we're more comfortable here. Roll call, one too many. The duty officer scolded, but let her stay in camp overnight, May Day Eve, as long as she pushed off in the morning. Stolyarova had worked hard in the camp, never eased up. She had come to the Soviet Union from Paris when she was quite young, had been put inside shortly afterward, and had been longing to be freed so that she could see something of her motherland. As a reward for her good work, she had been discharged on privileged terms. She was not assigned to any specified locality. Those who were sent to a particular place found jobs somehow. The militia could not chase them off elsewhere. But Stolyarova, with her clean certificate of discharge, was like a dog turned out of doors. Wherever she went, the militia refused to register her. Moscow families she knew well would make tea for her, but no one offered her a bed. She spent her nights at the stations. It was bad enough that militiamen walked around all night to prevent people from sleeping, and turned them out before dawn so that the floors could be swept. But that was not all. Any discharged Zek whose path has ever lain through a big station will remember how his heart sank at the approach of a militiaman. How stern he looks. His nose, of course, tells him that you are a former Zek. Any moment now he'll ask for your papers. He will take away your discharge certificate, and that's it, you're a Zek again. For us, rights, laws, even the human being himself, are nothing. The document is everything. Any minute now he'll lay hands on your certificate, and that's that. These are our feelings. Stolyarova wanted to take a job in Luga, knitting gloves, not for toilers generally, mind you, just for German prisoners of war. Not only would they not take her, but the boss insulted her, with everyone listening. Trying to worm her way into our organization. We know their sly tricks. We've read our Shenin. Oh, that fat Shenin. If he had any shame, he'd hang himself. It's a vicious circle. No job without a residence permit. No residence permit unless you have a job. And without a job, you have no bread card either. Former Zeks did not know the rule that the MVD is required to find them work, and those who did know were afraid to apply in case they were put back inside. You may be free, but your troubles are only beginning. In my student days, there was a strange professor at Rostov University called N.A. Trifonov. His head was always pulled into his shoulders. He was always tense and jumpy. He didn't like people calling to him in the corridor. We learned later that he had been inside, and if anybody called out his name in the corridor, he thought perhaps the security officers had sent for him. At the Rostov Medical Institute after the war, a doctor discharged from a camp preferred not to wait for the second arrest he thought inevitable, and committed suicide. Anyone who has sampled the camps, who knows them, may very well make this choice. It is no harder. Rarely unlucky were those who were released too soon. Avenir Borisov's turn came in 1946. He went not to some big town, but to his native settlement. All his old friends, people he had grown up with, tried to avoid him in the street, or to pass by without speaking, and these were yesterday's fearless front-line soldiers. If conversation was quite unavoidable, they made a few carefully non-committal remarks as they edged away. Nobody ever asked him how life had treated him all those years, although most of us probably know less about the archipelago than about Central Africa. Will our descendants ever realize how well-trained our free citizens were? However, one old friend of his student days did invite him to tea in the evening, after dark. Such friendliness, such warmth. There can be no thaw without latent heat. Avenir asked to see some old photographs, and his friend got out the albums for him. The friend had forgotten, and was surprised when Avenir suddenly rose and left, without waiting for the samovar. Imagine Avenir's feelings when he saw his own face inked out in all the photographs. 5 years later, the friend put the blame for this on his wife. She had inked over the photographs. 10 years after that, in 1961, the wife came to Avenir in the District Trade Union Committee to ask for a pass to go to Sochi. He gave it to her, and she reminisced effusively about their former friendship. Later on, Avenir moved up in the world a little and became superintendent of an orphanage. Those growing up under his care were the children of soldiers, and they shed tears of outrage when the children of well-off parents called their superintendent the jailer. There is never anyone around to explain. Their parents ought rather to be called the jailers, and Avenir the jailee. In the last century, the Russian people would never have shown such insensitivity to its own language. Although he was in under Article 58, Kartel was administratively discharged from a camp in 1943 with pulmonary consumption. He had a black mark in his passport. He could not live in any town, could not get work. He could only die slowly, and everyone shunned him. Then the recruiting commission arrived in a hurry, looking for men to fight. Although he had tuberculosis in advanced form, Kartel declared himself fit. He would perish among his peers. He served at the front almost till the end of the war. Only in the hospital did the eye of the 3rd Section detect an enemy of the people in this self-sacrificing soldier. In 1949 he was marked down for arrest as a repeater, but good people in the military registration department came to his help. In the Stalin years, the best way to be released was to go through the gates and stay right there. Such people were already known at work and were given jobs. Even the MVD men, when they met them in the street, looked on them as people who had passed the test. Not always, though. When Prokhorov Pustover was released in 1938, he stayed on at Bamlag as a free engineer. Rosenblit, the head of the security section, told him, "You've been released, but remember you'll be walking a tightrope. One little slip and you're a Zek again. We shouldn't even have to put you on trial. So watch your step, and don't start imagining that you're a free citizen." Sensible Zeks of this sort, who stayed on near the camps, voluntarily choosing prison as a variety of freedom, can still be found in hundreds of thousands out in the backwoods in such places as the Nirob or Narim districts. And if they have to go inside again, it's less trouble. It's just next door. On the Kolyma, there was really not much choice. They hung on to people. The discharged Zek immediately signed a voluntary undertaking to go on working for Dalstroy. Permission to leave for the mainland was even harder to obtain than your discharge. N.V. Surovtseva, for instance, was unlucky enough to reach the end of her sentence. Only yesterday she had worked in the children's settlement, where she was warm and well fed. But now she was turned out to work in the fields because there was nothing else. Only yesterday she was assured of her bed and her rations, and now she had neither rations nor a roof over her head. She found her way to a ruined house with rotten floors, this on the Kolyma. She was thankful for her friends in the children's settlement. For a long time after her release they went on slipping her food. The oppressive burden of freedom, that is how she described her new experiences. Only gradually did she get on her feet, to become in the end a house owner. See her proudly standing outside a shack which some dogs would not wish to own. In case the reader thinks that all this is true only of the unspeakable Kolyma, let us move over to Vorkuta and look at a typical VGS, temporary civil construction hut, of the sort in which comfortable members of the free population, former Zeks, of course, are housed. So that release can easily mean something much worse than it did for M.P. Yakubovich. A prison just outside Karaganda was fitted out as a home for invalids, the Tikhonov home, and he was released into it under surveillance and without the right to leave. Rudkovsky, when no one would have him. I suffered just as much as I had in the camps. Went to the Virgin Lands near Kustanai. You meet all sorts of people there. I.V. Shved lost his hearing assembling trains at Norilsk in the fiercest blizzards. Later he worked as a stoker 12 hours a day, but he lacked the necessary certificates. The Social Security officials shrugged their shoulders. Can you produce witnesses? Well, there were the walruses. I.S. Karpunich had done 20 years on the Kolyma and was worn out and sick, but at the age of 60 he still hadn't 25 years of paid employment behind him, so no pension. The longer a man had been in the camps, the sicker he was, the shorter his service record, and the slimmer his chances of a pension. We have, of course, no prisoners' aid society as they do in England. It is frightening even to think of anything so heretical. Nowadays the same sort of thing happens to Bitoviki, non-political offenders. A.L. Burlaka went to the Ananyev district party headquarters. This is not an appointments bureau. To the district attorney's office. That's not our job. And to the town soviet. You'll have to wait. He was without work for 5 months, 1964. At Novorossiysk, in 1965, they immediately made P.G. Yegorov sign an undertaking to leave the town in 24 hours. In the City Executive Committee's office, he showed them a camp commendation for excellent work, and they laughed. The secretary of the City Party Committee simply threw him out. He went away, bribed somebody, and stayed in Novorossiysk. People write to me that camp was one day in the life of Ivan Denisovich, and being back outside was another. But wait a minute. Surely, since then, the sun of freedom has risen. Surely hands have reached out to the hapless. It will never happen again. Surely tears have even dripped onto the platforms of party congresses. Zhukov, from Kovrov. Though I'm still not on my feet, I can more or less kneel now. But we are still labelled convicts, and when staffs are reduced, we're the first to go. P.G. Tikhonov. I'm rehabilitated and work in a research institute, but it still feels like a continuation of the camp. Blockheads, just like our bosses in the camps, still have power over him. G.F. Popov. Whatever anybody says or writes, my colleagues only have to learn that I've been inside, and they start accidentally turning their backs on me. Yes, the devil is strong. Our fatherland is like this. To shove it a yard or two along the road to tyranny, a frown, a little cough is enough. But to drag it an inch along the road to freedom, you must harness 100 oxen and keep after each of them with a cudgel. Watch where you're pulling, watch where you're going. What about the formalities of rehabilitation? C.H. Blank, an old woman, receives a brusque summons. Report to the militia at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Nothing more. Her daughter hurries there with the summons that evening. I'm afraid for her. This could kill her. What's it all about? What should I prepare her for? Don't be afraid. It's something that will please her. Her late husband has been rehabilitated. But perhaps the news will be like wormwood to her. That would never occur to her benefactors. If these are the forms which our mercy takes, just imagine what our cruelty is like. What an avalanche of rehabilitations there was, but even this could not crack the stony brow of our infallible society, for the avalanche fell not on the road along which you need only frown, but on that for which you must harness 1,000 oxen. Rehabilitation was just a stunt. Party bosses will tell you so frankly. Far too many were rehabilitated. Voldemar Zarin, Rostov-on-the-Don, did 15 years and meekly held his tongue for another 8. Then, in 1960, he thought it right to tell his fellow employees how bad things were in the camps. He was put under investigation, and a KGB major told him, "Rehabilitation does not mean that you were innocent, only that your crimes were not all that serious, but there's always a bit left over." In Riga, also in 1960, Petro Pavlovsky's colleagues to a man joined in making his life a misery for 3 months on end, because he had concealed the fact that his father had been shot in 1937. Komogor is at a loss. Who is supposed to be in the right nowadays, and who is guilty? Where do I put myself when some plug-ugly suddenly starts talking about equality and fraternity? After his rehabilitation, Markelov became, of all things, chairman of an industrial insurance council, or putting it simply, of the trade union branch in a cooperative enterprise. The chairman of the enterprise would not risk leaving this chosen of the people alone in his office for a single minute. And Bayev, secretary of the party bureau, who was simultaneously in charge of personnel, to be on the safe side, intercepted all mail intended for Markelov as head of the trade union committee. There's a piece of paper about mid-term elections to local committees. Has it come your way? Yes, there was something a month ago. Well, I need it. Here you are, then. Read it, but be quick. It's nearly time to go home. Look, it's addressed to me. I'll let you have it back tomorrow. What are you talking about? It's an official document. Put yourself in Markelov's shoes with a thug like Bayev over you. Imagine that your salary and residence permit depend entirely on the said Bayev, and fill your lungs with the air of freedom. Deyeva, a schoolteacher, was dismissed for immorality. She had lowered the dignity of her calling by marrying a discharged convict, a pupil of hers in the camp. And this was under Khrushchev, not Stalin. You have nothing concrete to show for your past except the certificate, a small sheet of paper 12 centimeters by 18, declaring the living rehabilitated and the dead dead. The date of decease there is no way of checking. Death occurred at a big capital Z, meaning in prison. Cause of death, you can leaf through 100 of them and find the same. Disease of the day. Young C.H. N.A. asked an unsuspecting girl to show her all 40 cards in a batch. On every one, the same liver complaint had been entered in the same handwriting. And then there was this sort of thing. Your husband, Aleksandr Petrovich Malyavko-Vysotsky, died before he could be brought to trial and cannot therefore be rehabilitated. Sometimes the names of bogus witnesses are added, while the real witnesses all remain silent. We are silent. From whom can future generations learn anything? The door is locked, nailed up, the cracks papered over. Even the young, Verbowski complains, look upon the rehabilitated with suspicion and contempt. Not all of them, though. The majority of young people could not care less whether we have been rehabilitated or not, whether 12 million people are still inside or are inside no longer. They do not see that it affects them, just so long as they themselves are at liberty, with their tape recorders and their dishevelled girlfriends. A fish does not campaign against fisheries. It only tries to slip through the mesh. Just as a common illness develops differently in different people, the effects of freedom upon us varied greatly, as closer inspection will show. Its physical effects, to begin with. Some had overstrained themselves in the fight to end their time in the camps alive. They had endured it all like men of steel, consuming for 10 whole years a fraction of what the body requires, working and slaving, breaking stones half-naked in freezing weather, and never catching cold. But once their sentence was served, once the inhuman pressure from outside was lifted, the tension inside them also slackened. Such people are destroyed by a sudden drop in pressure. The giant, Tulpenyov, who had never caught cold in 7 years as a lumberjack, contracted a variety of illnesses once he was freed. G.A. Sorokin. After rehabilitation, my mental health, which had been the envy of my comrades in the camp, steadily deteriorated, a succession of neuroses and psychoses. Igor Kaminov. After my release, I weakened and went to pieces, and I seemed to find things much harder outside. There used to be a saying, the hard times brace you, and the soft times drive you to drink. Sometimes a man's teeth would all fall out in a year. Sometimes he would grow old overnight. Another man's strength would give out as soon as he got home, and he would die burned out. Yet there were others who took heart when they were released. For them it was time to grow younger and spread their wings. I, for one, still look younger than I did in the first photograph I had taken in exile. It comes as a sudden revelation. Life, after all, is so easy when you're free. There, on the archipelago, the force of gravity is quite different. Your legs are as heavy as an elephant's, but here they move as nimbly as a sparrow's. All the problems which tease and torment men who have always been free, we solve with a single click of the tongue. We have our own cheerful standards. Things have been worse. Things used to be worse, so now everything is quite easy. We never get tired of repeating it. Things have been worse. Things have been worse. But the pattern of a man's future may be even more firmly drawn by the emotional crisis which he undergoes at the moment of release. This crisis can take very different forms. Only on the threshold of the guardhouse do you begin to feel that what you are leaving behind you is both your prison and your homeland. This was your spiritual birthplace, and a secret part of your soul will remain here forever, while your feet trudge on into the dumb and unwelcoming expanse of freedom. The camps bring out a man's character, but so does release. This is how Vera Alexeyevna Korneyeva, whom we have met before in our story, took leave of a special camp in 1951. The 5-meter gates closed behind me, and although I could hardly believe it myself, I was weeping as I walked out to freedom. Weeping for what? I felt as though I had torn my heart away from what was dearest and most precious to it, from my comrades in misfortune. The gates closed, and it was all finished. I should never see those people again, never receive any news from them. It was as though I had passed on to the next world. To the next world. Release as a form of death. Perhaps we had not been released. Perhaps we had died, to begin a completely new life beyond the grave, a somewhat ghostly existence in which we cautiously felt the objects about us, trying to identify them. Release into the world of the living had, of course, been thought of quite differently. We had pictured it as Pushkin did. "And your brothers shall return your sword to you." But such happiness is the lot of very few generations of prisoners. It was as though our freedom was stolen, not authentic. Those who felt like this seized their scrap of stolen freedom and ran with it to some lonely place. While in the camp, almost all my closest comrades thought, as I did, that if ever God allowed us to leave the camp alive, we would not live in towns or even in villages, but somewhere in the depths of the forest. We would find work as foresters, rangers, or failing that, as herdsmen, and stay as far away as we could from people, politics, and all the snares and delusions of the world. V. Pospelov. For some time after he was discharged, Avenir Borisov shunned other people and took refuge in the countryside. I felt like hugging and kissing every birch tree, every poplar. The rustle of fallen leaves, I was released in autumn, was like music to me, and tears came to my eyes. I didn't give a damn that I only got 500 grams of bread. I could listen to the silence for hours on end, and read books, too. Any sort of work seemed easy and simple now that I was free. The days flew by like hours. My thirst for life was unquenchable. If there is any happiness in the world at all, it is certainly that which comes to any Zek in the first year of his life as a free man. It is a long time before people like this want to own anything. They remember that property is easily lost, vanishes into thin air. They have an almost superstitious aversion to new things, go on wearing the same old clothes, sitting on the same old broken chairs. One friend of mine had furniture so rickety that there was nothing you could safely sit or lean on. They made a joke of it. "This is the way to live, between camps." His wife had also been inside. L. Kopelev came back to Moscow in 1955 and made a discovery. "I am ill at ease with successful people. I keep up an acquaintance only with those of my former friends who are in some way unlucky." But then, only those who decline to scramble up the career ladder are interesting as human beings. Nothing is more boring than a man with a career. But people vary, and many cross the line to freedom with quite different feelings, especially in the days when the Cheka KGB seemed to be closing its eyes a little. "Hurrah! I'm free! One thing I solemnly swear, never to land inside again. Now I'm going all out to make up for what I've missed." Some want to make up for the appointments they should have held, some for the titles, learned or military, they might have won, some for the money they could have earned and salted away. It is considered bad taste among us to talk about salaries or savings accounts, but this does not mean people don't keep track. Others want to make up for their unborn children. Others, well, Valentin M. swore to us in jail that when he got out he would make up for all the girls he had missed. And true enough, for some years on end he spent his days at work, and all his evenings, even in midweek, with girls, different girls all the time. He slept only 4 or 5 hours a night, became wizened and old. Others want to catch up on meals, or furniture, or clothes, to forget how their buttons were cut off, how their best things were damaged beyond repair in the sterilization rooms of bathhouses. Once again, buying becomes their favorite occupation. How can you blame them when they have indeed missed so much, when such a large slice has been cut out of their lives. There are these two reactions to freedom, and, corresponding to them, two attitudes to the past. You have lived through years of horror. You are not a foul murderer, not a dirty swindler, so why should you try to forget prison and labor camp? Why need you be ashamed of them? Wouldn't it pay you to think yourself the richer for them? Wouldn't it be more fitting to take pride in them? Yet so many, some of them neither weak nor stupid, people of whom you would not expect it, do their best to forget as quickly as they can, to forget utterly and finally, to forget as though it had never happened. Y.G. Wendelstein. As a rule, you try not to remember. It's a defensive reflex. Tronman. To be honest, I don't want to meet former inhabitants of the camps and be reminded of things. S.A. Lesovic. When I returned from the camp, I tried not to remember the past, and you know I very nearly succeeded. Until she read One Day. S.A. Bondarin. I had known for a long time that in 1945 he had been in the same cell in the Lubyanka before me. I offered to give him the names not only of our cellmates, but of those with whom he had previously shared a cell, people I had never known at all. And this is the answer I got. I tried to forget all those who were inside with me. After that I did not, of course, even trouble to answer him. I can understand the orthodox avoiding old acquaintances from the camps. They are sick of barking 1 against 100. Their memories are too painful. In any case, what would they want with those unclean Philistines? And how can they call themselves loyal communists unless they forget and forgive and return to their former condition? After all, they had humbly petitioned for it 4 times a year. Take me back, I've been good and I will be good. This was their cry when they came pouring out in 1956. They brought with them the stale air of the 30s, just as though they had opened a stuffy chest, and hoped to start just where they had left off when they were arrested. What did going back mean to them? Above all, recovering their party cards, their service records, their seniority, their merit awards. Vindicated, and as I take back my party card, a sun-warmed breeze caresses me. Camp experience is a scummy contagion of which they must quickly swab themselves clean. Sift it, sluice it as long as you like. You will find not the tiniest grain of precious metal in your camp experience. Take the old Leningrad Bolshevik Vasilyev. He had done 2 tenors, each with a 5-year muzzle, deprivation of civil rights. He was given a special pension by the Republic. I am fully provided for, all praise to my party and my people. Wonderful words. There has been nothing like this since Job glorified God for his sores, the loss of his cattle, the famine, the deaths of his children, his humiliations. Blessed be thy name. But he is no loafer, this Vasilyev, no mere passenger. I am a member of a commission for combating parasitism. In other words, he putters away as far as his aging powers permit, contributing to one of the worst legal abuses of the day. There you see it, the face of righteousness. It is equally understandable that stoolies have no wish to remember or to meet people. They fear exposure and reproach. But what about the rest? Aren't they taking servility too far? Is it a voluntary pledge they make for fear of landing inside again? Nastenka V., who landed in jail with a bullet wound, presses her fists to her temples and exclaims, I want to forget it all like a hallucination, to escape from nightmarish visions of my past in those hellish camps. How could the classical scholar A.D., whose normal occupation was pondering over episodes in ancient history, how could even he command himself to forget it all? If he can do that, will he ever understand anything in the whole history of mankind? Yevgenia D., talking to me in 1965 about her spell in the Lubyanka in 1921, before her marriage, added, But I never said a thing about it to my late husband. I forgot. Forgot? Forgot to tell the person closest to her, the person with whom she shared her life? Perhaps we need to be jailed more often. Or do you think I judge too harshly? Perhaps this is just the normal behavior of average human beings. Proverbs, after all, are made up about people. If there's good luck tomorrow, you'll forget all your sorrow. As the paunch grows, the memory goes. Yes, men lose their shape and their memories. My friend and co-defendant, Nikolai V., the puerile efforts that put us behind bars were as much his as mine, thought of his whole past as a curse, as the shameful failure of a foolish man. He plunged into scholarship, the safest of all occupations, hoping to mend his fortunes. In 1959 I started talking to him about Pasternak, who was still alive but hemmed in by his persecutors. He didn't want to hear about it. "Never mind about all that rot, just let me tell you about the fight I'm having in my department." He was always locking horns with somebody looking for promotion. Yet the tribunal had thought him worth 10 years in the camps. Perhaps one good flogging was all he deserved. Then there was Grigory M.Z. He was discharged, his conviction was declared null and void, he was rehabilitated. They gave him his party card back. Nobody, of course, stops to ask whether you have started believing in Jehovah or Mohammed in the meantime. Nobody entertains the possibility that not one particle of your old beliefs has survived all that time. Here, take your party card. He passed through my town on his way back from Kazakhstan to his native ZH blank, and I met his train. What was he thinking of now? Hold on, could he be hoping to get back into some secret or special or specialist section? Our conversation was rather disjointed. He never wrote me another line. Or take F. Retz. Nowadays he is the head of a housing bureau, and also a member of a volunteer patrol for assisting the militia. He talks self-importantly about his present life, and although he hasn't forgotten his old life, who could forget 18 years on the Kolyma, he talks about the Kolyma with much less feeling, wonderingly, as though not sure that it all really happened. Surely it couldn't have happened. He has shed his past. He is sleek and satisfied with the world at large. The thief who goes straight and the ersatz political who forgets are much alike. Now that they are back in the fold, the world becomes comfortable again. It neither prickles nor pinches. Just as they used to think that everyone was inside, they now think that no one is inside. May Day and the anniversary of the Revolution regain their old, comfortable meaning. They are no longer those grim days on which we stood in the cold to be searched with more than the ordinary sadistic thoroughness, and were packed in greater numbers than usual into the congested cells of the camp jail. But never mind these grand occasions. If during his day's work the head of the family is praised by his bosses, it's a red-letter day, and dinner will be a feast. Only at home with his family does the sometime martyr permit himself an occasional grumble. Only there does he occasionally remember to make them fuss over him and appreciate him the more. Once through the door, he has forgotten again. We must, however, not be so unbending. It is, of course, a universal human characteristic. A man returns after hurtful experiences to his old self, to many of his old, not necessarily admirable, ways and habits. This is a manifestation of the stability of his personality, his genetic pattern. If it were not so, man would probably not be man. The same Taras Shevchenko, whose despairing verses were quoted earlier, wrote joyfully 10 years later that not a single lineament in my inner self has changed. I thank my almighty Creator with all my heart and soul that he has not allowed my horrible experience to touch my beliefs with its iron claws. But how do they manage to forget? Where can the art be learned? No, writes M.I. Kalinina, nothing is forgotten, and nothing in my life will come right. It gives me no pleasure to be as I am. I may be doing well at work, everything can be going smoothly in my home life, yet something endlessly gnaws at my heart, and I feel a boundless weariness. You will not, I hope, write that people discharged from camps have forgotten it all, and are happy? Raisa Ladzutina. They tell us we shouldn't remember the bad things, But what if there is nothing good to remember? Tamara Pritkova. I was inside for 12 years, and although I've been free for 11 years since then, I simply cannot see the point of living. I cannot see that there is any justice. For 2 centuries, Europe has been prating about equality, but how very different we all are. How unlike are the furrows life leaves on our souls. We can forget nothing in 11 years, or forget everything the day after. Ivan Dobryak. It's all behind me, but not quite all. I have been rehabilitated, but there's no peace for me. There are not many weeks when I sleep peacefully. I keep dreaming of the camp. I jump up in tears, or somebody takes fright and wakes me up. Hans Bernstein dreams of nothing but the camp after 11 years. For 5 years I myself was always a prisoner in my dreams, never a free man. L. Kopelev fell ill 14 years after his discharge, and in his delirium he was back in jail immediately. Cabin and ward are words our tongues cannot pronounce at all. It's always cell. Shapirin. To this day I cannot look calmly at German shepherd dogs. Chulpenyov walks through a wood, but he cannot simply breathe deeply and enjoy himself. I look at the pine trees. Oh, they're good ones, these. Not too knotty, hardly any trimmings to burn. They'll make neat blocks. How can you forget if you settle in the village of Miltsevo, where nearly half the inhabitants have passed through the camps, most of them, it's true, for thieving? As you approach Ryazan station, you see that the fence is broken and 3 stakes are missing. Nobody ever repairs the hole. They seem to want it like that. Because the Stolypin cars stop exactly opposite this stop. They still do. They stop there to this day. The Black Mariahs are backed up to the gap, and the Zeks are pushed through it. This is less awkward than taking Zeks across a crowded platform. You were asked to give a lecture, 1957, by the All-Union Society for the Dissemination of Ignorance, and find that the order is made out for Corrective Labour Colony No. 2, a women's division attached to the prison. You go to the guardhouse, and a familiar cap appears at the Judas window. You walk with the education officer across the prison yard, and shabby, dejected women keep greeting you obsequiously before you can greet them. Now you are closeted with the head of the political section, and while he entertains you, you know that out there they are driving women out of their cells, rousing the sleepers, snatching saucepans from those using the individual kitchen. Off you go, to the lecture, and look sharp about it. They round up enough to fill the hall. The hall is damp, the corridors are damp, the cells are probably damper still. And the unfortunate women labourers cough all through my lecture. Loud, heavy, chronic coughing, short, barking coughs, tearing, gasping coughs. They are dressed not like women, but like caricatures of women. The young ones are as angular and bony as old women, and they are all worn out and wishing my lecture would end. I feel ashamed. How I wish I could dissolve in smoke and vanish. Instead of these achievements of science and technology, I want to cry out to them, "Women, how long can this go on?" My eye immediately picks out some fresh-looking, well-dressed women, some of them even wearing jumpers. These are the trusties. If I let my gaze rest on them and do not listen to the coughing, I can get through the lecture quite smoothly. They listen eagerly, never taking their eyes off me, but I know that they are paying no heed to what I say, that it isn't the cosmos they are interested in. It's simply that they rarely see a man and so are looking me over carefully. I start imagining things. Any minute now my pass will be taken away and I shall have to stay here. And these walls, only a few meters away from a street I know well, from a familiar trolley bus stop, will shut me off from life forever, will become not walls, but years. No, I shall be leaving shortly. For 40 kopecks I shall ride home on the trolley bus, and there I shall eat a tasty supper. But I must not forget, they will all be staying here. They will go on coughing like that, coughing for endless years. Each year on the anniversary of my arrest, I organize myself a Zek's Day. In the morning I cut off 650 grams of bread, put 2 lumps of sugar in a cup, and pour hot water on them. For lunch, I ask them to make me some broth and a ladleful of thin mush. And how quickly I get back to my old form. By the end of the day, I am already picking up my crumbs to put in my mouth and licking the bowl. The old sensations start up vividly. I had also brought out with me, and still keep, my number patches. Am I the only one? In some homes they will be shown to you like holy relics.
This book is continued on cassette 14, side 1.
The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 3, continued. Cassette 14, side 1.
I had also brought out with me, and still keep, my number patches. Am I the only one? In some homes they will be shown to you like holy relics. Once I was walking down Novoslobodskaya Street, the Butyrki prison, parcels reception room. I went in. It was full, mostly of women, but there were men too. Some were handing over parcels, others standing and talking. So this was where our parcels had come from. How interesting. With an air of complete innocence, I went over to read the rules, but a fat-faced sergeant major marked me with his eagle eye and strode toward me. "What do you want, citizen?" His nose told him that this was not a man with a parcel, but a man up to tricks. Obviously, I still had a convict smell about me. "Should we visit the dead? Your own dead lying where you too should be lying, run through with a bayonet?" A.Y. Olenev, an old man by then, went in 1965. With rucksack and stick he made his way to the former medical section, and from there up the hill, near the settlement of Kerki, where the burial ground was. The hillside was full of skulls and bones, and nowadays the inhabitants call it Bone Hill. In a remote northern town, where there is half a year of daylight and a half year of night, lives Galia V. She has nobody in all the world, and what she calls home is one corner of a nasty, noisy room. Her recreation is to take a book to a restaurant, order wine, and spend her time drinking, smoking, and grieving for Russia. Her best-loved friends are cafe musicians and doormen. Many people who come back from you-know-where conceal their past. I am proud of my life story. Associations of former Zeks gather once a year, varying the place from time to time, to drink and reminisce. And strangely enough, says V.P. Golitsyn, the pictures of the past conjured up are by no means all dark and harrowing. We have many warm and pleasant memories. Another normal human characteristic, and not the worst. My identification number in camp began with Yeri, V.L. Ginsberg rapturously informs me, and the passport they issued to me was in the ZK series. You read it and feel a warm glow. No, honestly, however many letters you receive, those from Zeks stand out unmistakably. Such extraordinary toughness they show, such clarity of purpose combined with such vigor and determination. In our day, if you get a letter completely free from self-pity, genuinely optimistic, it can only be from a former Zek. They are used to the worst the world can do, and nothing can depress them. I am proud to belong to this mighty race. We were not a race, but they made us one. They forged bonds between us, which we, in our timid and uncertain twilight, where every man is afraid of every other, could never have forged for ourselves. The orthodox and the stoolies automatically removed themselves from our midst when we were freed. We need no explicit agreement to support each other. We no longer need to test each other. We meet, look into each other's eyes, exchange a couple of words, and what need for further explanation? We are ready to help each other out. Our kind has friends everywhere, and there are millions of us. Life behind bars has given us a new measure for men and for things. It has wiped from our eyes the gummy film of habit, which always clogs the vision of the man who has escaped shocks, and we reach such unexpected conclusions. N. Stolyarova, who came from Paris of her own free will in 1934, into the trap which bit off the whole middle part of her life, far from torturing herself and cursing the day she came, says, "I was right to defy those around me, to defy the voice of reason and come to Russia. Without knowing a thing about Russia, I understood intuitively what it would be like." At one time, I.S. Karpunj-Braben, then a fiery, successful, and impatient brigade commander in the Civil War, did not bother to examine the lists put before him by the head of the special section, but simply took a blunt pencil and jotted down at the bottom, not the top of the page, H.M., small letters, not capitals, and without periods, as though it was a triviality. H.M. meant highest measure of punishment, for all of them. After that he was promoted, and after that he spent 20 years and a half on the Kolyma, and next we find him living on a lonely piece of land in the middle of the forest, where he waters his garden, feeds his hens, makes things in his carpenter's shop, does not petition for rehabilitation, uses foul language about Voroshilov, fills exercise books with endless, angry answers to every broadcast he hears and every newspaper article he reads. But a few more years pass, and the farmyard philosopher thoughtfully copies this aphorism out of a book. "It is not enough to love mankind, you must be able to stand people." And just before he died, he wrote, in words of his own, but words so startling that you wonder whether they belong perhaps to some mystic, or perhaps to the aged Tolstoy. "I have lived and judged all things by their effect on me, but now I am a different man, and I have stopped judging things in this way." The remarkable V.P. Tarnowski simply stayed on the Kolyma after serving his sentence. He writes verses, but sends them to nobody. Verses like these: "My life is set in this far place, and lived in silence by God's will, for I have seen Cain face to face, and could not bring myself to kill." Truth demands that I add what happened later. He left the Kolyma and married unhappily. He lost his spiritual equilibrium and does not know how to get his neck out of the noose. The only cause for regret is that we shall all die off one by one, without achieving anything worthwhile. Freedom has something else in store for former convicts: reunion with family and friends, reunion of fathers with sons, of husbands with wives, and it is not often that good comes out of these reunions. In the 10 or 15 years lived apart from us, how could our sons go in harmony with us? Sometimes they are simply strangers, sometimes they're enemies. Nor are women who wait faithfully for their husbands often rewarded. They have lived so long apart, long enough for a person to change completely, so that only his name is the same. His experience and hers are too different, and it is no longer possible for them to come together again. This is a subject which others can make into films and novels, but there is no room for it in this book. Let me tell just one story, that of Maria Karatskaya. "In the first 10 years, my husband wrote me 600 letters. In the next 10, just one, and that one made me wish I was dead. When he got leave for the first time after 19 years, he went to stay with relatives, and only came to see me and my son for 4 days on his way through. The train by which we expected him was taken off that day. After a sleepless night, I lay down to rest. I heard a ring. A strange voice said, 'I want to see Maria Venediktovna.' I opened the door. In came a stout, elderly man in a raincoat and a hat. He walked right in, without saying a word. Still half asleep, I had forgotten for the moment that I was expecting my husband. We stood there. 'Don't you recognize me?' 'No.' I could only think that he was some relative of mine. I had a great number of them whom I had not seen for many years. Then I looked at his compressed lips, remembered that I was expecting my husband, and fainted. My son arrived, and to make matters worse, he was unwell, so there we stayed, the 3 of us, for 4 days, never once leaving my one and only room. Father and son were very reserved with each other, and my husband and I hardly had a chance to talk. The conversation was general. He told us about his own life and was not a bit interested to know how we had got on in his absence. As he went back to Siberia, he said goodbye without looking me in the eye. I told him that my husband had died in the Alps. He had been in Italy, where the Allies had liberated him. There are, however, reunions of a different and more cheerful kind. You may meet a warder or a camp commander. At the Teberdinsk Tourist Center, you suddenly recognize physical training instructor Slava as a screw from Norilsk. Or Misha Bakst suddenly sees a familiar face in the Leningrad gastronome, and the other man notices him too. Captain Gulag, commander of a camp division, is now out of uniform. "Wait a bit now, wait a bit. Didn't I see you inside somewhere?" "Oh, yes, I remember. We took your parcels from you for bad work." He remembers, but all this seems natural to them, as though they have been put in charge of us forever, and the present stage is just a short interval. You may, as Belsky did, meet your unit commander, Colonel Rudiko, who hastily agreed to your arrest to spare himself unpleasantness, also in civilian clothes and a neat fur cap, with an air of scholarly respectability. You may also meet your interrogator, the one who used to strike you or put you in to feed the bugs. Nowadays he is drawing a good pension, like Kvat, for instance, who interrogated and murdered the great Vavilov, and now lives on Gorky Street. God save you from such a meeting. It is you again who will suffer a blow to the heart, not he. Then again you might meet the man who denounced you, the one who put you inside, and is obviously flourishing. For some reason heaven does not rain thunderbolts on him. A prisoner who returns to his native place is bound to see those who informed on him. "Listen, why don't you bring a case against them?" some hot-headed friend will urge him. At least it would mean public exposure. And, at most, as everybody knows. "No, I don't think so. Let's leave things as they are," the rehabilitated prisoner will answer. Because to bring such a case you would have to begin by harnessing those 100 oxen. "Let life punish them," says Avenir Borisov with a shrug. It's all he can say. "That lady over there, L, a member of our union, once put me inside," said K, the composer, to Shostakovich. "Make a written statement," Shostakovich angrily suggested, "and we'll expel her from the union." "Don't bet on it, though." Kay waved the thought away. "No, thank you. I've been dragged around the floor by this beard, and I don't want any more." But is it just a matter of retribution? G. Polev complains that, "When I came out, the dirty swine who landed me in jail the first time very nearly got me put away again, and would have pulled it off if I hadn't abandoned my family and left my hometown." Now that's how it should be. That's our Soviet way of doing things. Which is the dream? Which is the ignis fatuus? The past or the present? In 1955, Efroimson took Deputy Prosecutor General Salin a whole volume of criminal charges against Lysenko. "We are not competent to deal with that," Salin told him. "Address yourself to the Central Committee." Since when were they not competent? Or why had they not admitted as much 30 years before? The two false witnesses who put Chulpenyov in the Mongolian hole, Lodzovsky and Seryogin, are both flourishing. Chulpenyov went to see Seryogin in the Consumer Services Bureau of the Moscow Soviet, together with someone they had both known in his unit. "Let me introduce you. He was with us at Kalkin Gol. Do you remember?" "No, I don't." "A fellow by the name of Chulpenyov? Do you remember him?" "No, I don't. The war scattered us in all directions. So you don't know what became of him?" "I haven't the slightest idea." "Oh, you lousy bastard, you." There's no more to be said. In the district party committee, which has Seryogin on its books, "It can't be true. He's such a conscientious worker." Conscientious worker. Nothing and nobody has budged. The thunder growled once or twice and passed over with hardly a drop of rain. No, things are just where they were, so much so that Y.A. Krainovich, the expert on languages of the far north, went back to work in the same institute, the same sector, with the very people who turned him in and who still hated him. With these very same people he hangs up his overcoat and sits around the conference table daily. It has been aptly said of him that whereas some members of the People's Will Party achieved fame as philologists, thanks to the freedom they enjoyed in exile, Krainovich preserved his fame in spite of Stalin's camps. Even on the Kolyma, he did his best to study the Yukagir language. It's rather as though the victims of Auschwitz and their former overseers set up a fancy goods shop together. There are Obergruppen Stulis in the literary world, too. How many lives has Y. Ellsberg destroyed, or Lezyuchevsky? Everybody knows about them, and nobody dares touch them. Efforts to have them expelled from the Writers' Union came to nothing. There was even less hope of getting them dismissed from their jobs, or, needless to say, from the party. When our criminal code was being drawn up, 1926, it was calculated that murder by slander was 5 times less serious and blameworthy than murder by the knife, and anyway it was unimaginable that under the dictatorship of the proletariat anyone would resort to such a bourgeois weapon as slander. Under Article 95, a wittingly false denunciation or deposition aggravated by A. accusation of a serious crime, B. motives of personal gain, or C. the manufacture of evidence is punishable by deprivation of freedom for not more than 2 years, and it can be as little as 6 months. The drafters of this article were either complete idiots or only too far-sighted. My guess is that they were far-sighted. At every amnesty since then, the Stalin amnesty in 1945, the Voroshilov amnesty of 1953, they have remembered to include those sentenced under this little article to look after their most dedicated helpers. Then, of course, there are statutory limitations. If you are falsely accused, under Article 58, there are no time limits. If you are the false accuser, there is a time limit, and you will be protected. The case against Anna Chebotar-Tkach and her family was a patchwork of false depositions. In 1944, she, her father, and her 2 brothers were arrested for the alleged murder, allegedly for political reasons, of her sister-in-law. All 3 men were done to death in jail. They wouldn't confess. Anna did 10 years. The sister-in-law turned out to be unharmed, but another 10 years went by with Anna vainly pleading for rehabilitation. As late as 1964, the reply from the prosecutor's office was, "You were convicted by the due process of law, and there are no grounds for review." When, in spite of this, they did rehabilitate her, the indefatigable Skripnikova wrote a petition for Anna, asking that the perjurers be brought to trial. USSR Public Prosecutor G. Terekhov answered, "Impossible because of the time limit." The same Terekhov who would conduct the case against Galanskov and Ginsburg. In the 20s, they dug up, dragged in, and shot the ignorant peasants who 40 years earlier had carried out the Tsarist court's sentence of execution on the Narodovoltsi. But those mujiks were not ours, whereas the informers are flesh of our flesh. Such is the freedom into which former Zeks are released. Look where you will. Is there any historical parallel? When did so much generally recognized villainy escape judgment and punishment? Why should we expect anything good to come of it? What can grow out of this stinking corruption? How magnificently the wicked scheme of the Archipelago has succeeded. Part 7. Stalin is no more. Neither repented they of their murders. Revelation chapter 9, verse 21. Chapter 1. Looking back on it all. We never, of course, lost hope that our story would be told, since sooner or later the truth is told about all that has happened in history. But in our imagining this would come in the rather distant future, after most of us were dead, and in a completely changed situation. I thought of myself as the chronicler of the Archipelago. I wrote and wrote, but I, too, had little hope of seeing it in print in my lifetime. History is forever springing surprises even on the most perspicacious of us. We could not foresee what it would be like, how for no visible compelling reason the earth would shudder and give, how the gates of the abyss would briefly, grudgingly part, so that 2 or 3 birds of truth would fly out before they slammed to stay shut for a long time to come. So many of my predecessors had not been able to finish writing, or to preserve what they had written, or to crawl or scramble to safety. But I had this good fortune, to thrust the first handful of truth through the open jaws of the iron gates before they slammed shut again. Like matter enveloped by antimatter, it exploded instantaneously. Its explosion touched off in turn an explosion of letters, that was to be expected, but also an explosion of newspaper articles, written with gritted teeth, with ill-concealed hatred and resentment, an explosion of official praise that left a sour taste in my mouth. When former Zeks heard this fanfare from all the newspapers in unison, learned that some sort of story about the camps had come out, and that the journalists were slavering over it, their unanimous conclusion was, "More lying nonsense, nothing safe from those crafty liars." That our newspapers, with their habitual immoderation, might suddenly start falling over each other to praise the truth was something no one could possibly imagine. Some of them were reluctant to risk soiling their hands on my story. But when they started reading it, a single groan broke from all those thousands, a groan of joy and of pain. Letters poured in. I treasure those letters. Only too rarely do our fellow countrymen have a chance to speak their mind on matters of public concern, and former prisoners still more rarely. Their faith had proved false. Their hopes had been cheated so often, yet now they believed that the era of truth was really beginning, that at last it was possible to speak and write boldly. And they were disappointed, of course, for the 100th time. "Truth has prevailed, but too late," they wrote. Even later than they thought, because it had still by no means prevailed. There were also some sober people who did not put their names at the end of their letters. "I must think of my health for the little time left to me," or who asked point-blank, while the journalistic adulation was at white heat, "Why, I wonder, did Volkovoy allow you to publish this story? Please answer, I'm worried in case you're in the punishment cells." Or, "Why haven't you and Twardowski both been put away?" Because their trap is jammed and failed to work, that's why. What, then, must the Volkovoys do? Take up their pens like the rest, write letters themselves, or refutations in the press? And indeed they proved to be remarkably literate. From this second stream of letters we learn their names and how they describe themselves. We had been looking for the right term for so long. Camp bosses, camp personnel. No, practical workers, that was it. Golden words, these. Chekists was somehow not quite right. Practical workers. That's the term they'd prefer. And they write. "Ivan Denisovich is a toady. Vivi Olenik. Aktyubinsk. One feels for Shukov neither compassion nor respect. Y. Matviev, Moscow. Shukov was rightly convicted. What should a Zek be doing outside anyway? V.I. Silin, Sverdlovsk. These sub-men with their shabby little souls were dealt with too leniently by the courts. I feel no pity for people whose behavior during the Fatherland War was dubious. E.A. Ignatovich, Kimovsk. Shukov is a highly skilled, resourceful, ruthless scavenger, the consummate egoist living only for his belly. V.D. Uspensky, Moscow. Can this pensioner be the Uspensky who murdered his father, the priest, and made a career in the camps on the strength of it? Instead of portraying the destruction of the most loyal citizens in 1937, the author has chosen 1941, when it was mainly self-seekers who landed in jail. What he means is simple people, non-party members, prisoners of war. In 37 there were no Shukovs, and people went to their deaths in grim silence, wondering why anyone needed all this.
What deep thinkers they were. Incidentally, they weren't as quiet as all that. They died with endless professions of regret and pleas for mercy.
On conditions in the camps. Why give a lot of food to those who do not work? Their energy remains unexpended. I say the criminal world is being treated far too gently. S.I. Golovin, Akmolinsk. Where rations are concerned, we shouldn't forget one thing, that they are not at a holiday resort. They must atone for their guilt with honest toil. Sergeant Major Badzunov of Oymyakon, age 55, grown grey in the camp service. There are fewer abuses of authority in the camps than in any other Soviet institution. I can affirm that things are now stricter in the camps. V. Karakhanov, Moscow area. This story is an insult to the soldiers, sergeants, and officers of the MOOP. The people are the makers of history, but how are the people portrayed here? As screws, blockheads, idiots. Bazunov. We, the executors, were also human. We were also capable of heroism. We did not shoot every fallen prisoner, and by not doing so risked our posts. Grigory Trofimovich Zhelezniak. Zhelezniak claims to remember me, too. He arrived in irons, and he was a notorious troublemaker. Later he was sent to Zhezkazgan, and it was he, together with Kuznetsov, who headed the rising. In the story, the whole day is filled brimful with the negative behavior of prisoners, and the role of the administration is not shown. But the detention of prisoners in camps was not the cause of all that happened in the period of the personality cult, but is simply connected with execution of the sentence. A.I. Grigoriev. The guards did not know why any particular prisoner was inside. Karakhanov. Solzhenitsyn describes the whole work of the camp as though there was no party leadership there at all, but party organizations existed then just as they do now, and guided all our work according to their conscience. Practical workers only carried out what standing orders, periodic instructions, and operative decisions from above demanded of them. The same people who were working there then work there still. Perhaps some 10% of the personnel are new. They have been repeatedly commended for their work, enjoy a good professional reputation. All on the staff of MOOP are fired with outraged indignation. The spiteful bitterness of this work is simply astounding. He is deliberately trying to turn the people against the MVD. Why do our organs allow people to lampoon MOOP personnel? This is dishonorable. Anna Filipovna Zakharova, Irkutsk province. In the MVD since 1950, party member since 1956. Just listen to it. Listen to it. This is dishonorable. A cry from the heart. For 45 years they tortured the natives, and that was honorable. But someone publishes a story about it, and that's dishonorable. I've never before had to swallow such trash, and this is not just my opinion. Many of us feel the same. Our name is Legion. Quite right, their name is Legion, only they were in too much of a hurry to check their reference to the gospel. It was, of course, a legion of devils. In short, Solzhenitsyn's story should be withdrawn immediately from all libraries and reading rooms. A. Kuzmin, Orel. Withdrawn it was, but by easy stages. This book should not have been published. The material should have been handed over to the organs of the KGB instead. Anon, a coeval of October. Another one who conceals his identity just in case. Who the hell knows which way the wind will blow next? October's contemporary shows insight. It very nearly happened that way. And here's another Anon, a poet this time. Hear me, O Russia, our souls are unspotted, our conscience unblemished. That accursed incognito again.
It would be nice to know whether he had shot people himself or merely sent them to their deaths, or whether he's just an ordinary Orthodox citizen. But alas, he's anonymous. Anon, spotless, anon. Finally, we have the broad philosophical view. History has never had need of the past, and the history of socialist culture needs it least of all. A. Kuzmin. History has no need of the past. That's the conclusion our loyalists are left with. What then does it need? The future, perhaps? And these are the people who write our history? What retort can we make to them all, faced with their massive ignorance? How can we now make them understand? Truth, it seems, is always bashful, easily reduced to silence by the too blatant encroachment of falsehood. The prolonged absence of any free exchange of information within a country opens up a gulf of incomprehension between whole groups of the population, between millions and millions. We simply cease to be a single people, for we speak, indeed, different languages. Nonetheless, a breakthrough has been made. Oh, it was stout, the wall of lies. It looked so secure, looked built to last forever. But a breach yawned, and news broke through. Only yesterday we had no camps, no archipelago, and today there they were for the whole people, the whole world to see. Prison camps. Camps, what is more, of the fascist type. What was to be done? You, whose skill in turning things inside out is of many years' standing, you venerable panegyrists, surely you won't put up with it. You, surely you won't quail. Men like you, give way to this? Of course they wouldn't. The distortion experts rushed unbidden into the breach. They might have been waiting all those years for just this, to cover the breach with their grey-winged bodies and with the joyous, yes, joyous, flapping of their wings, to hide the archipelago in its nakedness from astonished spectators. Their first cry, which came to them instinctively in a flash, was, "It will never happen again! All praise to the party! It will never happen again!" Such clever fellows, such expert gap-stoppers. Obviously, if it will never happen again, this automatically implies that it is not happening today. There will be nothing of the sort in the future, so of course it cannot exist today. So cleverly did they flap their wings before the breach that the archipelago became a mirage almost as soon as it rose into view. It does not exist, it will not exist, if you really must. You can just about say that it did exist once upon a time, but of course that was in the days of the personality cult. Very convenient, this personality cult. Trot it out boldly and pretend you've explained something. What manifestly does exist, what is left to us, what fills the breach, what will endure forever is, all praise to the party. Praise is apparently due in the first place because it can't happen again. But very shortly it begins to sound like praise for the archipelago. The two things merge and cannot be separated. On every side we heard it, even before they got hold of the magazine with my story in it. All praise to the party. Even before they reached the passage about how Volkovoy used to lay on with the lash, cries of, "All praise to the party," thundered all around. In this way, the cherubim of the lie, the guardians of the wall, dealt with the first moment of danger. Admirably. When Khrushchev, wiping the tear from his eye, gave permission for the publication of Ivan Denisovich, he was quite sure that it was about Stalin's camps, and that he had none of his own. Twardowski, too, when he was worrying the highest in the land to give their imprimatur, sincerely believed that it was all in the past, that it was over and done with. Twardowski can be forgiven. Around him, everybody in public life in Moscow was sustained by this one thought. There's a thaw, they've stopped snatching people, we've had 2 cathartic congresses, people are returning from nowhere and in large numbers. The archipelago was lost in a beautiful pink mist of rehabilitations and became altogether invisible. But I, even I, succumbed, and I do not deserve forgiveness. I did not mean to deceive Twardowski. I, too, genuinely believed that the story I had brought him was about the past. Could my tongue have forgotten the taste of gruel? I had sworn never to forget. Had I somehow never learned the mentality of dog-handlers? Could I have failed, as I schooled myself to be the chronicler of the archipelago, to understand how closely akin it is to the state, and how necessary to it? I was so sure that I at least was not in the power of the law I've mentioned. As the paunch grows, the memory goes. I did get fatter. I fell for it and believed. I let myself be persuaded by the complacent mainland, believed what my own newfound prosperity would have me believe, and the stories told by the last of my friends to come from you-know-where. Conditions were easier. Discipline had relaxed. They were letting people out all the time, closing whole camp areas, dismissing NKVD men. No, we are creatures of mortal clay, subject to its laws. No measure of grief, however great, can leave us forever sensitive to the general suffering. And until we transcend our clay, there will be no just social system on this earth, whether democratic or authoritarian. So that I was taken by surprise when I received yet a third stream of letters from present-day Zeks, although this was the most natural of all and the first thing I should have expected. On crumpled scraps of paper, in a blurred pencil scrawl, in stray envelopes often addressed and posted by free employees, in other words, on the sly. Today's Archipelago sent me its criticisms and sometimes its angry protests. These letters, too, were a single, many-throated cry, but a cry that said, "What about us?" In the uproar over my story, the press had nimbly avoided all that free citizens and foreigners did not need to know, and the theme of its trumpetings was, "Yes, it happened, but it will never happen again." And the Zeks set up a howl. "What do you mean, never happen again? We're here inside now, and our conditions are just the same." Nothing has changed since Ivan Denisovitch's time. The message was the same in letters from many different places. "Any Zek who reads your book will feel bitterness and disgust because everything is just as it was. What has changed if all the laws providing for 25 years' imprisonment issued under Stalin are still in force? Once more we are being put inside for nothing at all. Whose personality cult is to blame this time? A black mist has covered us, and no one can see us. Why have people like Volkovoy gone unpunished? They are still in charge of our re-education. From the shabbiest warder to the head of the camp's administration, the existence of the camps is of vital concern to them all. The warders fabricate charges against us on the most trivial excuses. The security officers blacken our personal files. Prisoners like me, with 25 years, are their favorite fare, and they gorge themselves on it, these corrupt creatures whose mission it is to exhort us to virtue. They are just like the colonizers who used to pretend that Indians and Negroes were inferior human beings. It takes no effort at all to set public opinion against us. All you need do is write an article called "The Man Behind Bars," and next day the people will be holding mass meetings to get us burned in ovens. Kasyukov and Monshanskaya, The Man Behind Bars, Sovetskaya Rossiya, August the 27th, 1960. An article inspired by government circles, which put an end to the brief period, 1955 to 1960, of mildness on the archipelago. In the view of the authors, the conditions created in the camps had turned them into charitable institutions. Punishment is forgotten. The prisoners do not want to know about their obligations, while the administration has many fewer rights than the prisoners. They assure us that the camps are free boarding houses. For some reason, no charge is made for laundry, haircuts, and the use of visiting rooms. They are outraged to find that there is only a 40-hour working week in the camps, and indeed that, so they say, prisoners are not obliged to work. They call for hard and strict conditions so that criminals will be afraid of jail. Hard labor, bare planks without mattresses to sleep on, civilian clothes to be prohibited, no more stalls selling sweets, etc. They also call for the abolition of early discharge, and if a man is guilty of an offense against discipline, let him stay in longer. And they further recommend that when he has served his time, the prisoner should not count on charity. True. Every word of it is true. "You have taken up your position with the rear guard," says Vanya Alexeyev, to my dismay. After reading all these letters, I, who had been thinking myself a hero, saw that I hadn't a leg to stand on. In 10 years I had lost my vital link with the archipelago. For them, for today's Zeks, my book is no book, my truth is no truth, unless there is a continuation, unless I go on to speak of them too. Truth must be told, and things must change. If words are not about real things and do not cause things to happen, what is the good of them? Are they anything more than the barking of village dogs at night? I should like to commend this thought to our modernists. This is how people usually think of literature. They will not soon lose the habit. Should they, do you think? And so I came to my senses, and through the pink-perfumed clouds of rehabilitation, I could make out the familiar rocky piles of the archipelago, its grey outlines broken by watchtowers. The state of our society can be well described in terms of an electromagnetic field. All the lines of force in it point away from freedom and toward tyranny. These lines are very stable. They have etched their way in and set hard in the grooves. It is almost impossible to perturb them, deflect them, twist them about. Any charge, any mass introduced into the field is blown effortlessly in the direction of tyranny and can never break through toward freedom. For that, 10,000 oxen must be yoked. Now that my book has been openly declared harmful, its publication recognized as a mistake, one of the consequences of voluntarism in literature. Now that it is being removed even from libraries used by the free population, the mere mention of Ivan Denisovich's name or my own has become an irreparably seditious act on the archipelago. But even in those days, even then, when Khrushchev shook my hand, and to the accompaniment of applause presented me to the 300 who considered themselves the artistic elite, when I was getting a big press in Moscow, and reporters waited in suspense outside my hotel room, when it was explicitly announced that such books had the support of the party and the government, when the military collegium of the Supreme Court was proud of having rehabilitated me, just as it now no doubt regrets it, and the lawyer colonels declared from its bench that the book should be read in the camps. Even then, the mute, the secret, the unnamed forces were invisibly resisting, and the book was stopped. Even then, it was stopped. Only rarely did it reach a camp legally, so that readers could take it out of the culture and education section library. It was removed from camp libraries. If it was sent from outside by book post, it was confiscated. Free employees sneaked it in under their coats and charged zeks 5 rubles a time, or even, so we are told, as much as 20. Khrushchev rubles, from zeks. But no one who knows the unscrupulous world about the camps will be surprised. The zeks carried it in like a knife past the search point, hid it in the daytime, and read it at night. In a camp somewhere in the northern Urals, they made a metal binding for it, so that it would last longer. But why talk about zeks when the same tacit but generally accepted prohibition was extended to the world about the camps, too? At this station on the Northern Railway, Maria Aseyeva, a free woman, wrote to the Literary Gazette expressing her approval of the story. And whether she posted the letter, or imprudently left it on the table, 5 hours after she had put her opinion on paper, the secretary of the local party organization, V.G. Shishkin, was accusing her of political provocation, the words they think up, and she was arrested on the spot. How this incident ended, I just don't know. In Corrective Labor Colony No. 2 at Tiraspol, the sculptor, G. Nedhoff, himself a prisoner, modelled the figure of a prisoner in his trustee's workshop, in plasticine to begin with. The disciplinary officer, Captain Solzhenitsyn, discovered it. "So you're making a prisoner, are you? Who gave you the right? This is counter-revolution." He seized the figure by its legs, tore it apart, and hurled the halves on the floor. "Been reading too many of those Ivan Denisoviches." But he didn't go on to stamp on it, and Nedhoff hid the halves. On Solzhenitsyn's complaint, Nedhoff was called in to see the camp chief, Bakayev, but in the meantime he had managed to come upon a few newspapers in the culture and education section. "We'll put you on trial," thundered Bakayev. "You're trying to turn people against the Soviet regime." So they understand what the sight of a zek can do. "Permit me to tell you, Citizen Chief, Nikita Sergeyevich says here, and here's what Comrade Ilyachev says." "He talks to us like equals," gasped Bakayev. Only 6 months later did Nedhoff dare retrieve the halves. He glued them together, made a Babbitt metal cast, and sent the figure out of the camp with the help of a free man. This book is continued at this point
on the other side of this cassette.
The Gulag Archipelago, Volume 3, continued. Cassette 14, Side 2.
Only 6 months later did Nedoff dare retrieve the halves. He glued them together, made a Babbitt metal cast, and sent the figure out of the camp with the help of a free man. Repeated searches for the story began in Corrective Labour Colony No. 2. A thorough inspection was made of the living area. They did not find it. One day Nedoff decided to get his own back. He settled down after work with Tevekelian's Granite Does Not Melt, behaving as though he was hiding something from the rest of the room. With stoolies in earshot, he asked the lads to screen him, but making sure that he could be seen through the window. The stoolies did their work quickly. 3 warders ran in, while a 4th stayed outside and watched through the window, in case Nedoff passed the book to someone. They seized it. They carried it off to the warder's room and put it away in the safe. Warder Chisik, with his huge bunch of keys, arms akimbo. "We've found the book. You'll be put in the hole now." But next morning, an officer took a look. "Oh, you idiots! Give it back to him." This was how the Zeks read a book approved by the party and the people. In a declaration by the Soviet government dated December 1964, we read, "The perpetrators of monstrous crimes must never and in no circumstances escape just retribution. The crimes of the fascist murderers who aimed at the destruction of whole peoples have no precedent in history." This was to prevent the Federal German Republic from introducing a statute of limitations for war criminals after 20 years had elapsed. But they show no desire to face judgment themselves, although they, too, aimed at the destruction of whole peoples. A lot of articles appear in our press on the importance of punishing fugitive West German criminals. There are even people who specialize in such articles. Lev Ginsburg, for instance. He writes as follows. Some say he intends us to see an analogy. "What moral training did the Nazis have to undergo for mass murder to seem natural and right to them? Now the lawgivers try to defend themselves by saying that they were not the ones to carry out the sentences, and those who did carry them out by saying that it was not they who enacted the laws. It's all so familiar. We have just read what our practical workers have to say. The custody of prisoners is a matter of carrying out the sentence of the courts. The guard did not know who was inside for what." So you should have made it your business to know, if you are human beings. That is what makes you villains, that you looked upon the people in your custody neither as fellow citizens nor as fellow men. Did not the Nazis have their instructions, too? Did not the Nazis believe that they were saving the Aryan race? Nor will our interrogators stumble over their answer. They have it pat already. Why, they ask, did prisoners make statements against themselves? In other words, they should have stood fast when we tortured them. And why did informers pass on false reports? We relied on these as though they were sworn evidence. For a short time they became uneasy. V.N. Ilyin, the former Lieutenant General of the MGB of whom we spoke earlier, said of Stolbunovsky, General Gorbatov's interrogator, and mentioned by him, "Oh dear, dear, what an awful business it is, all these troubles he's having, and the poor fellow draws such a good pension." This is also why A.F. Zakharova took up her pen. She was worried that they might all come under attack soon. Of Captain Lekoshestov, whom Deyakov had denigrated, she wrote emotionally, "He is still a captain, is secretary of a party organization, and devotes his labor to agriculture. You can imagine how difficult it is for him to work now, with people writing such things about him. There is talk of looking into Lekoshestov, and perhaps even taking him to court." Putting him on trial is unthinkable, and she cannot bring herself to use the words. "What for? If it stops at talk, well and good, but it is not impossible that they will get around to it. That really will cause uproar among the MOOP personnel. look into him for carrying out fully the instructions he was given from above? Is he now supposed to answer for those who gave the instructions? How very clever. When there's an accident, blame the switchman. But the commotion was soon over. No one would have to answer. No one would be looked into. Staffs, perhaps, were somewhat reduced in places, but have a little patience and they will expand again. Meanwhile, the security boys, those who have not yet reached pensionable age and those who need to top up their pensions, have become writers, journalists, editors, anti-religious lecturers, ideological workers, or some of them industrial managers. They will just change their gloves and go on leading us as before. It's safer that way. And if someone is content to live on his pension, let him enjoy his ease. Take Lieutenant Colonel retired Kurdenko, for example. Lieutenant Colonel, that's quite a rank. A former battalion commander, no doubt. No, he began in 1938 as a simple screw. He used to hold the force-feeding pipe. While in the records office, they carry out a leisurely inspection and destroy all unwanted documents, lists of people shot, orders committing prisoners to solitary confinement or the disciplinary barracks, files on investigations in the camps, denunciations from stoolies, superfluous information about practical workers and convoy guards. In medical sections, accounts offices, everywhere, in fact, there are superfluous papers, unnecessary clues to be found. We take our seats at your feast like silent ghosts, and you who hated us living shall be our hosts. Living we could not move you, but speechless and dead, we are the vengeful presence you cannot but dread. Victoria G., a woman graduate of the Kolyma camps. A word, in passing. Why, indeed, is it always the switchmen? What about the traffic managers? What about those a little higher up than the screws, the practical workers, the interrogators, those who only pointed a finger, those who only spoke a few words from a platform? How does it go again? The perpetrators of monstrous crimes, in no circumstances, righteous retribution, have no precedent in history, aimed at the destruction of whole peoples. Shh! Now we see why, in August 1965, from the platform of the Ideological Conference, a closed conference on the direction our minds should take, the following proclamation was made. It is time to rehabilitate the sound and useful concept of enemy of the people. Chapter 2. Rulers change. The archipelago remains. The special camps must have been among the best-loved brain-children of Stalin's old age. After so many experiments in punishment and re-education, this ripe perfection was finally born. A compact, faceless organization of numbers, not people, psychologically divorced from the motherland that bore it, having an entrance but no exit, devouring only enemies and producing only industrial goods and corpses. It is difficult to imagine the paternal pain which the visionary architect would have felt if he had witnessed in turn the bankruptcy of this great system of his. While he yet lived, it was shaken, it was giving off sparks, it was covered with cracks, but probably caution prevailed and these things were not reported to him. When the special camp system began, it was inert, sluggish, unalarming, but it underwent a rapid process of overheating, and within a few years its state was that of a boiling volcano. If the great Coryphaeus had lived a year or 18 months longer, it would have been impossible to conceal these explosions from him, and his weary, senile brain would have been burdened with a new decision, either to abandon his pet scheme and mix the camps again, or on the contrary to crown it by systematically shooting all the index-lettered thousands. But, amid weeping and wailing, the thinker died somewhat too soon for this. He died, and soon afterwards his frozen hand brought crashing down his still rosy-cheeked, still hale and vigorous comrade-in-arms, the minister of those extraordinarily extensive, intricate, and irresolvable internal affairs. The fall of the archipelago's boss tragically accelerated the breakdown of the special camps. What an irreparable historic mistake it was. What sense does it make to disembowel the Minister of Arcane Affairs? Lay oily paws on sky-blue shoulder-boards? Number patches, the supreme discovery of 20th century prison camp science, were hurriedly ripped off, thrown away, and forgotten. This alone was enough to rob the special camps of their austere uniformity. It hardly mattered when the bars had also been removed from hut windows and locks from hut doors, so that the special camps had lost the pleasant jail-like peculiarities which distinguished them from corrective labour camps. Perhaps they needn't have hurried with the bars, but they couldn't afford to be late either. In times like those it's best to show where you stand. Sad though it was, the stone jailhouse at Ekibastuz, which had held out against the rebels, was now pulled down, razed, quite officially. And we were denied the possibility of opening a museum there in the 80s. But what could you expect if they could suddenly release to a man the Austrian, Hungarian, Polish, and Romanian prisoners in special camps, showing scant concern for their black crimes and their 15 or 20-year terms of imprisonment, and so undermine altogether the prisoners' awe of heavy sentences? They also lifted restrictions on correspondence, which more than anything had made prisoners in special camps really feel buried alive. They even allowed visits. Dreadful thought. Visits. Even in mutinous Kangir they began building separate little houses for this purpose. The tide of liberalism swept on so irresistibly over the erstwhile special camps that prisoners were allowed to choose their own hairstyles, and aluminum dishes started vanishing from the kitchens for conversion into aluminum combs. Instead of credit accounts, instead of special camp coupons, the natives were allowed to handle ordinary Soviet currency and settle their bills with cash like people outside. Carelessly, recklessly, they demolished the system which had fed them, the system which they had spent decades weaving and binding and lashing together. And were those hardened criminals at all mollified by this pampering? They were not. On the contrary. They showed their depravity and ingratitude by adopting the profoundly inappropriate, offensive, and nonsensical word, Beryites. And now, whenever something upset them, they would yell this insult at conscientious convoy guards, long-suffering warders, and their solicitous guardians, the camp chiefs. Not only did the word pain the tender-hearted, practical workers, it could even be dangerous so soon after barriers fall, because someone might make it the starting point of an accusation. For this reason, the head of one of the Kangir camp divisions, by then purged of mutineers and replenished with prisoners from Ekibastuz, was compelled to deliver the following address from the platform. Men, in those few short years from 1954 to 56, they found it possible to call the prisoners men. You hurt the feelings of the supervisory staff and the convoy troops by shouting Beryites at them. Please stop it. To which the diminutive V.G. Vlasov replied, Your feelings have been hurt in the last few months, but I've heard nothing but fascist from your guards for 18 years. Do you think we have no feelings? And so the Major promised to cut out the abusive word, fascist. A fair trade. After all these pernicious and destructive reforms, we may consider the separate history of the special camps concluded in 1954, and need no longer distinguish them from corrective labour camps. Throughout the topsy-turvy archipelago, easier times set in from 1954 and lasted till 1956, an era of unprecedented indulgences, perhaps the period of greatest freedom in its history, if we disregard the BDZs, detention centres for non-professional criminals, in the mid-20s. Instruction capped instruction. Inspector vied with inspector, encouraging ever wilder displays of liberalism in the camps. Permission for the use of female labour in the forests was withdrawn. Yes, it was acknowledged that lumbering was perhaps excessively heavy work for women, although 30 years of continual use were the proof that it was not too heavy at all. Parole was reintroduced for those who had served 2/3 of their sentence. They began paying money wages in all camps, and prisoners flooded the shops, which were subject to no prudent disciplinary restrictions. And how could they be when so many prisoners were unguarded so much of the time? Indeed, they could spend their money in the settlement, too, if they wished. All huts were wired for radio. Prisoners had more than their fill of newspapers and wall newspapers. Agitators were assigned to each work team. Comrade lecturers, colonels even, came to address the camp's population on various themes, even on the perversion of history by Alexei Tolstoy. But the administration did not find it so easy to collect an audience. They could no longer drive them in with sticks, and subtler methods of pressure and persuasion were necessary. There was a continual buzz of private conversation in the hall, and nobody listened to the lecturers. Prisoners were permitted to subscribe to the loan, but no one except the loyalists was moved by this, and their mentors had to tug each prisoner by the hand toward the subscription list and squeeze the odd 10, 1 ruble, Khrushchev style, out of him. They started organizing joint shows for men's and women's camps on Sundays. People flocked to these willingly, and men even bought themselves ties in the camp shops. Much of the archipelago's gold reserve was put into circulation again. There was a revival of the selfless voluntary activities by which it had lived in the days of the great canals. Councils of activists were set up, with sectors like those of a local trade union committee, for industrial training, culture and recreation and services, with the struggle for higher productivity and better discipline as their main task. Comrades' courts were recreated, with the right to censure offenders, to request disciplinary measures, or the non-application of the 2/3 rule. These measures had once served our leaders well, but that was in camps which had not gone through the special camp course in murder and mutiny. Now things were simpler. One chairman of an activists' council was murdered at Kengia, a second beaten up, and suddenly nobody wanted to join. Captain Second-Class Burakovsky worked at this time in a council of activists, worked honestly and conscientiously, but because he was always being threatened with the knife, he was also very cautious, and attended meetings of the Banderist Brigade to listen to criticism of his actions. And still, the pitiless blows of liberalism staggered and rocked the camp system. Light discipline camp divisions were set up. There was even one in Kengia. In effect, you need only sleep in the camp area, because you went to work without escort, by any route, and at any time you pleased. Everybody, in fact, tried to set out early and return late. On Sunday, 1/3 of the prisoners were let out on the town before dinner, 1/3 of them after dinner, and only 1/3 were not allowed an outing. This does not mean that such leniency was universal. Punitive camp divisions were also preserved, like the all-Union punitive camp at Anziobo, near Bratsk, with our old friend from Gulag, the blood-stained Captain Mishin, in charge. In the summer of 1955, there were about 400 prisoners there for special punishment. Tenno among them. But even there, the prisoners, not the warders, were masters of the camp. Let the reader put himself in the position of the camp authorities and tell me, could they operate in such conditions? Could anyone expect good results? One MVD officer, my travelling companion on a Siberian train journey in 1962, described this whole era in the life of the camps until 1954 as follows. Things were completely out of hand. Those who didn't want to didn't even go to work. They bought television sets with their own money. If they didn't work, where did the money come from? If this was in the north, and in 1955 at that, where did the television sets come from? Still, I never dreamed of interrupting him. I enjoyed listening. He had retained very dark memories of that short but unpleasant period. For no good can come of it when his mentor stands before a prisoner like a